Good morning, everyone. I would like to call to order this public hearing on the Committee on Judiciary. It is 11:52 a.m. on Tuesday, February 13th, 2024. We are conducting this hearing in person in room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building and via Zoom. We are streaming live on Council Channel 13 on the DC Council's website and on YouTube at CM Brooke Pinto. I am Councilmember Brooke Pinto, representing Ward 2 and Chairwoman of the committee. The Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety has oversight responsibility for matters affecting the district courts, criminal law, procedure and justice, public safety, including policing, violence prevention and intervention, and civilian police oversight, access to justice, including victim services and justice grants, fire and emergency medical services, and the district's 911 and 311 services, forensic science, fatality review and medical examinations, homeland security and emergency response, adult corrections, family law, probate and estates, child support, and women's and gender policy. Today, the committee is meeting to conduct a performance oversight hearing of two agencies. First, the Office of Police Complaints, and second, the Metropolitan Police Department. We'll start with the Office of Police Complaints, otherwise referred to as OPC. The office was created to offer an independent system of review of citizens against police officers in the district. OPC investigates, mediates, and adjudicates complaints against MPD officers, as well as the DC Housing Authority Police Department. OPC also makes policy recommendations to the council, the mayor, and MPD and DCHAPD to ensure our police departments are employing the best practices that enhance public safety and that promote trust with the communities that they serve. We know that a trusted police department brings legitimacy to the department and in our communities and helps ensure that MPD is working on behalf of all of our residents. I am looking forward to hearing from our Office of Police Complaints today about how we can all strive to do better and be the best partners we can be. After we hear from OPC, we'll turn to the Metropolitan Police Department, or MPD. MPD is the primary law enforcement agency in the district and provides crime prevention and investigation services, as well as emergency response services. MPD plays an especially critical role right now with crime, and particularly violent crime, up significantly across the District of Columbia. Policing is not the only answer to these issues, but it is an extremely important part of our toolkit. Of course, MPD's job has become more difficult in recent years, in part due to the historically low staffing numbers. As of early this year, the department had fewer than 3,400 sworn officers, down from 3,800 in 2019. This staffing challenge is not unique to the district's police department, but it is a significant problem. I am looking forward to hearing today from Chief Smith about efforts to address short staffing through increased focus on recruitment and retention in the department, including efforts to implement programs the council has supported in last year's fiscal budget. We know that it's going to take time to rebuild the force, but we have to be intentional and focused about these recruitment efforts. In the meantime, what I'm hoping to hear from Chief Smith today is how we're using the officers that we do have most efficiently. To me, that means using data to inform how we deploy our officers, working with experts to identify evidence-based approaches to reducing crime, especially violent crime, and using data analysis to evaluate whether our strategies are working. It also means working closely with communities to ensure that they're bought into the strategy and can help reinforce MPD's efforts. In evaluating MPD's efforts on these fronts, I'm mindful that many other cities across the United States are also having staffing shortages, like in New Orleans, but there we've seen significant drops in violent crime in recent months. Examples like this demonstrate that we can make big strides even as we continue on rebuilding our force, while also ensuring that our attrition rates and people leaving the force slows. There are a number of other issues I'm hoping to ask Chief Smith about today, like what the department is doing to address trends in crimes like robberies and carjacking, youth crime, and the status of the youth curfew enforcement pilot program, and how we're deploying officers in high crime areas and all of our neighborhoods throughout the city, particularly to heed the call that we continue to hear from residents of having more officers out of their cars and patrolling on foot and bike in community. I'm looking forward to hearing a variety of perspectives on these issues during our discussion today with our public witnesses. I also want to take this moment to recognize and thank our almost 3,400 police department officers at every rank for the incredible public service that you all are engaged in, and often putting your lives on the line to do this work on behalf of the District of Columbia. We are extremely appreciative for your service. We are joined today by my Ward 1 colleague, Councilmember Brianne Nadeau. Councilmember Nadeau, I'll turn to you now for any opening statement you may have.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to our public and government witnesses. I want to acknowledge the Office of Police Complaints representatives here today, and thank you for the work that you do to keep our law enforcement departments accountable and to increase transparency. The crucial work of OPC fosters trust within our communities and bolsters the integrity of our public safety ecosystem, especially in light of the agency's unprecedented numbers of complaints filed in FY23, a continuous trend that began in FY 2017. I'm reassured that the agency will continue to fulfill their duties impartially and thoroughly, despite recent legislative challenges to reduce their oversight. To be clear, I believe that holding officers accountable doesn't interfere with police work or with stopping or solving crimes. Instead, I believe it does the opposite by building trust within our community. Next, I want to acknowledge MPD Chief Smith for her commitment to implementing positive changes within the police department. Initiatives such as increased foot patrols in our neighborhoods reflect a responsive approach to community needs and demonstrate a willingness to adapt to evolving demands. The chief seems supportive of my case closure bill that I introduced last November, which would increase the reward amount for witnesses who provide valuable tips in homicide cases. And the bill is meant to increase the case closure rate for MPD, which currently sits at a low 45%. Nationally, that hovers around 50 to 60%. I also introduced a bill to increase recruitment for MPD, my Cadet Act, which would also increase the salaries for cadets. And I thank Chair Pinto for indicating she intends to hold a hearing on the bill. I believe this will help the force grow more organically and sustainably, and I'm optimistic about Chief Smith's leadership and eagerly anticipate further progress under her guidance. It is, however, disconcerting to note the delay of MPD's responses to pre-hearing questions for today's oversight hearing. As the district's largest law enforcement agency with substantial funding, it's the legislative branch's statutory duty to ensure a comprehensive oversight process. This hearing is a critical opportunity for meaningful dialogue and scrutiny, and it's imperative that MPD fulfills its obligations in that regard. I'll stick around for a little while and may have some questions for the chief later, although I will have to leave shortly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Nadeau. Now I'll turn to our Ward 3 colleague, Councilmember Matthew Fruman, for any opening statement you may have.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman Pinto. I'm going to forego an opening statement and look forward to hearing from the witnesses and being able to ask questions of the witnesses. But thank you very much for convening this important hearing. I will echo the disappointment that Councilmember Nadeau expressed about the absence of responses to pre-hearing questions from MPD. I wish I had the opportunity to be reviewing those as a way of informing the questions that I'll be asking later today. But thank you very much, and I look forward to hearing from the witnesses.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fruman. And I do want to note and confirm that the committee expects MPD's pre-hearing responses to be submitted by next week. And we will be holding the department to that timeline. So thank you both for raising that. And we'll be sure to get those questions to you all and all of our colleagues when those come in. So for today's hearing, we will follow the committee's normal practice and hear from public witnesses first, followed by our government witnesses. We're going to first focus on the Office of Police Complaints, where we have one public witness, Brent Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, you're welcome to join us at the table here. As you're the only public witness today, feel free to sit wherever you're comfortable. you very much. Public witnesses will have 3 minutes to present their testimony. Those representing organizations will have 5 minutes. Brent Sullivan, public witness, please go ahead whenever you're ready.
That work? Okay. All right. My name is Brent Sullivan, and I think you and I have met now 3 times. We've been discussing some of the same issues a few times. I would like to take a quick moment to thank Sam P.K. Collins, Emily Davies, Peter Herman, Olivia Diaz, Katie Metler, Jasmine Hilton, Keith Alexander, Megan Flynn, Jenna Portnoy, Darcy Costello, Michael Bryce Sadler, Jasmine Hilton, and Mitch Riles for their tireless coverage of this very long and protracted debate. I was very encouraged by Councilwoman Nadeau's testimony. I think that what we're seeing here with the absence of the MPD's responses to this morning is indicative of a long-standing history of operating within a secret black box. We're here today. I'll see you in a minute with the MPD portion of this, but with OPC, as a citizen, I've been very struck over the last 7 years on the extraordinarily limited amount of discretion the OPC has over investigating any number of different elements of fraud within the MPD. On numerous occasions, there have been submissions to Mr. Tobin and his team, and those staffers have said point blank, you need to go talk to the city council. The city council, we are handcuffed. We are not allowed to investigate certain elements of fraud by law. Earlier this year, Chairwoman Pinto, you and I discussed at great length a very troubling matter in which Assistant U.S. Attorney Jeff Nessler and Detective Charles Vigiani had lied throughout an affidavit to secure an arrest warrant with Judge Russell Cannon. You and I discussed at great length, and I'm told, I'm getting conflicting reports here. The MPD tells me that they discussed that police misconduct investigation, which, by the way, the OPC said they could not investigate. And John Knutson of Internal Affairs point blank said he would not investigate at all. But the MPD claims that they briefed you on that misconduct investigation at great length, and your staffer, I don't believe this young gentleman is Evan Maroff, unless he's radically changed his haircut. But he says that they have discussed this with you at great length. So I don't know where we stand on that, but I do know that as a direct result of the fraud of Jeff Nessler and Charles Vigiani, this council passed law number 24-354 for individuals in the government that show a reckless disregard for the truth. It also involves providing disciplinary FOIA requests. And the third tenet is a directory of egregious police misconduct. I later learned and found out in my last 10 seconds that the OPC portion of that law was funded, but the MPD portion was not. Given the terrifyingly bad conduct that we have discussed at tremendous length over the last 7 years, I don't expect that to happen without the city council's involvement. The mayor has made it very clear where she stands on police misconduct. Sadly, I feel, as a citizen. So, you know, I welcome any thoughts that you have. The chairman tells me that he's going to work very hard to get this bill funded. I will just say lastly, the officers that were involved in this remain active. Every one of them is active. The individual that you discussed at extraordinarily great length, as you know, this matter involves Charles Vigiani, who was found to have made deliberately false statements. I found out very recently that this officer is in Vincent Gray's district, in the 7th district, actively investigating homicides. When I spoke to his supervisor, Lieutenant Lindsay Taylor, she told me she knew none of this. So here we have officers who are nowhere in any of the OPC statistics. We have police department officials saying that lying in an affidavit and fabricating hospital exams is not misconduct. And we have supervisors that don't know anything about it. So 3 minutes is rather short, but all I would ask is that this committee takes law number 24345. It's hard for me to describe how important that law is.
I ask you to wrap up. Thank you very much for being here. Councilmember Nadeau, do you have any questions for this witness? Councilmember Fruman, do you have any questions for this witness?
No.
Okay. Oh.
Thank you very much. I do have a couple of questions. Thank you, Chairwoman Pinto. Mr. Sullivan, you said that folks tell you to come to the council because there are certain things that the Office of Police Complaints can't look into. Can you describe to me those things that are outside of the prerogative of the Office of Police Complaints to look into?
Absolutely, council member. So I learned two things the hard way over the last 6 years. And one is that per the MPD general orders, even if an OPC investigation takes place on a extremely limited number of items, the chief of police has the final say on any investigative finding. So regardless of how egregious that instance may be, whoever is the chief of police, it's not the OPC. The OPC has very little, if any, authority. The final authority is and only is placed upon the chief of police. So that's in General Orders 120.25. Then you go to General Order 120.21, which gives this unbelievably short list of areas that the OPC can actually investigate. And that would include excessive bodily contact. It would include vulgar profanity. It would, if you talk about affidavit fraud, if you talk about fabricating evidence, if you talk about lying on the stand, if you talk about withholding evidence, none of that is under the jurisdiction of the OPC. And so which is, I would say 95% of the issues that we're debating are not under OPC jurisdiction. And so what ends up happening is that the OPC sends you a letter. In this case, it's, the Office of Police Complaints has determined that your particular complaint involves an issue that is outside of the jurisdiction of our department. Consequently, we will refer this matter to the MPD. In the instance of the court's ruling, not my opinion, the court's ruling that several individuals had falsified evidence, this went to two gentlemen named Will Monlapaz and John Knutson, who unequivocally told me that they would never investigate. So if the OPC has no teeth to investigate internal fraud, and if I have had on the record numerous people tell me that they will not investigate fraud, what are the citizens to do? And to that, it's no surprise to me at all, Mr. Council Member, that Greg Pemberton's assertion that the best and the brightest don't want to work with other officers who have found to have fabricated evidence. If we're talking about this arbitrary number of 3,400 or 4,000 or 5,000 police, and yet we do nothing at all to address the court rulings of extensive fraud of evidence, I would absolutely ask that, one, you change the purview of OPC. Two, I absolutely question giving the chief of police the ultimate authority on its findings. If we are dealing with an internal affairs office who told me personally, if you want for us to investigate, this was a verbatim quote from Sergeant Raul Figueres in the chief of police office. If you want for us to investigate this court-ruled fraud, you're going to have to sue us. Now, setting aside for a moment that a police officer telling a citizen to sue the MPD is in and of itself its own general order infraction. If that's the narrative in 2024 that we're going with, we are in serious trouble.
So can you describe to me when they said there was no way they were going to look into it, what was the explanation for why that it was a thing that they were unwilling to look
And just
into?
to be clear, Mr. Council Member, are you talking about the police or OPC?
The police. I think
Okay.
what you were saying is OPC said it's not in our jurisdiction. The internal police people said, we're not going to investigate this.
Okay.
Did they provide an explanation for why they weren't?
And I think that this goes back to, I don't know who's telling the truth. The police are telling me, Madam Chairwoman, that they discussed this with you at great length. Your staff is telling me that you've never discussed this at all. Do you have any, can you weigh in on whether or not you've discussed this? Because that would certainly be.
Mr. Sullivan, You're in a question round with Councilmember Fruman. I'm not
Well,
going to
okay,
answer
so I don't
questions.
know I don't know the truth here, okay? I assume you talked to
Well,
someone
I mean,
at some point.
Mr. Sullivan, I think my question to you was, what did they say to you? About why
Absolutely.
it
So
worked?
the officers that were involved in 2020 were investigated for lying in an affidavit and fabricating hospital medical records. I received several letters saying that that does not rise to the level of misconduct. Now, I don't know how that's possible. So
That's
I
from
filed,
MPD.
yes,
That's
sir.
from MPD.
Yeah. So at the time, Chief Peter Newsham sent me a letter stating that a secondary hospital exam justified the original officer's fraud. The court investigated and found that that secondary medical exam had been falsified. It was fabricated. I then filed a complaint with OPC. OPC stated it absolutely did not have jurisdiction to investigate that type of fraud. So that was sent to Internal Affairs. I went to Internal Affairs. That's when Internal Affairs stated, we will never investigate this fraud and you'll have to sue us. I then presented this to Evan Maroff and Brooke Pinto.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm stuck on, I've run out of time, but they said, we will never investigate this. And did they say why?
No. And that's where I was
Okay.
hoping the city council would provide value to figure out why, how can Internal Affairs not investigate court rulings of fraud? And that's why, like, understanding whether or not the chairwoman has actually ever discussed this would be quite helpful. I'm not trying to, but if we're really going to get to the crux of kind of the scummy behavior at the bottom of the fish tank, we are going to have to investigate and hold some folks accountable.
All right, well, thank you very much for your testimony and for your work.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Thank you very much, Mr. Sullivan. And we'll be speaking today with OPC and MPD about the jurisdictional issues and ranges to make sure that that is clear for the record and getting to the bottom of some of this. So thank you very much for being here.
And do you care to answer that question, given the floor?
No, Mr. Sullivan, thank you very much
No? Okay.
for being here today.
All right.
Okay, I will now call our government witness, Michael Tobin, the Executive Director of the Office of Police Complaints. Welcome. Director Tobin, as you know, it's the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. So if I can ask you to turn your mic on, got it, and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you are about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to invite you to make any opening statement that you have.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Michael Tobin. I'm the Executive Director of the DC Office of Police Complaints. And I'm here representing that office and our governing board, which is the Police Complaints Board, a board currently made up of 5 volunteer community members. The mission of the Office of Police Complaints is to improve community trust in the district's police departments through effective civilian oversight. Effective civilian oversight is a common denominator among cities that embrace forward-thinking community policing concepts. In the district, the role of community participation in police oversight is performed by our agency, the Office of Police Complaints, and also by the volunteer board, the Police Complaints Board. Our staff and the Police Complaints Board really work hard to improve community trust by holding officers accountable for misconduct and by providing an effective community complaint program and a reliable system of policy review in the police department. I wanted to talk first about complaints in general. And I do plan to leave a lot of time at the end for any questions, but first let me get to complaints. And it was briefly alluded to in your opening statement, but This past fiscal year in 2023, we experienced an unprecedented number of complaints. We received our highest number of complaints ever since the agency's inception. That was 883 complaints. And that represented an 11% increase over the previous year, 22. In fiscal year 23, we maintained and even bettered our outcomes and results despite having this large increase in the number of complaints that we experienced. So I really consider our agency a data-driven agency. I emphasize that with our staff all the time, internally and externally with community groups. That's how we really can show the public that we're doing our job is through data. So let me throw a few numbers out there with respect to complaints. I don't want to get too deep into it, but just in general, so people understand what we're doing. So last year we had over 1,100 people contact our agency for help. And out of those 1,100 people, 883 ended up filing a formal complaint. And that translated into 384 new investigation cases, full complete investigations that we started on top of about almost 150 investigations that we already had open from the previous year that carry over. Every year we have carryover investigations. So on top of that, we conducted more than 400, almost 450 interviews, about 300, more than 300 interviews of community members, primary complainants and witnesses, and more than 130 interviews of police officers with respect to our investigations. And that's with a, mind you, that's, reason I'm mentioning those numbers is because it's important to understand that I have a total of 13 investigators in my staff. 3 of them are supervisors. So really there are 10 investigators that have an active full-time caseload. So those 10 investigators did all of that I just mentioned, all those investigations and all those complaints that we had, and they are doing an excellent job. And we are holding our own despite having this large number of influx of complaints coming in. So I have a lot of respect for my staff and the volunteers on the Police Complaints Board that allow us to continue doing what the community expects us to do, and that is provide a good place to file a complaint and for a complainant to know that something will happen, that we will do something, that they have a place to go outside of the police department to file their grievances, and that's what we do. And one of our top priorities this past year, and it isn't every year really, is when we get all of these complaints in, we want to do it in an expeditious manner, but we also want to do a fair, complete, and thorough investigation. So there's a little bit of a balance and back and forth with that. But overall, this past year, as it has been in the past, probably the last 5 years at least, we've resolved over 80% of our investigations within 180 days. And that's our internal goal. There's no statutory requirement. That's our internal goal. And in reality, and I said that's average of less than 180 days. And our average for all cases is about 125 days of resolving a case. And when you talk about averages, you're talking about there's cases at the top end and cases at the bottom end. I'm not talking median, but average. So we always have a handful of very complicated cases that pull our averages up, because in reality, we solve a lot of our cases, resolve a lot of them in less than 2 months. And I think the community and complainants are appreciative of this, and the officers are too, because it's not fair to officers or complainants to have their complaints sitting around for months or even years. So we make that a very high priority, and we've been able to maintain those numbers even this past year through a lot of hard work and dedicated employees that I have working in my office. So that's some numbers on complaints. Let me throw some numbers at you, a couple of numbers for body worn cameras, because MPD started full implementation, full deployment in December of 2016 of the body worn cameras. If some of us in the room can remember when that happened. So ever since then, my agency has been tracking BWC usage by MPD, and we put out a public report on that also. But we found that in 2023, about 80% of all the complaints that we get have body worn camera footage. That's that's the majority of them. But we also found that last year that about 38% of the cases with body worn camera had some type of body worn camera non-compliance with MPD policies and procedures. The most common non-compliance is turning on the camera late, turning it off early, and the third one is not telling the person, the community member, that, hey, my camera is on, we're being recorded, because that is an MPD requirement. So about 38, almost 40% of the cases we see, and that's been consistent over the last several years, we have that type of non-compliance with that we see, that we tabulate, and it's not overall camera usage. These are just with respect to the complaints that are filed with us. Whenever a complaint is filed with us, the first thing we do is we would go into the BWC body worn camera system and we save that video footage. The investigator, that's the first thing they do, and we have direct access to all the BWC footage. And then when they look at it, they'll make an evaluation about whether the camera was turned off early or late, or whether they told the person, hey, my camera's on. So that's just complaints that we received as far as what the percentages are for compliance. And we make that a public report every year. A couple more numbers with respect to policy, because that's our next leg that I just wanted to briefly mention as we do complaints. And then we also make policy recommendations. They are recommendations, and that's as far as we can go, is make a recommendation. We can't implore MPD or require them to certainly follow those recommendations. But last year we made 5 primary recommendations to the police department. One was regarding a presidential executive order issued by President Biden last year. That was an order directed at all federal law enforcement agencies, and it had a lot of information in it that I think pertains to local government agencies, and that's what that policy report is about. Also, we issue policy reports on procedures for edged weapons. We issued a report on leveraging BWC footage for improving training in MPD, and for utilizing what's the growing thing right now is utilizing AI in analytics and actually using the BWC and AI analytics to determine things like use of force and help training and help policies and procedures. So that was a very important policy recommendation that we made this past year. And we also issued a policy on appropriate use of handcuffs during investigative stops. All these policies and some others that we issued are all based primarily on complaints that we received, and also based on best practices nationwide that we review on a regular ongoing basis. The last area I wanted to talk about is the third leg of our responsibilities. We have complaints, we have policy recommendations, and then we also have outreach. And we have a public affairs person that specializes in going outreach programs. We have a Facebook page, Twitter account, Facebook account, I don't know, all of the social media we're involved in. And we also get engaged with the community through different activities with local universities, the local public schools, charter schools, academic and community fairs. And we have about 25 community partners, which is our agencies in the DC area that have partnered up with us to help improve community relations with MPD. And we also work with the ANCs and other different neighborhood association meetings. And the other program the last program I just mentioned for the outreach is our SIT program, which is our student interactive training program, where our staff, we'll send a couple members of our staff out to various schools, and we have a regular program. It takes about an hour and a half, where we do role playing with the students in the classroom and teach the students about how to properly interact with MPD officers, what they can do, what they can't do, what they should do, what they should not do. So we call that student interactive training with the police. And that's a pretty popular program. So we're really committed to improving community trust in the district's police forces, not just MPD, but also the Housing Authority Police Department that we have jurisdiction over. and to improve the current model of civilian oversight in order to ensure our police forces are operating within the best practices of the 21st century policing. In the near future, we're now looking at the proposed legislation that I know people on this committee have been very hard at work with recently, and we're anxiously awaiting a final version of that so that we can move forward and see where our agency, Office of Police Complaints, is headed. And I'm anxious to see where that ends up so that we can start making our plans both for the budget and our internal operations to move forward. And I'm really hopeful that some of the proposals I've seen are going to move forward to a second final vote so that we can really improve community trust in our police departments. So that's really our goal. That's really a quick summary. I want to leave a lot of time for questions, but I do want to thank the committee members for all of the work you put in so far, working on legislation that affects our agency. And I know that your hearts are in the work because it takes a lot of time and a lot of effort, and there's a lot of different strings being pulled on from different directions on this stuff. But I'll tell you, if we do civilian oversight right in our community, every police officer's job will be easier because the community will trust the police. And that's what we do at the Office of Police Complaints, is try to make that happen. Try to allow community members to trust the police department. And that's what our job is, and that's what our mission is, and that's what I'm here to talk about today. Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Director Tobin, for your testimony, and thank you to you and your entire team for all of your important efforts throughout the year. And we especially appreciate your partnership and recommendation as we develop Secure DC, and your input and huge effort has been really invaluable to me and my team. So thank you. We are going to do 10-minute rounds for colleagues still here or thinking of joining. Mr. Tobin, I want to start with some of the trends that you've been seeing. I appreciate the big picture view on some of the numbers of complaints, but what are the subject matters that you're seeing the most complaints in? And do those trends align with what we've been seeing over the last several years, or were they different this past year?
Thank you. Over the past few years, our trends have been actually pretty steady as far as what type of allegations. The most common allegation that we receive really in three groups. The first one is harassment. That's one we have jurisdiction over. And harassment would be a common allegation. The complaint for harassment would be I was given a ticket that I was not supposed to get, that I didn't do. And the second biggest one is I was falsely arrested. I was arrested for something I didn't do or I shouldn't be arrested. Those are common allegations under harassment. About 40% of all of our complaints this past year and in the past several years have been for harassment, different, and I understand there's probably about two dozen altogether, different types of smaller allegations under each heading. The next most popular one, I'll call it popular, because it takes about maybe close to 25 or 30% of our incoming complaints are language and conduct. A common language and conduct complaint would be use of profanity by an officer, something like that. That's been maintaining pretty consistent. And then the third one, which encompasses about 15% of our complaints, and that's been pretty steady over the last couple of years too, is use of force. Most commonly being pushed or being pulled by an officer, and it's not generally, that 15% is not a serious use of force. It's more of it's a level below what would be qualified as a serious use of force, but that's about 15%. And then the rest is under the rest of our jurisdictions, such as failing to identify yourself, discrimination, and retaliation.
Of course, it depends on the particular investigation and complaint, but how have you found, as a general matter, the response from MPD in dealing with some of these trends that you've been facing?
We try to work closely with MPD and specifically with internal affairs. I think we have a pretty good working relationship with them. It may be surprising to some people in the community to know that I do talk to the head of internal affairs, and that person can call me at any time, and I can call that individual at any time. So it's important for us to work together with internal affairs to know so that we have a good picture, overall picture of complaints. We do have a system of following up with MPD on complaints that we refer to them, and we report on that every year in our annual report too, and make that publicly available.
Okay, thank you. So in thinking about those types of complaints, harassment, language and conduct, and use of force, I think use of force is probably the most serious. In the Police Reform Commission report, they cited, quote, due to insufficient resources, OPC closes complaints involving serious use of force as referred to the MPD without opening an investigation, and monitors that through the OPC executive director's role on MPD's use of force review board. What made you arrive at the conclusion to only focus on the harassment and language issues, but not the use of force issues?
Certainly. Well, we do focus on the use of force that is not serious, and that's the by far the most numerous types of use of force complaints that we receive. Because remember too, our office is focused on, it's all complaint driven. I have to receive a complaint in order to move forward. So the number of complaints that we receive on serious use of force is very nominal. Usually, and in fact, in virtually every instance of serious use of force, Internal Affairs has already initiated their investigation, because a serious use of force involves someone losing consciousness, an officer involved, use of a firearm, discharge of a firearm, or broken bone. Those are probably the three most common ones. Would be an officer involved shooting, broken bone, and a loss of consciousness. In all of those cases, MPD has already initiated at the scene their own internal investigation, and they respond directly to the scene. In a very small number of those cases, I may receive a complaint. In that instance, I already am going to review that complaint as a member of the Use of Force Review Board. I sit on the Use of Force Review Board. I'm currently the only outside member outside of MPD that sits as a voting member on that board. When that serious use of force case comes before the board, that's when I review it along with the rest of the board, and I have a voting role to determine whether it was justified or not, and whether it was within, I should say, whether it was in policy or not. In that hearing, and maybe some community members might be interested in this, we'll hear from the investigator from Internal Affairs. We'll watch all of the body-worn camera video. We'll review all of the reports on the investigation that was done, any photographs, all the statements that were taken. If necessary, we'll review the audio statements of all of the witnesses, any video, any closed circuit TV. It's quite a thorough process compared to when I first got on the board. I'm going to say 7 years ago now. It has greatly improved in the past 7 years, and I'm confident that the board does a very thorough job in reviewing serious use of force incidents. And I'm confident that the way that we're handling it right now, when I receive a complaint, of being able to review it, doing a full review with other command staff and all the information available. And by the way, after the U.S. Attorney has reviewed it, because all those cases, almost all of them will go there first. And then they'll go to the Use of Force Review Board. I'm confident that that process currently, as it currently stands, is a thorough process and meets the standards that the community expects. Are there better ways to do it? Yes, I think there's always better ways to do it, but I think from what we have right now, I think it's a good process. I hope I explained that enough.
Yes, thank you for that context. In last year's budget, the council funded additional positions within OPC to implement some of the provisions from the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act. Why have these positions not yet been filled, and how, if they are filled, will these additional positions be utilized?
Those positions are, I guess the easiest way to say it is I'm holding those positions in abeyance pending the legislation that's coming, because those positions, the jobs that they were supposed to do, were not funded in my 2023 budget. One of them was the posting of the disciplinary data, and the other one was reviewing policies and procedures of MPD before they go into effect, having them forward them to us. So although the positions were funded to perform the jobs weren't there yet. So it put me in a bit of a quandary. You know, I've been an agency director for many years. I go by the idea that don't leave positions unfunded because they can go away. I try to fill them out, but I'm not going to fill a position if there's no job for the person to do. So that's another reason why I'm anxious to see what happens in the next couple of weeks, to see if hopefully, and then a few weeks after that, hopefully any legislative changes that affect my agency will be funded for the coming year, and I can start doing the job classifications, job descriptions, and get those people on board.
Got it. Okay, thank you very much for that. And the second vote on Secure DC is on Tuesday, March 5th, and hopefully it will be passed in the form that it currently is in, and I hear you that you need that consistency. So in your pre-hearing questions, on question 30, you note there were 883 complaints received, but only 8 that resulted in a full investigative report, adjudication, and referral to an independent hearing examiner. That is less than 1% of complaints. What happened to the other 99% of cases? Were these all unfounded complaints or some other reason that they didn't move forward? And as you're answering that, can you explain the process of filing a complaint, especially noting what causes a full investigative report to be written and to have the hearing examiner do a full review?
Sure, and certainly, and that gets to the core of what we do, and so I'm glad you asked that, because I'd like to explain how that all works. First of all, with respect to the first part of your question, with the 8 cases that went to a formal complaint examiner process, those are cases that eventually get referred to the MPD chief, and she then decides what level of discipline to issue on it. It's a small percentage of cases of all the cases we receive because we have other dispositions for the complaints other than sending an officer for discipline. Some of those other disciplines are very important in how we handle the police complaints. One of them is if we receive a complaint, one of the first things we do is try to determine whether we can send that complaint to mediation. Mediation is really a great program where we have an independent outside mediator that comes in, and we have the officer there and the complainant there. Right now, 90% of them are done by Zoom, by the way, remotely. Everybody likes that. As we did them all in person before, but they sit down, and you would be surprised. Almost everybody, the vast majority of people that we send to mediation are really happy with the outcome, because a lot of times that's all people want, is they want to be heard, and they want the officer to understand how they felt, how they were treated at the scene of that incident. And that's a lot of times, that's all people want. So our goal, internal goal, is to try to send at least 10% of our cases to mediation. We fell a little bit short of that this past year, but we're still working on it. But overall, over the last several years, we're close to about 10%. 1 out of every 10 complaints, we go to mediation. And out of those, the vast majority of people, even the officers, are quite satisfied, because the officers often tell us they learned something too. Because now they're not in a confrontational environment. They can see the person as a person rather than somebody they're just dealing with on the street, and realize that might have been that person's worst day of their life. And now they're going to go forward next time and have a better understanding and deal with the next person even better. So I hear from officers too that it's good for them and it's good for complainants. So that's one thing we do. And instead of sending an officer for discipline, to have him or her suspended for days or whatever. Another thing we do is we refer the officer for further training. That's another tool that I have that I don't need any input from. I don't need to have permission from the police chief or anything. I do that. I'm under the statute. I can do that directly. I can directly refer an officer back to the police academy for additional training. And I do that on a regular basis too, when I see that that's really how to correct the situation going forward. And I'll give you an example of when I might do that. A good example is in a minor misconduct. case, maybe I'll use profanity as an example where we review the body worn camera and certainly yes, we hear the officer expressing using profanity at the scene of an auto accident, for instance. Well, we're going to do a full investigation, most likely. We're going to call the officer in. We're going to interview him or her. And when that officer comes in the office and says, yes, I was having a bad day that day. I did use profanity. It's not like me. I apologize. I apologize to the person at the scene, or I would if I could, but that wasn't me. And I'm sorry it happened. That officer is going to be referred for training. That officer is not going to be referred to be disciplined. All right, so that's an example of that disposition of referring for training. And then another disposition the last one I'll mention is rapid resolution, where instead of referring an officer for discipline, we can refer that incident back to the district and let them handle it. It may be an example, a quick example of that would be a neighbor dispute, an ongoing neighbor dispute where we're getting regular continual complaints, maybe 3 or 4 complaints, and the same officer is responding and things that just aren't getting fixed. The same problem exists. The dog is still barking next door, or the loud music is still continuing next door, and the officer is responding. But according to the complainant, the officer is not doing anything. And we get that complainant. Well, that's something the district should be aware of. And maybe the district could do their own internal mediation and resolve that situation. So that's a type of a case that I'll send for what we call rapid resolution. It skips a full investigation, goes back to the district commander. Here it is. Why don't you try to fix it? And oftentimes they do. So that's why we have that number of complaints that actually get referred for discipline versus what we do with other levels of disposition.
Got it. Okay, thank you very much, Director. Very helpful.
Thank
Now I'm going to turn to my colleagues, Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Director. I just have a couple questions for you. One, I noticed in your performance oversight responses that the agency has 3 pending complaints before the Office of Human Rights, 2 from employees and 1 from a member of the public. They've been pending for at least 3 years, and the agency's received very little information from OHR on the status of complaints. I wanted to offer to assist, given that OHR is under the purview of my committee, Public Works and Operations. If your team could share the complaint numbers with my office, we'd be happy to follow up on those, and we do have that oversight hearing next week.
I see. I very much appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'm sure it's frustrating to have those pending. I also just wanted to turn to the response to question number 39. I know you've talked a little bit today about the use of force. You noted in your response that in FY23, use of force allegations comprise 15% of all allegations, which was the same number as the last 2 fiscal years. OPC, however, saw an 8% increase in the total number of force allegations. Could you explain that a little bit to me? I'm just trying to get comfortable with the numbers here. So the percentage stayed the same, but the number increased. How does that work? Can you walk me through it a little bit?
That was 38 or 39?
39.
All right.
Yeah.
That is getting to the idea of under use of force. There are different subcategories, sub-allegations. There are sub-allegations. One of them is a push. One of them is a pull. One of them is being taken down to the ground. There are multiple different sub-allegations. So the type of sub-allegations might have went up is what that is, all that's explaining.
Okay.
But if that, we track the sub-allegations and the overall use of force.
Okay.
So it is confusing, but that's where that,
It's
that's
not
where that
just
number
me.
comes from.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good.
No.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Councilmember Fruman, do you have any questions for Director Tobin?
I do. Thank you very much, Chairwoman Pinto. Mr. Tobin, I'm still trying to understand some of these big picture numbers. And as you described it, there were 883 complaints in the last year. When you talked about how many went to mediation, I heard that as on the order of 80. because it was a little less than 10%. 47, according to the responses, went for more training. 31 went for rapid response. So that gets me to like 160 of the 880 complaints. And then maybe I'm missing it. Then there's a certain number that went to MPD. Those would have been subject to an investigation, 7, and 19 that went to the USAO, but those would have been part of an investigation. So if there were 160 that were diverted before you went into a formal investigation, what happened with those other 720 is out? Do some of those get diverted for the reasons that the last witness testified to, that it might not be inside of the jurisdiction of the Office of Police Complaints? Or what happened to those? Am I right that there's 720 that went into investigation, and what happened to those?
Yes, sir. Well, some of them are outside of our jurisdiction. Some of them are dismissed. There's probably a large percentage of those cases that are found to be unfounded, that are dismissed, did not involve misconduct, that did not involve an incident that we can move forward on in an investigation as far as misconduct against an officer. So, and then there are some, there's a small number of those in which we are unable to identify the officer involved. So I would say the vast majority of those, of that number, and I'm sorry, I don't have the exact number, are cases that are dismissed because there was no misconduct. And then the second highest number would be cases that we do not have jurisdiction over, that are referred over. Then the third will be cases that we, for instance, that we were unable to identify the officer. There just wasn't enough information. And so, mixed in there too is some anonymous complaints that we have to refer over to the police department, because we do not have jurisdiction over the anonymous complaints either.
Okay, so that's helpful. So if I add in, I was at about 160, and then the ones that went to MPD and the ones that went to the USAO, that you get to about a quarter of the cases. Something is done, whether it's the rapid solution, refer for more training, or intermediation, that there's enough there that you think it merits some sort of action. But 3/4 of them are either not in your jurisdiction, or don't amount to a serious violation, or there isn't enough evidence to determine whether or not there was a violation. That's how I'm hearing you. Is that correct?
That would be a correct characterization. Yes, sir.
On the use of force cases, you're on the panel. So those use of force cases, they're in that 3/4. They go over, or are they, where are they, the use of force cases? Are they in the 883, or are they outside of the 883?
The serious use of force cases,
Yeah.
the use of force cases, ones that we receive are in the 883. All right.
But then,
I'm sorry, and the handful of serious use of force cases are also in that 883, but they are referred to MPD, to the Serious Use of Force Review Board that I sit on.
right. And then that serious use of force review board, and you describe the hearings and how complete they are they open to the public?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I said the hearings, the use of force, serious use of force hearings, and you described how complete they were and how much evidence there was, and all the different people who you heard from in that process. Are those hearings open to the public?
I know they are not open to the public, as far as I know. However, there is, I'll qualify that by saying that there has been legislation that is in effect, which has appointed members of the public to that board. They have yet to be appointed, but there are members of the general public that are going to be appointed to that board at some point. There are probably, I think, about 6 additional members that are going to be added that are not part of DC government, that are to be appointed to the Use of Force Review Board.
And how many of those use of force investigations result in a finding of misconduct? Is it like the 1/4 in the setting of the complaints that come into you, or is it a higher percentage? What does that look like?
I'd only be shooting in the dark because we do publish that in our annual use of force report, the exact numbers. And we publish all of the results of the serious use of force board and all of the use of force cases that we get in. But as far as the use of force review board, I have I don't want to put a number out there without looking at it for
That's
something
okay.
like.
That's
but
okay.
it's-
That's fair. If it's out there someplace, I'll get it from that
Yeah.
other source. In your responses, there's a reference to, I believe it's 246 officers who have multiple complaints against them in the last year. So that seems like a lot. And do you track that year over year? Do you have any idea how many complaints have been made against an officer over, say, a 10-year period?
We do, and we track it on an annual basis, and we break it down even further to how many officers had 3 complaints, how many had 4, how many had 5, etc. And we also communicate that information to MPD Internal Affairs so that they are aware of who those officers are and what those incidents are involving. So that's how we do that.
And is that regardless of whether or not there's ultimately a finding of wrongdoing, or is it only in the setting where there's a finding of wrongdoing?
It is regardless of whether there's a finding, just a complaint received generates that particular list, or as you might call it. But
And so that information becomes a management tool for MPD, so they're aware of it, but it's confidential still because, and we've had a lot of conversation about when things become public, but my expectation is that if an officer is on the list as having 10 allegations against them over a 5-year period, MPD management would know that, but no one else would know that.
it would be one of the factors that for almost every major police department that utilizes an early warning system, early warning personnel system, will have the number of complaints filed as one of the factors, as one of the flags that goes up. Other factors that will go up would be numbers of use of force, numbers of complaints, numbers of vehicle accidents on the job, things like that. And all of those things could put up flags that would allow the MPD supervisors to make a determination about whether there should be some other intervention taken.
And as you do your investigations, I imagine that you go to MPD and different sources to try to get as much information as you can in background. Do you ever face issues where there's information that you would like to get access to that you're not able to get access to? Or how does that work? You're back and forth in terms of the work of your investigators and getting developing as full of a record as they can.
Sir, I can only investigate and receive reports that MPD gives me. I can never assure the public under our current system that MPD has given me all the information that they have available, because I only have what they decide to give me. And that is a very significant loophole in our system of civilian oversight in the district, because I feel that it does contribute a significant amount of community mistrust. Because if you don't trust the police department to begin with, you're not going to trust them to give me all the information that I need. We have an information exchange system where we request reports and can obtain certain reports. But if I need any special reports, if I need to verify whether these are the only reports available, if I need to know, is there anything else out there? I don't have any tools available to do that. I can only decide, make my determinations about whether there was misconduct based on what they hand over to me.
And Chairwoman Pinto, just a couple more seconds to close this out, if that's okay.
Sure, no problem.
So, but I guess I'm understanding that the information you receive remains in a kind of confidential setting. So, and only becomes public. Well, I don't know when it becomes public, but at least the way you described everything so far, it's all internal between you and MPD, and yet they may have the right to not provide you something that you think could be relevant, even though it would remain confidential inside of that circuit. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's completely correct, sir. I only can make judgment based on what they determine is relevant, and what they determine my office should receive. And I have seen that for many years as a serious deficit in our system and of civilian oversight in the district.
But when they give you material, you don't have the right or authority to share it with the public, as I'm understanding it. You haven't, if they gave you material, it would be subject to confidentiality within your system. Is that also correct?
Yes, it is. My office has been receiving confidential material for 20+ years that we've been in existence. We are subject to the same confidentiality rules that MPD is subject to, and I am subject to the same confidentiality that every agency director is subject to, especially with law enforcement records that we receive. So we handle those records in the same manner as MPD would handle them.
And last thing, and how many complaints have there been of you not respecting the confidentiality of records? Is there instances in which records that were provided to you were allegedly inappropriately shared?
I had one incident in which a former employee downloaded some information from the body-worn camera system. It did not include reports. It was what we call the audit trail system that includes officer names and complainant names and things like that. And I disciplined the employee for that incident. I have no incidents of confidentiality of police records, law enforcement records. Unlike MPD, which has recently had officers that were charged with downloading and selling confidential police records to third parties. Unlike MPD, which has had employees, sworn and civilian, that have downloaded and provided confidential information to persons that were about to be arrested or persons that were about to have search warrants served upon them. And unlike MPD, that currently has an officer that has been charged from the January 6th incident with alerting somebody about their pending arrest from January 6th and releasing confidential information regarding that. That matter has not been resolved yet in the criminal courts. So unlike that, I want to always bring that up because, my office is composed of human beings and so is MPD, but compared to the gravity of incidents, I think any pushback that comes from MPD regarding confidentiality is entirely unfounded. I have a very dedicated staff. We follow all the rules of confidentiality. None of my staff has ever sold information to the public. None of my staff has ever gone into the communications and tipped off people about pending arrests or pending search warrants. None of my staff has ever been involved in any of those incidents that MPD has been. So I always, I've been receiving pushback, and I've heard it in respect to other hearings just in the past couple of months regarding pending legislation. And it makes the hair go up on my back when I hear those accusations coming up, because we have a confidential environment compared to the agency, the primary law enforcement agency in our district, that has many violations, many of which probably are not even made public, that we don't even know about. And one of the reasons we don't know about them is because I don't have unfettered access to the records. They will only give you access to what they want you to have. So I'm sorry I went on a little bit off a tangent, but that question makes the hair on my back go up.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your testimony and thank you very much for the work that you do. Chairman Pinto, I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Councilmember Parker?
Thank you, Chair Pinto. I will start with a brief statement and then jump into questions. Executive Director Tobin, thank you for providing your testimony. And for those that will soon testify for MPD directly, I want to begin by expressing my appreciation for MPD's work to keep Ward 5 residents safe. I am deeply appreciative of the partnership my office has with the 5th District Commander Altieri and his team in particular. Together, we are responding to residents' questions and engaging regularly in the kind of coordination that our city desperately needs to see more of. I also want to express appreciation for the ways that Chief Smith have brought fresh eyes to MPD's approach to crime prevention. Chief Smith has urged members of the force to be more proactive, to hit the streets and engage with residents, and to be a known quantity in local communities. MPD also appears to be able to stand up more resources to address hotspots that pop up. And I appreciate these changes, MPD's posture, and recognize how they have coincided with an increase in arrests per officer, and especially in the last 2 months, a reduction year over year in reported crimes. Closure rates for carjacking and thefts of motor vehicles are also higher. All that said, we know that more is needed. MPD arrests per officer are still a fraction of what they were before the pandemic. Our closure rates, while better, are still not where they could be. And in too many parts of the city, families and students have experienced violence at levels that are making them fearful of going about their daily lives. I hope to continue conversations about how MPD can use the extensive resources at its disposal to improve its performance. I hope to hear more about how MPD is concentrating resources in the parts of the city that experience the most violence, namely in wards 5, 7, and 8. I also hope to understand how MPD is working to ensure that its cases build and make for ones that the U.S. Attorney's Office are able to prosecute. Finally, I will be looking to understand how MPD is addressing significant workplace culture issues that were identified in last year's PERF report, especially the ways in which MPD is combating the perception that promotions, trainings, and other advancement opportunities are not awarded on the basis of merit. I'm interested in hearing about ways that the district can support rank and file personnel, such as providing drop-in childcare services for force members who frequently have to do mandatory overtime. So with that, Mr. Tobin, I'm going to now turn over to you. I recall the U.S. Attorney highlighting that one of the major factors influencing his office's decision not to prosecute cases is information from officers' body-worn cameras. I noticed in the pre-hearing responses you submitted that there have been 29 non-compliance findings for body-worn cameras this year and 106 non-compliance findings last year. What constitutes a non-compliance finding for body-worn cameras?
So I think that question was referring to the main types of non-compliance that we have with body-worn cameras. We analyze it and we look at it every year, and I issue a report. It's part of our annual report about body-worn camera compliance. There are 3 main types of non-compliance right now that have been pretty steady since December of 2016, when MPD went to full deployment of BWC's department-wide. And that is, the first one is failing to tell the person that they are dealing with that they are being recorded. That's an MPD policy requirement. And it's a statutory requirement that we reviewed when we first implemented the body-worn cameras. The second one is an officer turning a camera on late. The third one is turning a camera on early or not at all. I think that's, if I'm stating that correctly. So those are the 3 main types of non-compliance that we see in it. And overall, those 3 types of non-compliance make up last year made up about 38% of the body-worn camera footage that we've reviewed had one of those issues in it.
That is helpful. So failing to tell the person that they are being recorded, not turning the camera on at all, or turning it on late.
Right. And I should say too, with failing, and I know that and there is an exception that officers don't, if the officers are in a situation where they're unable to tell the person they are being recorded, there's an exception built into the rule for that. But another thing that I've seen, and this is, I haven't heard this discussed lately is much at all, really, is that rule really reminds the officer to turn the camera on. That's, I was involved in initial discussions when the rule was first implemented under the statute in around 2016. And one of the reasons that we wanted officers to tell complainants that their camera is on is so the officers would be reminded to turn it on themselves.
Yes.
And that's sort of a little known discussion item on that particular provision that I think should be considered.
Does MPD conduct random review of body worn camera footage?
They do, to my knowledge, they do not. And in fact, there's a statutory provision that relates to that indicate that, and I don't have it in front of me, but MPD does not conduct that. And we recently issued a policy report suggesting and recommending that MPD conduct regular reviews of body worn camera footage, both not necessarily for disciplinary reasons, but for policy and training reasons. Another part of that policy recommendation that you may be interested in knowing is that MPD does not, as far as I know, as of yet, does not use body worn camera footage of MPD officers in their training. And I think that's a significant underutilization of the BWC program because, for instance, when I watch BWC, there's a lot of incidents where in BWC where officers really did a great job in a very stressful situation, and showing that to other recruits or showing that to other officers saying, this is the way it should be done. I think that would be really beneficial to the
How
department.
do you know that they're not using the footage in training?
That's information that was provided to my office from them.
Got it. And does MPD use body worn camera analytics, automated or otherwise, that you know of?
They do not. And that was part of that same recommendation that we just recently made, was suggesting using analytics to identify training opportunities, misconduct, and policy modifications opportunities.
I know you've been discussing with my colleagues in fiscal year 23, your office saw an 8% increase in the total number of use of force allegations. Do you have any insight into why?
To me, that as far as the big number is concerned, that's the sub allegations. I don't see a huge increase year over year over the last 3 years of use of force reporting. So I don't see it as I don't see it as a statistical aberration that we should be concerned about at this point. Let's put it that way. I haven't seen that happen yet.
Okay. And you alluded to the recommendations that your office provided to MPD. Do you have any understanding of whether or not any of those recommendations have been acted upon?
We are awaiting, that's a question for MPD because we are awaiting responses. We do an annual report looking at whether MPD implemented our recommendations or not. That report is not done yet. It should be done in the next couple of months, but we have to first wait for answers from MPD regarding that. So I don't know what the status is of it right now.
Got it. And then the last thing I will ask, as part of Security C, there was debate around whether or not and to what extent there might be changes and what information is made available to the public as it relates to allegations turned over to your office. Do you have any feedback for us as we approach second vote?
I think that I hope that the council is headed in the right direction towards maximum disclosure. Police officers give up a right to privacy when they get sworn in on day one. They hold a special place in society because they are the only people in society that have the right to deprive a person of life and liberty. No one else in this room can do that. So with those heavy responsibilities come increased calls and needs for transparency. I think the council is headed in the right direction, but I think maximum release of information will only benefit the police department. And this is one thing that I don't understand and don't agree with the department's view on this is if you look at this long term rather than just tomorrow, long term, distributing the most information and publishing the most information we can about officer discipline and misconduct, long term, that's going to help the police department because it's going to allow a higher degree of community trust. And if the community sees that all of this information is available and not being hidden from them, they're going to trust that cop on the street that they deal with. And their job is going to be easier. So that's my recommendation. And my hope going forward is that the council moves towards maximum posting of maximum information of disciplinary and misconduct data, because I truly believe that it will help the police department and every cop on the street. And we're not the only city. This is not new. It's being done already and has been done for several years in other places. So we're not just trying some new experiment here. It's something that's going to help us. So that's my long answer to your short question, sir. I hope that we move in that direction.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Parker. Director Tobin, the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022 that the council passed expanded OPC's authority to allow OPC to investigate and initiate its own investigations. If you, as the executive director, discovered evidence of misconduct, in your pre-hearing responses, you indicated that this authority was only used 4 times in fiscal year 2023. What is the purpose of this new authority and why do you think it's used so sparingly?
Well, we're working on improving that number, by the way, but how that normally comes up is when an investigator, we have to first receive a complaint, and then when an investigator reviews the BWC, we next have to see something happen in that BWC that's actually within our jurisdiction. We see things happen that are not in our jurisdiction on I shouldn't say a regular basis, but occasionally. But again, we are limited to even to those additional investigations. I am limited to just what's in our investigation jurisdiction, which is, the harassment, the language and conduct, discrimination, those, the 5 primary jurisdictions that we have. We cannot go beyond that, even for things that we see in addition. So probably the most frequent one that we've been seeing is in that's in our jurisdiction, and it's easier to identify as use of profanity, language, and conduct with the officer. So that's why we're not, I think we can improve on that number. But the purpose of that is that we've always seen things in our BWC since we've had access that we couldn't do anything about, and now we can. When we do see things that are not in our jurisdiction, we still refer that over to MPD so that they are aware of it. But generally, I can point, if I'm going to point fingers, I'm going to point fingers about the reason is that, first of all, we can do a better job, but second of all, we are limited to our original jurisdiction and in whatever we see. So that's where that comes from.
Your office also occasionally makes criminal referrals to the United States Attorney's Office for officer conduct. Do you know how often the U.S. Attorney has actually brought cases based on the 19 referrals that you made in fiscal year 2023?
No criminal charges were brought by the U.S. Attorney in any referrals that we made last year out of those 19. And I'd like to clarify that too, is in a good number of those cases, I'm not expecting to have any criminal charges brought. And that may seem a little bit odd to members of the public, but if I could explain that, is that there are certain case law rules and statutory regulations without getting into all of the detail. But in order for when we do an investigation, we'll call an officer in to do a compelled interview. It's called compelled because the officer is forced and must answer all of our questions truthfully and honestly. We also can, but that officer also has a right against self-incrimination. So one of the reasons that I may refer a case to the U.S. Attorney's Office is for the U.S. Attorney to look at it and issue what's called a letter of declination. That's a written notice to that officer before we sit down and talk to him in a compelled interview, a written notice to that officer that there will be no criminal charges in this case. Now, when we call that officer in, that officer can't say, oh, I refuse to answer any questions. I have a right to remain silent. That officer then must answer all of our questions for that investigation. So that's more, it's sort of a housekeeping matter, but I don't want the public to think that I referred 19 cases to the U.S. Attorney's Office because I thought 19 officers committed criminal violations that should be prosecuted. That's not the case.
Interesting. Okay. So out of those 19, how many did you believe should be prosecuted?
I believe there was and again, the U.S. Attorney has to look at it, but I would say less than 3.
Okay.
3 or less.
Thank you for that added context. I appreciate that. It doesn't
Sure.
sound intuitive, but I
Okay,
understand. So I appreciated your conversation with Councilmember Fruman about the human element of every agency. But I do need to understand what happened here as this is OPC's oversight hearing. So during the Act Now hearing in November, it was brought to the committee's attention that there was a violation of the BWC viewing policy by an OPC employee. Upon further investigation by the committee, it was found that an OEA case existed where an OPC employee never signed a confidentiality agreement, but had access to unredacted files and confidential information. That employee improperly showed BWC footage to a non-OPC employee. An Office of Employee Appeals judge reversed the termination. The OEA judge stated that, quote, Director Tobin testified that he verbally authorized a foreign visitor to view video footage from the evidence.com website without a written authorization from him. This is despite the fact that this policy, the same policy the employee is charged with violating, required Director Tobin to put his authorization for any purpose other than an OPC investigation in writing. So first, can you elaborate to us what happened exactly with the employee in question? Was OPC able to remove them, or do they still work for your office?
Certainly. And I'll preface that by saying, even though that incident happened at least 3 years ago, that case is still pending. So I have to be careful about what I say, because some aspects of that case is pending because I did take disciplinary action against that employee. I took serious disciplinary action. But what that is referring to, what that part of the testimony is, and that was a public hearing, so I could talk about that part of it. Actually, I was explaining to the administrative law judge in that case how that worked, and we had an international visitor that came from Japan. It came specifically to see how the body-worn camera program worked in an attempt to implement it for the country of Japan and Japanese National Police Force. So I authorized that person just to see how the BWC operates. It wasn't looking at any particular case that we were looking at, any particular incident, but just here, if we turn it on, we can click on a map, we can bring up any BWC here. And we did click on a BWC. I don't even know which one. It was just a random one to show that international visitor how it works and how it's clear, how the clarity of it. So it was an educational thing. It wasn't a release to the public. It was a person that was studying it, and it was brought to our agency, through one of the international programs, I believe. So that's where that came up with. And that's the only exception that I've ever given to anyone in my, since we've had BWC in our office. And I'm not aware of any other instance where it's been displayed or shown to anyone. In fact, even when complainants come in, and I don't want to be able to show it to other people. And I brought that up in my testimony in 2016 when BWC regulations were first promulgated, was I don't want to have that responsibility of showing BWC to anybody. It's not my record. It's MPD's record.
Right.
They're the records custodian.
Okay. Thank you very much for that additional context. What is the annual number of written authorizations submitted for showing BWC or other investigative documents to non-OPC employees?
0.
0.
I don't. Are you referring to, we haven't released it to any non-OPC employees that I'm
It's not a trick question. I just didn't
Yeah,
know.
oh, yeah, I was kind of,
Yeah.
okay, no,
I don't have the number here.
all right.
Okay, so this was really the only incident. That,
Yes, that's the only incident I'm aware of with with the showing of BWC, and I explained it to the ALJ. And the ALJ, you know, made his decision according to what he thought the evidence
Okay.
was. So
so what policies or procedures do you have, or monitoring that you require in regard to employees accessing confidential files or accessing the BWC database on evidence.com to ensure that OPC employees are not improperly viewing BWC footage or other sensitive documents?
certainly, well, we have the system of BWC. There's a trail, an audit trail that we have access to. So we can randomly audit any of our investigators and look at what they've looked at. And identify to make sure that it's part of the a case that they were working on or not. I have a very small office too, so I have I have more direct oversight than a larger agency, and I have a level of trust and a level of daily working relationship with investigators where I have a level of trust in the employees, or they're not going to be working for me. So there's that intrinsic piece that's always working in my office with the trust level. We also have a very extensive training program. They sign a confidentiality agreement. I emphasize it on an annual basis and in staff meetings. It's really, the confidentiality is important to me because this one breach that we've talked about several times now over the last several months has been coming back and back and back. And and that bothers me that we had that, I'll call it a breach, although it was a marginal thing. It wasn't information released to the public. Per se, we didn't release confidential records. We didn't release law enforcement records to the public. It was sort of that type of a breach. So I'm glad you asked me about it so I could explain it as best as I can with things pending, with litigation pending regarding it. But I hold confidentiality very high. It's something that's instilled in the staff members, and that's really all I can say about it is, they cite a confidentiality agreement. I've made part of the agreement, by the way, says that, well, look, if you mess up here, I'm gonna see if I can criminally prosecute you because you're now signing an agreement and you're stating that you're going to abide by it. And I will seek criminal prosecution for a false statement if you don't abide by this. That's how serious I am about it. So I have a high degree of emphasis on it. And again, as MPD knows, and as everybody knows, all of my employees are human beings, and we have to keep a close watch on it because things happen. And all we can do is set up the best guardrails that we can. And I think I set up good guardrails in our agency now and even beefed them up since this incident that we're talking about. I beefed them up even more significantly since then. So I don't know if that's my statement that I just made probably will never placate certain people. But that's all I got. That's what we do.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Director. And can you furnish a copy of your confidentiality policies to the committee?
Certainly.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Fruman, do you have any final questions for Director Tobin?
If it's all right, I'll just ask a couple, Chair Pinto.
Sure.
So Director, you talked very highly about mediation and what a great vehicle it is. It looks to me from the data like the percentage of cases going to mediation has been declining over time since maybe as far back as 2016. Do you have any theory or explanation for why that might be?
Yes, well, yes and no. I mean, it's anecdotal, but one of the reasons after 2020, I think there was a reduced, for a period of time, maybe about a year or maybe 2 years, we had a period of even more reduced confidence in the system and in the police department. After the George Floyd protests and during the COVID and immediately after COVID, I think there was a drop in confidence that we're starting to regain now, but I think people were more hesitant to even involve themselves in anything to do with the police department. And I think that was part of it. I think another part of it was during during COVID, obviously everything was different. We had a different world there. But since then, we've gone to Zoom, remote, virtual hearings for our mediation meetings. And I think that's going to help. I think another reason is, frankly, I'll take responsibility for it because I think maybe we have not been emphasizing it enough in our office because sometimes it takes some cajoling and discussions with the complainant. And I've got to work on that more in depth with our investigators when they do their initial interview so that we discuss that completely and thoroughly with each complainant so that they know that that's an option. They all know it. We discuss it with almost all the complainants, but I think maybe there's a deficit with how we explain it or how we can make it more available to people. So it's something I want to work on in the future, that's for sure.
I'm glad to hear that because I mean, the way you described it, of how it can result in greater understanding between the complainant and the officer. And that's the kind of thing, that's the real goal here, is to create a better bond between community and the police. Last year was 883 complaints, which was a high. Do you have a theory why the number of complaints may be going up?
There's a couple of reasons that again anecdotal. One of them is that there are more citizen police contacts going on now since COVID. There are our higher crime rate increase over the past year has also contributed to increased police citizen contacts. Whenever you have police citizen contacts increased, that our complaints will go up. Another reason is I think people are regaining, I'd like to think people are regaining some confidence in the system, in our system, and that something will happen if they do file a complaint. And a third reason I will say is that MPD is getting better at referring complaints to our office. I now receive things that may not have been considered complaints before, but now MPD is treating it as a complaint and referring it to my office. They are being more thorough about doing that. Say, for instance, if a person came in and inquired about filing a complaint in a district station and they mentioned something that happened, I may never have heard about that in the past. Now I might see a report from MPD saying this person came in and talked about this incident but did not file a complaint. And I'll receive that as a complaint. So it's those three factors, I think, are my anecdotal answer to that.
Well, thank you for that. And I'm heartened to hear that last one. To the extent that cooperation can be fostered between your institution and MPD, that has to be helpful. I guess the same question, although it's probably the same answer for why there's been such a significant increase in the number of officers who are subject to multiple complaints. Is there anything different about, I think it's a 41% increase in the number of officers who are subject to multiple complaints in the last fiscal year?
Yes, the main problem with that whole problem stems from this one issue, and that is that MPD only hires human beings to do the job. And as long as we do that, we're going to have that issue. As long as I've been doing this, we've had that issue. But what you're going to particularly see is in any group of human beings, whether police officers or anyone else in society, there are people there that don't abide by the rules. And there are people at MPD that do not abide by the rules. You have the bad apples and you have the vast majority that do an excellent job there. So you have that part of the equation where there are repeat people that need a lot more guidance than other officers. Let's put it that way. You have that, and then you have also officers that are in different types of assignments that put them in contact with people more often and that are in high visibility locations that in which they're working with people. You know, working in the property bureau office is quite different than working at 7D on the night shift, and how many contacts you have and what your particular assignment is. So you see that. And then the third factor that we can look at is the officer's age and time on the department. By far, I think we're going to see officers with 5 years or less experience and younger officers are the ones that are most prone to receiving complaints and repeat complaints. because they're learning.
So, and you took me to my last question, which was going to be about the data around the percentage of the complaints related to officers under the age of 35 and sort of a declining incidence of complaints the older the officers get, I think. And I mean, one explanation could be inexperience, another explanation could be where they're assigned. And I wonder if you could speak to that. I know that there's been an effort to look at ensuring that there's been a distribution of officers in different parts of the city where they may or may not have, not have just young officers in the most difficult parts of the city. And so I'm curious what your take on the explanation for the higher incidence of violations by folks under 35, and whether that's all about experience and training or whether it's partly about assignments.
I think I have to say it's a combination of all those factors, because they all play a certain role in those interactions and the number of interactions that an officer is going to have. So.
All right. Well, with that, thank you very much for your testimony. I'll turn it back to you, Chair Pinto.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Furman. Director Tobin, that concludes our questions for you. I do want to give you an opportunity if you have any other closing thoughts or something that we didn't get to touch on that you'd like to share.
No, I don't. I appreciate your attention, and I do wish that you take into account the things that we talked about when you take your second vote. And I appreciate all of the work that this committee has done, and you in particular, Madam Chairwoman, because I know it's a lot, and there's a lot going on right now. And I hope that the steps that you take, from what I've seen, are going to be good for the district. So thank you for this opportunity for sharing this with the community and with the committee.
Thank you very much, Director Tobin. We appreciate you and all you do, and we continue to believe and know that we can have a safe city and a safe and accountable police department. Thank you for everything you do. With that, we are going to move on to the Metropolitan Police Department, or MPD. We will first hear from our public witnesses. So I will call our first panel of public witnesses who are in person. Dennis Corky. And if I could ask you to sit farthest to my right. Maya Martin Kodagan. Brent Sullivan. Just see, do we have Mr. Ringler here? Okay, and sorry, before you come up, is Nini Taylor here? Okay, and Dav Kawamoto? Oh, okay. Mr. Ringler, please, you can join this panel. I don't think the other two are here. All right. We will first start with Dennis Corky from the Washington Lawyers Committee.
Chairwoman Pinto and other members here today. The district is at an inflection point for how its criminal legal system will impact vulnerable residents. As the council focuses on ending the current violent epidemic, the Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and Urban Affairs urges that you do not return to failed policies of the past, but work to confront the root causes of violence and continue to pass legislation that makes our local police force transparent, accountable, and effective. We are grateful to this committee and the council as a whole that the current version of the Secure DC bill that is on the table will leave in place many important transparency and accountability reforms. However, as I will explain, and as we have stated in our written submission, the way that MPD has operated its gang database demonstrates that more work needs to be done. My name is Dennis Corkery. I'm a Ward 1 resident, and I'm the interim supervising counsel of the police abuse team at the Washington Lawyers Committee. This past month, the committee and partner organizations issued a report entitled Targeted, Labeled, Criminalized: Early Findings of the District of Columbia's Gang Database. The report bases data on from FOIA responses that we received in 2022. We sent a copy of this report to each council member, and we are very grateful to the council members who have responded. A copy of our report is available on our website. There are several takeaways from the report that I would like to highlight today. There are 1,951 individuals deemed either gang members or gang associates in the DC Gang Database. The DC Gang Database does not use the DC Code's definition of a gang, requiring a group of 6 or more that are engaging in or organized around criminal activity. Indeed, many gangs on the database have fewer than 6 individuals, and there's no evidence in the database that any have engaged in criminal behavior. All that is required for inclusion is being spotted associating with a gang member or attending a gang meeting, which means simply being seen by MPD conversing on the street can have an individual labeled in this database without further investigation or confirmation. Despite the open and notorious terror that they brought on our city on January 6, MPD has not included a single member of any white supremacist group such as the Proud Boys or Oath Keepers in the database. This omission alone makes it doubtful that the database can be an effective crime prevention tool. Of the 1,951 tracked individuals in the database at the time of analysis, 1,619 were Black, 288 were Latinx, and only 1 individual, so less than 0.5%, was white. MPD officers are instructed that inclusion in the database alone, regardless of whether the law enforcement has information to believe the individual is involved in a crime, provides reasonable suspicion to conduct a stop. More than 400 MPD employees have access to the database. MPD is also given access to or shared information from the database with at least 22 other agencies, some of which are in other states or part of the federal government, of which we have no oversight. MPD's policies regarding the gang database have no restrictions on how outside agencies use or share data. MPD fought our FOIA requests about the gang database at every turn, forcing us to file a lawsuit, which ultimately we were successful. The DC Gang Database illustrates starkly how MPD's current approach to preventing crime can be both dangerous and ineffective. Like the database, drug-free zones will give MPD an additional tool to target Black and brown individuals who are congregating together, often near low-income or public housing. To be clear, nothing under current law stops MPD from arresting those engaged in public drug dealing. Drug-free zones will at best do nothing to stop violence and drug abuse, and at worst give MPD license to harass and target those exercising their First Amendment rights. We urge the council to use caution before giving MPD this ineffective and dangerous tool. And if they do go into place, we urge this council to continue to use its oversight authority to make sure that it is used appropriately and effectively. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Karki. Maya Martin Kodogan, Executive Director from Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, otherwise known as PAVE. And am I pronouncing your name correctly?
It's Cadogan.
Cadogan.
yeah.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, members of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety, and committee staff. My name is Maya Martin Cadogan. I'm a Ward 4 resident and the founder and executive director of PAVE, which, as Chairperson Pinto said, stands for Parents Amplifying Voice in Education. I'm also the parent of a 14-month-old Black boy, and he's a 7th-generation Washingtonian. Today, I am testifying on the performance of the Metropolitan Police Department, MPD, as it relates to safe passage for students. For background, PAVE parent leaders are mothers, fathers, grandmothers, and other caregivers who share their stories, dig deeply into understanding education policy, and bring their voices to our city's leaders in order to impact the educational experience of all children in DC. Our parents are overwhelmingly Black. Many are native Washingtonians like myself, and the majority live in neighborhoods that wrestle with community violence, food and housing insecurity, and a lack of excellent school options. Each year, our parent leaders come together at their annual Parent Policy Summit to choose which issues to prioritize for the next year. After roughly 6 years of focusing on school-based mental health and out-of-school time programs, PAVE's leaders decided to anchor those issues as areas they will always engage around, but focus on their advocacy campaigns on safe passage, given the volume and severity of incidents that youth witness or experience as they get to and from school. In their work to develop their safe passage policy solutions, our parent leaders formed coalitions with school leaders, policy experts, community organizations, and students to ensure their statement truly reflected the needs and vision of communities across DC. We are at a crisis point when it comes to the safety of our children in the district. Children have increased both as victims and perpetrators of violent crimes. In just the first half of 2022 in safe passage priority areas, there were 56 weapons violations, 13 robberies, and 2 homicides. In a report by the Office of the Student Advocate, they found nearly 60% of parents did not feel like their children were safe as they traveled to and from school, and that mirrors what we have heard from our network of over 3,500 parent leaders. Students must feel and be safe as they travel to school, but too often they are fearful of what they will experience. This deeply impacts their school attendance, their mental health, and their ability to learn. MPD plays a key role in this, and we appreciate MPD's engagement with us as we sought to learn more about what is going on the ground to get to the best solution for kids. We were also invited to attend the MPD Youth Advisory Council and appreciated being able to hear directly from students about what makes them feel safe. Today, I'm going to lift up PAVE parent leaders policy solutions that include MPD. First, MPD needs stronger youth-centered programming. Students have different needs than adults. As their brains develop, we need to ensure that all adults, especially those in law enforcement positions, understand how to engage with young people. All officers need to know how to productively respond to and de-escalate issues with students. In particular, training is needed on how to engage with students in crisis, students with disabilities, and other at-risk student groups. To address all of this, we asked for MPD to expand training on youth-focused interventions, i.e. responding to youth in crisis, restorative practices, de-escalation, interacting with students with disabilities, and youth development. Second, we need to intentionally build relationships between MPD and schools. Most of the people who are leading on Safe Passage do not know each other. They don't have a relationship, they have not met in person, and they have not talked outside of a problem or emergency. While MPD used to get together with school leaders, both DCPS and charter, in person at least once a year before the pandemic, this practice hasn't continued. Secondly, there isn't strong enough coordination on the ground. The daily calls to share updates and information with schools have varied attendance, and there isn't always space to discuss collaboration or strategy at a higher level as the focus is on immediate concerns and incidents. Relationships are so vital to building trust and keeping our communities safe. We've hosted many conversations with violence interrupters, community groups, and school leaders across both DCPS and charter schools to figure out where Safe Passage is working. And the common factor every single time to make sure you can reduce incidents is when school leaders, Safe Passage CBOs, and MPD have a strong relationship. To address this, we're asking for DCPS and public charter school leaders to convene in person for a citywide meeting at least annually with MPD, WMATA PD, and Safe Passage program leadership to build relationships and discuss ways they can collaborate. We're asking the Office of Student Advocate to convene hyper-local, so by school or neighborhood cluster, monthly meetings with Safe Passage stakeholders to discuss issues, updates, and interventions. That should minimally include school leaders, Safe Passage workers, MPD, WMATA PD, and Safe Passage and community partners like violence interrupters, Cure the Streets, the ONE's office, Mayor's Office of Community Relations and Services, the MOKers, agency staff, DPR, DC public libraries. In our conversations with MPD officers, they have expressed that they are very open to these meetings, and we urge urgency to make this a reality. And then lastly, we want to review the SRO program. We know that only sworn officers can address serious crimes, but we want to make sure that we center the voices of students and families as we think about how we can make schools feel safe. And so we really want to make sure that we have clear roles and responsibilities as well as appropriate training and the number of staff to respond to discipline and serious safety issues at schools. Students deserve to feel safe traveling to school, and we know MPD is playing an integral role in ensuring student safety. And we thank you for your time and considering how PAVE's parent leaders policy solutions can help us get students what they deserve and need and Safe Passage.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cadogan. Brent Sullivan, public witness.
Thank you. Just want to take a moment. I'm sorry. Just want to take a moment, please, as we talk about some very troubling Washington, D.C. police misconduct and its policy. To thank Sam P.K. Collins, Emily Davies, Peter Herman, Olivia Diaz, Katie Metler, Jasmine Hilton, Keith Alexander, Megan Flynn, Jenna Portnoy, Darcy Costello, Michael Bryce Sadler, Jasmine Hilton, and Mitch Riles. Based on the years and years and years I've seen of black box MPD policing, if it were not for these leaders in our community, we would know nothing about what's going on. I was very disappointed and dismayed that I was the singular Office of Police Complaints witness this morning. And given the gravity of what we're discussing today, I wish that this would get the attention that it deserves. I've been here now 3 or 4 times to talk about some of the very egregious misconduct of the MPD. I know, Chairwoman, that you and I have discussed this. It's kind of at some great length now. We have numerous police officers, and again, you specifically, Madam Chairwoman, asked the Metropolitan Police Department's Office of Chief of Police for further clarification on falsifying evidence, fraud in affidavit testimony, lying under oath, creating fictitious hospital exams, perjury, subornation of perjury, reckless disregard for the truth. After the court ruled that all of those things had happened, I've learned recently that those officers are very active. I find it terrifying that the lead officer, Charles Vigiani, I met with his supervisor, who told me that she knew none of the court's findings whatsoever, was completely unaware of his personnel file, and is actively investigating homicides in the 7th District. I wish that the 7th District representative was here. I stopped by his office this morning. I don't quite understand how this supports us from 2 perspectives of key public service. Number one, the overwhelming majority of individuals who are targeted, roughly 80 people per day, are papered by the U.S. Attorney's Office, don't have access to resources. They don't have access to attorneys. They basically are at the whim of a plea deal offer, whether or not they're innocent or guilty. And from a civil rights perspective, that's how young men and women of all backgrounds end up in jail for doing something they didn't commit. But it really is terrifying to me. And witness testimony number 1, the assistant U.S. attorney in this particular matter, Assistant U.S. Attorney Jeff Nessler, was and is the primary prosecutor on the January 6th prosecutions. And so when you have police officers and U.S. attorneys who have been found to have committed, at best, if not reckless, malicious attempts at fabricating testimony, at best, court order, a reckless disregard for the truth, what does that say about the integrity of individuals who are guilty? And since we have this arbitrary 3,500 number police count, because we have this debate over the last 12 months of what is the percentage of prosecutions that Matt Graves and this committee thinks is appropriate, I am so beyond grateful that I heard that this committee's proposals to remove accountability from the police, of which there were many. I was so grateful this morning to hear that, with the exception of 1, that those have been stripped out of this legislation. I can't for the life of me understand why this committee would remove accountability within the police, not add to it. Nothing to prevent harmful police actions by officers who fail to live up to their oath, quote unquote. And it doesn't matter which chief of police, but every police chief in this city has stated emphatically they cannot get rid of the worst police officers. So I appreciate the committee's time, and I appreciate the committee's questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. This Mr. Ringler from the DC Policing Project Manager, Civil Rights Corps.
Hello, my name is Mr. Ringler. I am a DC Ward 1 resident and a Civil Rights Corps staff member. Civil Rights Corps works with directly impacted people to create a legal system that promotes safety, equality, and freedom. We litigate and we win state and civil rights lawsuits challenging unconstitutional practices in the criminal legal system. The council's responsibility to keep DC safe includes protecting our residents from police abuse. Unfortunately, MPD violates people's rights every day. CRC represents those people who are impacted by MPD's deadly and destructive police forces. As you evaluate MPD's performance today, I urge you to ask questions along 2 categories. First, as folks have testified, transparency. For example, how many FOIA requests and citizen BWC viewings is MPD denying? And a second category around police violence. How many people has MPD killed, terrorized, and harassed this year? And how much has MPD cost the district in civil rights settlements for violating people's rights? In the first area around transparency, MPD should not be the sole arbiter of what the public knows about officers' conduct. Very troubling, given what we just heard from OPC this morning. We applaud the council for rejecting provisions in the Security C Omnibus Bill that would have reduced FOIA access to information about MPD. But preserving record access is just the beginning. We need to be expanding public oversight and transparency. MPD routinely ignores, delays, and denies Civil Rights Corps' FOIAs for information that we are entitled to receive. I am still waiting 3 months for citizen body-worn camera viewing to be requested for our client. For be granted. We are regularly fighting denials of our requests for arresting officer disciplinary records, information that is well within the bounds of public record. The council must push MPD to follow current public record law. Second, it is critical that we know not just that police disciplinary hearings are happening, but which officers are being reviewed. Section 15 of the Secure DC Omnibus Bill still needs to be amended to restore the requirement that MPD publicly share names and badge numbers of which officers are moving through disciplinary hearings. Third, officers should not be given opportunities to cover up their own misconduct. Section 11 of the bill still should be amended to remove the provision allowing MPD officers to review body-worn camera footage before writing most incident reports, making it easier to lie. In the second category of police violence, OPC data reveals, as we've heard today, MPD's officers' abuse of force incidents are increasing. And despite this disturbing trend, the council is set to expand police power in the Secure DC Omnibus Bill. That is a huge mistake. Section 12 of that bill would allow MPD to perform brief, unintentional, or incidental neck restraints. Who determines MPD's intent? The officers themselves? Ron Hampton, retired MPD officer and member of the Police Reform Commission, says never in his 24 years of service has he made incidental contact with someone's neck. He notes the expansion of permissible neck restraints has nothing to do with public safety, and it's all about protecting officers. We should preserve the current ban on all MPD neck contact, whether intentional or incidental. Section 9 of Omnibus would allow the creation of drug-free zones, handing MPD the power to harass and arrest people for simply standing outside. This tactic does not reduce drug use or drug sales. If we cared about that, we do evidence-proven methods of providing treatment. The council unanimously repealed a similar provision back in 2014, recognizing drug-free zones are unconstitutional and increase baseless arrests of Black residents. And expansion of police power will not solve drug addiction. Instead, our communities need resources and treatment. Finally, we applaud the council for maintaining the current scope of MPD DNA collection. Councilmember Pinto, you claimed in a constituent letter that I received that testing DNA from innocent people at the time of their charges is necessary to support survivors of sexual assault. Taking DNA based on unproven allegations rather than case-specific judicial determinations that DNA collection is warranted is still far too broad and intrusive. I contend that directing our energy to preventing sexual assault enacted by MPD officers and keeping people out of the DC jail where sexual assault is rampant would be provide real support to current survivors of sexual assault. In conclusion, now is the moment to preserve and increase police transparency and accountability. DC is the most policed city in America. How deep will we be burying our communities in more police and more punishment before we admit it's not working and we need to try something else? Violence is on the rise because over 1/3 of DC residents are hungry. Violence is on the rise because police are surveying and traumatizing our residents. So instead, changes proven to make DC safe are amending Secure DC Omnibus Bill, sections 11, 12, 15, 39 to maintain police transparency and prevent destructive expansion of police power. Enact the Police Reform Commission's April 2021 recommendations. Remove all police from schools as the council had previously committed to in the School Safety Enhancement Act, and reallocate funding from MPD to violence interrupters and feeding and housing our residents. As long as the council gives MPD the funds and license to hurt our neighbors with impunity, a Secure DC is unobtainable.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Mr. Corky, and we're going to do 5-minute rounds for colleagues who are still here. I want to start with you and some of the statements you made about the gang database. Can you elaborate on what some of the practical impacts are for residents to be placed on the gang database?
Sure. So the gang database is shared with multiple other agencies, including Department of Youth Services, DC Housing Authority, along with other law enforcement agencies regionally. And for someone who's on the gang database, they would have no way of knowing that they're on the gang database, and they would have no way of being able to challenge that determination. Now, there has been limited transparency from MPD about specifically what information is being shared with other agencies. We do have emails of communications between a member of MPD speaking with Immigration Services about someone's membership on the gang database. And we've seen in other jurisdictions the way they're being placed on gang databases in there has worked detrimentally in the immigration system. So the problems are that this is a list that is your inability to know that you're on it, your inability, you have no way to know if you got it off it, and you have no way of knowing how this could be affecting, interactions that you're having in your life. Why you didn't get that housing unit, why the police are repeatedly stopping you.
Thank you for that. And are you aware of metrics that go into those determinations, particularly with DC residents versus visitors of the district and some of the other groups that you talked about, like the January 6th insurrectionists?
I don't have those numbers at my fingertips. I can take a look and get those numbers out.
But from your understanding, it's able to be DC residents or non-residents?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you very much. Ms. Cadogan, thank you so much for your testimony and the work that you do. And I hear you and agree on the expansion of safe passage and the deep need to ensure that all of our kids can get to and from school safely. When you talk about additional youth focus interventions from MPD, can you elaborate a little bit on what types of things you have in mind for that type of program?
Yeah, so one of the things that we've heard a lot, both from students and from school leaders, is that one is that oftentimes when folks are responding to incidents, so when something happens in the building, either an SRO has to respond. We have 35 SROs for 60 schools. So they're usually covering 3 to 4 schools. So oftentimes, if it's not a middle or a high school or not, they're not able to respond in that moment. They're getting the officer who's available to come to the school. And so we've seen escalations of incidents because they're not trained in youth focused responses, right? So things like restorative practices, how to deal with students with disabilities, how to deal with youth development and where kids are, right? We know that many kids they're going to respond differently than an adult is. They don't have fully formed amygdalas. These are things that our officers need to know and understand. How do you deal with a child different than the way you are dealing with an adult? I know for myself, having been on the school leader side, it was always a real consternation about when we got to something where we needed to call to MPD because it was stuff that we couldn't deal with, that had to deal with serious incidents that we couldn't manage around weapons or things that were more difficult. And we had an elementary and a middle school. The challenge became we were worried when we called if that officer would know how to deal with a child, right? Which is very, very different. And once you call that officer, they're the ones that are in charge of that interaction and not the school. So I think a lot of what school leaders, what parents are asking for, what we've even heard from students, there was and it's not just MPD, it's also WMATA PD. There was an incident that happened at Anacostia Metro and a lot of students had gotten out of school and there was a fight that popped off. And then the way the WMATA PD responded was they kind of pepper sprayed everybody versus dealing with the incident, understanding what was going on with youth. And so some of the youth were not even in that. So a lot of what we want, what our parents and our school leaders and our students want to see is people, if you're an officer and you're responding, being able to understand what is the difference between responding to something that has to do with youth than responding to something that has to do with adults.
Okay, thank you so much. I think that's a really prescient example because a lot of the training that the SROs go through is particularly in dealing with young people, but sometimes police officers are called to the scene and need that additional training too. So thank you. Mr. Sullivan, thank you for your testimony. We are aware of your case. We will follow up with you, my team and I, after this. I did speak to then Chief Conti about this issue, this very concerning issue. And now that there's a new police chief, we will follow up with Chief Smith about it as well as Director Tobin and try to close the loop on this. So thank you for sharing your testimony today. I do want to comment on something that you said with the, ensuring MPD can terminate employees. That is something that just last week, the DC Council had prohibited the police union from collectively bargaining their way back onto the force when police management decided to terminate them. Just last week, Congress overturned our ability to do that. And so that is a concerning piece that we continue to look at and deal with as it relates to a lot of these matters.
That's the House bill that you're talking about?
Yes, that is the
So
House
Congress did
oversight
not-
bill.
Congress, the president did not sign that law. You're saying that James Comer passed the law.
That's right.
Yeah, I
The
mean, there's a huge
House
difference between-
Oversight
yeah.
Committee. You're right. You're right.
So
There-
that's not a law at all. I mean, so if that was a law, that'd be terrifying. But it's a subcommittee's proposal. I spoke to James Comer's staff and I spoke yesterday to Jamie Raskin's staff. And the staff with Jamie Comer said unequivocally, we are not going to debate or discuss anything at all that relates to accountability. That's a verbatim quote. Jamie Raskin's team, on the other hand, is saying, we believe that from a civil rights perspective, as well as public safety, that even though it is a union, and we are very pro-union, we cannot have instances where we have tens of millions of dollars in checks that are cut to the tune of Washington Post 2022 Washington Post investigation, 40,000 payments. 25 of the country's largest police and sheriff's departments, $3.2 billion. So
Mr. Sullivan.
I think that's a bit of a stretch
I-
to make that claim.
I hear you and you're right. There's a long way to go in the legislative process. But my point is that there was a move and a vote to overturn something that the district had done when it came to this topic. I'm going to move on. I'm sorry, we don't have a chance to chat. I'm well over my time. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you all for your testimony. Mr. Corkery, I want to come to you. You advocate for dismantling the gang database. Why not adapt it, fix it, adjust it?
Because at this point, it is so completely broken. And that there's very little accountability to see that any of the names on here have been verified. Several years ago, there was about double the amount. And then it was just about at the time where FOIA responses had to be responded to, it dropped precipitously. And it revealed that there hadn't been revalidations or there hadn't been the double checking work. So MPD has other systems in place that keep track of gangs. I mean, we're not saying that gangs aren't a serious issues, but the system as it is right now needs to, if it is going to exist, would need to be restarted.
Okay, that is helpful. Ms. Cottigan, I'm going to come to you. I know you're advocating for enhancing and supporting a safe passage. You gave several recommendations. Can you sequence them for us? Or should I interpret your testimony to be the sequence you would recommend we take your numerous recommendations?
Yeah, I mean, I think, we just talking to Chairperson Pinto, I think number one is making sure that MPD is fully trained in youth programming and understands how to respond to youth in crisis, which is multifaceted. It's not just, there are students with disabilities. There are multiple parts of that I think is really important. And as Chairperson Pinto said, the SRO program is trained in that. But when we've seen schools and talked to folks about who's responding in general, it's not generally SROs, and the other folks are not trained in youth interventions. And I think it's really important that we are responding to children differently from the way we are responding to adults.
And hopefully we
around
have our
incidents.
young people a part of that training. Their
Correct,
voice, their
exactly, which is
perspective.
why even restorative practices is a part of what we want to see. That's not just for the police, that's also with students together, right? But people need to be trained in all of those different programs together. So that's part one.
Okay. And I know you spoke a bit about coordination. Where should that work live in an ideal world?
I think so we have two ideas about where coordination can live. I think at the hyper local level, one of the things that we've heard from people is that on the safe passage, hyper local. So we're talking about neighborhood clusters, right? Where schools are located in a small area, that everybody does not know everybody who's doing this work, right? A lot of the school leaders do not know who their safe passage workers are. They don't know the safe passage contractors. They don't know the MPD officers that are in that area. They don't know the WMATA PD that might be in the area based upon what metro station is there. They don't know the violence interrupters and their contractors. They don't know a bunch of these folks. And so we've had really great conversations with the Office of Student Advocate, and Dan Davis there has been doing a lot of work to coordinate around these safe passage programs. And he has said his office is happy to help host hyper local meetings that school leaders and all of these folks, not saying in Ward 5 necessarily where you're from, but like in this specific 5D, for instance.
Mhm.
Here are all the schools that are in this hyper local cluster. Let's get those school leaders and all the folks who are on the ground doing the work together so that they can coordinate. And some of that, I think the problem is when we ever do that, we're doing it in response to an incident. And by the time it's in response to an incident, people are trying to figure out, who do I call? Who is the right person? Versus really what we would like to see is a good set of relationship building where people already know each other and already understand how to work together and know what each person's role is and what they are here to do. And then when an incident happens, now you're picking up the phone to call someone that you were already in relationship with. So we want to switch the structure of that. So that's one piece. So that's at the hyper local level. At the broader level, I think it's really important that we used to have processes where folks convene together, like having been a charter leader myself. At the quarterly charter meeting that was hosted, I met all the people from different agencies, MPD, WMATA, DDOT, all of those folks, especially when you're a charter and you're like kind of quasi-governmental, right? You're receiving public money, but you're an individual LEA. It's actually critically important that you know all the government systems that you need to interact with and who the leaders of those systems are, so that when something needs to happen, you know who you need to call. And that's not happening right now. So we do know when we talk to MPD, they are meeting with DCPS school leaders at DCPS's convening, but they're not meeting with charter leaders, right? And I would even say the better room is even to put all those folks together, because I don't think, it's different from between Dunbar, McKinley, and KIPP, DC at college prep, right? Like they're all dealing with the same things. And many times it's the same students that are going between all of those schools. So the second piece that we'd like to see is really DMPSJ coordinating to bring all of those agency folks together that they're working with around safe passage with school leaders from both sectors.
I wanted a name.
Yeah.
And so yes, you gave direct. Chair Pinto, if I could have 60 seconds. Mr. Ringler, I'm really sympathetic to this push and acknowledgement that poverty and the fact that people are hungry plays a large part in what we're seeing play out. It doesn't excuse it, but it does give context why anyone might pick up a gun and point at their community. On the SRO point, there was legislation I offered to create a new role within our schools that may or may not move forward, namely because of the costs, a school safety director. You talk about eliminating SROs, and as you just heard, there are others that are advocating for greater coordination because there are still very real safety concerns at our schools. So if not SROs, where would you point us and what would you recommend?
Individuals without guns. I think what we need when there's student conflicts is not MPD with better training, but in fact, but in fact, individuals, adults with no guns and no ability to incarcerate and jail our children, and those people who can truly have a de-escalatory supportive environment, that's what we need with kids. We shouldn't be spending time training MPD to do.
In my last 10 seconds, I would say that was the spirit behind the school safety director legislation. I moved forward and it is still moving forward, but it will come with a significant cost. And so while many of us are sympathetic to some of the concerns that are being raised, on the other end, we have real concerns that are putting children and families in harm's way.
Right.
And we have a challenge of meeting that moment. And so I just wanted to lift that up because I think that sometimes is lost in the debate of, do we have SROs or do we not? We have to have something to address the real safety concerns that are facing
Absolutely. And I strongly encourage that we consider reducing the MPD budget to meet those other needs. We don't need more guns in our neighborhood.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Henderson?
Thank you, Chair Pinto. I want to come to Ms. Cadogan and sort of pick up on this streamline around safe passage. I'm curious and I think that there's some PAVE parents who are testifying virtually later on and can ask them this, but I'm wondering, from a parent perspective, do you think that they understand who the various players are in the safe passage conversation? Because even at the very end of your testimony, you were talking about, we need Metro Transit Police, we need DDOT, we need, all of these, DPR, libraries, everybody sort of coming together. Are they fairly agnostic in terms of who leads this conversation and just wants to ensure like my kid can get to school safely and come home to me every night?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's a two-part question, right? So I think they definitely are agnostic of how it gets done. They just want to see the coordination happen. I think it is alarming to families that many times when things are happening, they are talking to folks and they don't, even the people in the system don't know the other people in the system, right? Their school leaders don't know all these other folks. if they wind up talking to someone at DCPL, they don't know the other people that are a part of, like, that is really challenging for a lot of families, that when something does happen, when they talk to leaders, they don't know all the other players. So I don't think they care who convenes everybody and make sure everybody is on the same page and knows each other. I think they most care that it's just happening, the coordination is happening at all. I think on the other side of things, in terms of, the way that parents, like, I think it's a little different. Do parents know all these players? The answer is no. I think on the Safe Passage program, our parents are very easy to point out who the green vest people are, as most people call them. They don't even know that it's necessarily Safe Passage workers. Our paid parents are going to be a little bit different because they are very informed about all the different pieces, because this is what we've been working to understand based upon their experience, who are all the various players. But I would say most people don't know the difference between a violence interrupter or a Safe Passage worker, or any of WMATA PD versus MPD. To be honest, many times our parents don't even know the difference between school security and SROs, right? They would call them one and the same in the way they perceive of them. And so I think, and that's really actually, I think, critically important, is that people don't even know who all of these different folks are that they're seeing every day. Because again, I think it's getting to the center of, we do not have the relationships that we need, right? When we see it work the best is when we're at schools where the kids know everybody, the parents who are coming to the building knows everybody, people know each other's names, they know what's going on in each other's lives, right? That is how community should be centered. And it's just not right now. A lot of programs and things are happening, but they're not necessarily centered in relationship and community.
I think one of the things that we struggle with on this side, though, is I can't fix that legislatively, right?
Yeah.
I can't force community and relationship building. I can't talk, I think there shouldn't be different meetings between DCPS and public charter schools and their conversations with MPD or whoever, mainly because some of these schools are literally right across the street from each other. And so the part of the tensions in some communities might be between schools, or kids from the same neighborhood taking it to schools and then dealing with that outside of the schools, but it's impacting everyone's, 5-block radius or wherever they sort of are together. One of the things I've been thinking about in terms of the school security piece, so, DCPS released their school budgets today. We did a lot of school security Safe Passage funding via ESSER dollars. And so I think one of the things I'm wondering as we sort of move away from this federal money is now what happens to all of these people? Do all of these green vests go away? I don't know if you guys have asked that question.
I mean, that's a real question that we have. I think one of the things we want to make sure of is that, I think when the programs are, I think the hard part is we need to lift up the models that actually work, right? We've had some really good conversations with some folks in Ward 5 in particular, between KIPP DC, Dunbar, and McKinley, and the work that they've done, all three really done to reduce incidents, the way that they coordinate between their violence interrupters, our Safe Passage workers, MPD, school resource officers, school security. And that is where, and I think part of the problem that we have is that we're not highlighting those programs and replicating them. And so the challenge that we have around Safe Passage is that a lot of people just feel like those people are standing around, they're not doing anything. And so the perception of it is negative. But when we've seen it done right, it actually is a really good program that can be done well. But that's because those Safe Passage workers are integrated in those school communities. So they know the names of the students. They know what's been going on, who didn't show up. They're talking to the school every day at the top of the day and the end of the day to know, is there a kid that something's going on with them we need to know about, or we saw something, let's share that with you. I think the challenge that we have that I think would be really important for the council to do, I think everybody who's testifying here today, one is it always, alarms me when I am the one Black native Washingtonian on a panel of people who are here talking about something. I think we need to bring out more of the folks who are on the ground doing the work, not even any of us as executive directors or whatever our roles are at all of our beautiful nonprofits, but the people who are on the ground, the schools, the folks who are the Safe Passage contractors and the workers that are there, the violence interrupters, to bring them in and have them share about the perspective that they're seeing. And when they see it done right, what does that look like, so that we can actually replicate those, and then we can talk about the program in terms of what it is that we need. Because right now I worry we take something away because it's not working, and it's actually not working because we didn't invest in what we know actually works, which is something that's different.
Yeah. I mean, on that last point, I think somebody was pointing out, someone shared with me this article in Baltimore, and they saw or a decrease in gun violence in a particular area. I was reading the article to look at, okay, what did
What do they
Baltimore
do?
do? And then as I was reading it, I was like, wait a minute, they did what we used to call building blocks.
Yeah.
But then we stopped doing after like a year. And so nonetheless, I'm over my time. Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Thank you.
Thank you very much and totally hear you. And that's a lot of what we do is not just having hearings where people can come into the building, but us going to the communities and to the schools to hear directly from people. And a lot of what I'm hearing from these concerns is follow-up. It's not enough to identify a challenge or respond to it. We have to follow up when there is a problem. And all of these agencies are kind of coming to a reckoning point of merging, hopefully, and we'll continue that conversation and that work. So thank you all very much for being here. I'm now going to call our next panel of. Okay, we actually have one more person who's in person. We're going to hear from you, and then we will move on to our virtual witnesses. Okay, Dav Kawamoto, public witness. And it's just you here, so you can sit wherever you're comfortable.
Members, I appreciate it. My name is Dove Kawamoto. I live in Ward 1, and I want to testify about MPD's hiring, practice, and recruiting. I served 15 years in the Marine Corps as a commissioned officer, as a ground combat arms officer through 5 combat tours in special operations, as well as in cyber and the intelligence communities. After I left active duty in 2012, I worked in the private sector, and then with U.S. as a civil servant with Immigration and Customs Enforcement as a GS-14.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. If I could ask that we just keep it down in the chambers a little bit, I'm having a hard time hearing. Sorry. Thank you. No worries.
Sorry, I should use the mic. Afterwards, I served my community as a volunteer EMT. I drive for Martha's Table, McKenna's Wagon, feeding people on the streets of the district, and I'm a substitute teacher with DCPS. My personal and financial situation changed when I saw the problem in the staffing with the department. With the encouragement of some friends and colleagues, including those in law enforcement, I applied to be an officer with MPD. I passed every requirement except for the fact that I was assessed as not meeting the psychological standards for there, which assessed my social competence, my teamwork, adaptability, dependability, integrity, emotional regulation, judgment, and so on. That process is done, if you're not familiar, by the Police and Fire Clinic Associates, and they subcontract to a company called the Law Enforcement Psychological Services, which is in Los Gatos, California. My evaluation consisted of an online history, a multiple choice personality survey, and a 1-hour Zoom call. I was instructed to provide my VA disability claim, my pension forms from 2012. I requested those from the VA, and the VA said, we'll send it to you when we get to it, which was just last week. And this application was back in June of last year. If the psychologist determined that I didn't meet the minimum standards for MPD, if you look at me and can hear me that, I think it is reasonable with my personal and professional track record that they're applying an unreasonable standard, they're incompetent, or they're engaged in some type of manipulation of their performance statistics. They also could not communicate to me. They could not communicate this to MPD, and no one in MPD, from the recruiting head down to the at every level, could explain the process. So there is a lack of oversight, and I realize my time is limited, so I apologize for that. I provided a more thorough written statement, and I hope you review that in that, they're affecting this, they're engaged in a discriminatory practice that is affecting the recruiting for them. So thank you for.
Well, Mr. Kawamoto, thank you so much for being here and for sharing your story. We did receive your written testimony, and we're quite concerned, frankly, especially as we deal with a staffing challenge at MPD. And so I really appreciate you sharing your story. I'm curious if you can share kind of what the initial application process looked like. I know you said that you had some conversations with friends and colleagues who are in law enforcement, but what was your initial touch point with MPD in the application process?
I reached out through there. I just saw through, I believe, social media that it popped up because of the hiring bonus that the department was offering. And so I reached out for an application.
On their online portal?
Yes. Yeah. You have to do it that way.
Okay.
So again, my experience from the Marine Corps, while I was not recruiting, I had many friends who did and was engaged also in recruiting when I was with special operations. So recruiting from within the talent pool. The recruiting process for the police department is an old one, which is based on there's a whole lot of people you got 10,000 candidates for every position. So we're just going to dump it in and filter out whatever comes out the bottom end is what we take. There's no proactive trying to get people into the funnel, and then there's no handling to try and expedite them through the process in there.
And how frequently was MPD in touch with you throughout the hiring process?
The process through our MPD was pretty good. So they have expedited their process by once I did the physical test and the academic test portion that made me a qualified candidate. The long haul is the background investigator, and that was very proactive. The only other contracted part out is the polygraph examiner, and that was done fairly well, but that's done directly through the recruiting people within the Professional Development Bureau. The medical side is a pipe, and so I don't know what the numbers are of what the attrition is from that, and then through the psychological services as a subcontractor.
Okay, thank you. And only if you feel comfortable sharing, not a problem if you don't, but have you sought employment with any other federal or law enforcement agencies in nearby jurisdictions?
I have, but I did not it was only up until this point when they rejected me that now I got a little bit of a chip on my shoulder. No, I was like, I live in the district. Like my fantasy job was to ride a bicycle to work and be able to work within my community. So I'm at this point not trying to develop my career and seek an opportunity. This is my third or fourth career, depending on what you're talking about. And I'm just trying to be useful in service. And so I did not explore that. I have the suspicion that I would be taken out of the pool. So if I go to Arlington or Fairfax, I would say it's like, because they will ask, did you apply for other departments? And where did you get? And I will say, yes, I'm psychologically not qualified by MPD. And I would have a feeling, if I were the recruiter for them, I would say, well, it was nice to meet you,
Okay. Well, thank you so much. And thank you for your desire to serve and your commitment to public service. And I appreciate you being here today. Councilor Parker, do you have any other follow-up questions?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Kawamoto. To date, have you received any further explanation beyond the disqualification? I know you said you followed up, but the individual you spoke with couldn't provide any information.
Yeah.
What, if any, communication have you had and/or response have you received?
I communicated with Ms. Small, who is the program manager for recruiting within MPD, and she explained to me that the medical division is a separate stovepipe, and she could not explain anything or communicate anything about that at all. I'm sorry, sir.
Go for it. I'm sorry.
I said I then I proposed, well, this seems to be an issue that should be addressed at the bureau level. And I followed up with her and she said that my case or concerns were not elevated. So I wrote to Assistant Chief, Deputy Chief Colgan, who's the head for the Professional Development Bureau, and never received a reply. I filed the appeal, which only gives a thing that we reviewed your package and we agree with our policy, with our conclusion or whatever was done before. And I filed a Freedom of Information Act request. You know, in the worst case, maybe I am crazy, then I should be doing something about it, but they won't tell me. They believe that is confidential information and will not release that to me.
Your information is confidential information.
Correct. So in the process of applying, one of the things they say is that, you know, you sign a waiver that whatever they do is proprietary, of course.
Okay.
So,
well, this is certainly something I will raise with the chief more expansively as we have an attrition issue with MPD and are looking to recruit and retain more officers. What you're elevating is potentially a loophole in our system. I think more concerning than you not being admitted to the force is the communication and the breakdown in communication that you've since received. And I think we can do better than it sounds like no response.
yeah. And my other concern, which I addressed in my statement, I didn't realize I was pressed for time, that I believe the real reason in my case was because I could not provide my VA records. So that was the requirement that subcontractor levied on me. And since I could not do that because of the VA, they're excluding every veteran who just doesn't have digital copies of their records already. And so they're engaged. That subcontractor is putting the department and the district in the position of engaging in an unlawful hiring practice.
Understood. Well, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are going to move on to our next panel of virtual public witnesses. Elizabeth Miller, Kristen Ray Checky, Brittany Sawyer, Melanie Sandler, Katrina Goodjoint, Ohefa Ananuku, Shane Sullivan, and Kylie Hogan. Please make sure to accept your invitation to join as a panelist. Public witnesses will have 3 minutes to present your testimony. Those representing organizations have 5 minutes. And we can get started with Elizabeth Miller, public witness. Please begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm Elizabeth Miller, and I am a Georgetown resident. Thank you very much for having me here today. Just this month, my friend's car was broken into as it awaited repair at the Georgetown Exxon. The bad guys also broke the door there. My husband's business partner's dear friend was shot in the head in a carjacking. My husband was at CVS checking out, and a guy walked in, took an arms full of merchandise, and walked right out, not even in a rush. The small market I used was robbed at gunpoint, and just last night there was a robbery outside of Safeway, and that was just this month. I'm here today, actually, to talk about 3 things: the need for officer retention, the renovation or replacement of all 7 MPD police stations, and a police public relations campaign to restore trust and rehabilitate officer morale. Retention. Numbers show the MPD is not retaining police officers. We are already down 500 officers, and my neighbors and I appreciate all the efforts the mayor and the council have made to prioritize hiring officers, but it's important that we make a concerted effort to retain officers. This won't be easy as morale is low, hours are long, including 1.1 million hours of overtime each year, up from 250,000 overtime hours pre-COVID. Police stations are outdated and competition for high-quality police officers is stiff. The next 2 points I raise will ideally be pieces of the puzzle you will use to fund to retain our hardworking officers. Renovation or replacement of all 7 MPD police stations. Years ago, Washington, D.C. undertook an important plan to renovate all D.C. public schools. I proposed the same be done at all D.C. police stations. In July, I toured the 7th District and went on a ride along with an officer. The 7th District police station is old, dirty, poorly lit, and all around depressing. The officers are hardworking, honest, and very pleasant men and women. 2 weeks ago, I toured the 2nd District. It's in the same state of disrepair, and I was also shocked to see AC units set up all over the station, which are used in the winter to cool it. And in the summer, it's also too hot, so during shift changes, The officers gather in the garage because it's cooler there than in the station itself. The blinds are all broken. The drapery is from the 70s. Most toilets are broken and mousetraps were set up in the commander's personal office. The entire city should be ashamed. We put our collective feet down when the schools were out of date and made it a financial priority to make them state of the art for our young learners. The men and women who have taken a sworn oath to protect all of us are deserving of the same high quality working conditions, and they shouldn't have to wait a decade. The time is now. If you want to retain officers, hey, let's not have them working in buildings from the 1970s. Studies have shown that natural light and open, beautiful spaces often evoke feelings of positivity and vitality, while dimly lit, cramped areas can induce stress and unease. Please allocate money this year to renovate all these stations. A public relations campaign to restore trust and restore officer morale. I propose Washington, D.C. launch a new campaign-style public relations effort aimed at better connecting MPD with the community and boosting public perception of the police force and the work they are doing. There are many instances where MPD and the community are working harmoniously. Hire public relations professionals to put out high-quality stories of officers in the community working together. Unveil a social media campaign aimed at showing all the good work our officers are doing and honor police officers' many heroic acts, both big and small. I believe this campaign would improve officer morale while also building community relationships. I thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I must end by thanking the men and women of the MPD, many of whom are working shockingly long hours in poor working conditions, and a sustained media campaign characterizing them as brutal, excessive, and dangerous. I thank them for their service.
Thank you so much, Ms. Miller. Next, we will hear from Kristen Raychecki, public witness.
Thank you so much to the council for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Kristen Checky. I live in Northwest DC with my husband, and I'm the mother to 3 young children. I'm appearing before you today and speaking for the tens of thousands of DC residents who no longer feel safe or enjoy the basic freedom of living without fear for our safety. I could rattle off the latest crime statistics, but we all know them. As you heard from Elizabeth, we are all living and breathing the crime in our city. Last month, my neighbors just a few doors down had a home invasion on a Wednesday night at 10 p.m. They were at home with their 4 children. Crime, violent crime, is growing rapidly in our city while our police force is declining. You do not need to be an expert on government policy to connect these dots and see that we are headed towards a critical point of no return. Over the past few months, I have been working with Elizabeth Miller at a community grassroots level to convince you all to vote yes on Brooke Pinto's Secure DC Act, and not an amended, watered-down version of the bill that makes it ineffective to make any real change. Last week, we toured the D2 police station. I also met with Greg Pemberton, chairman of the DC Police Union, and what I have discovered is shocking. Our police force works under conditions that most of us would not. The station itself is very run down and frankly uncomfortable to be in. The building, as you heard, and its systems are so old that there's no way to control the temperature, making it uncomfortably hot and stuffy even in winter. Many of the toilets and the urinals are broken, and most of the rooms have these large, loud, portable air conditioners that you would see on a construction site that are not only ineffective, but super wasteful. And a huge waste, not a good look for the city's resources to be air conditioning a building in winter when there's so much need. Our police force is overworked and spread dangerously thin. Since June of 2020, I learned that the MPD has lost 1,400 officers, or 45% of its entire force. Even with 900 new hires, the police are operating at a deficit of 530 officers. Without Brooke Pinto's Secure DC Act, the police will continue to be limited to enforce the laws and deter crime. I'm here today to plead with the council to take real action against the crime that is plaguing our city. Give us back our rights to live in the city without fear of crime. Please review and repeal the policy changes that are hindering the police's ability to do their job. Please give the police the resources to improve their facilities and their working conditions. Undoubtedly, this will restore pride in our force and the job that they do so that our city can attract high-quality officers and recruits. While no police officer is perfect, I believe the brave men and women who step up to protect our communities deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Checky. Next, we will turn to Brittany Sawyer, Executive Director of the Citizens Association of Georgetown.
Good afternoon. My name is Brittany Sawyer, the Executive Director of the Citizens Association of Georgetown. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'm here today to talk about the urgent need to address MPD's retention problem. According to an October 2023 report, the department has seen a net loss of about 500 officers since fiscal year 2020, and it has lost more officers than it could recruit each year since 2018. The Citizens Association of Georgetown is grateful to the officers who continue to work through exhausting manpower shortages and increasingly dangerous conditions to try to curb the rampant violence that has seized our city. We ask the council and this committee to do more to create a positive policy environment in which officers can do their job and to focus on improving morale and preventing burnout. Legislation. DC Police Union Chair Gregory Pemberton has attributed this problem in part to DC legislation. And Mayor Bowser has also stated that we have a policy environment that allows us to recruit and retain officers and not lose our officers to surrounding jurisdictions because our policy environment makes them scared to do their job. We applaud Councilmember Pinto's Secure DC Omnibus Bill for taking the right steps in the right direction and urge the council to pass this bill. We also urge the council to commit to a program of legislative reform that fosters responsible, trustworthy, and effective policing. Creating loopholes for criminals is a grave injustice to the growing number of innocent victims as well as the MPD. Morale. Increasing the number of recruits is an important step in restoring a healthy workforce and reducing burnout. We additionally urge the council to appropriate funds to 1, renovate DC police stations to provide a safe working environment in the offices. 2, develop a robust mental health and resilience program that meets specific MPD needs. 3, launch a new campaign-style public relations effort aimed at better connecting with the community and boosting public perception of our police force. I thank you for the opportunity to testify and thank the men and women of the Metropolitan Police Department. I join neighbor Elizabeth Miller in shock of the long hours, poor working conditions, and the viral anti-police rhetoric that these heroes face every day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sawyer. Melanie Sandler, Staff Attorney of Legal Aid DC.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Melanie Sandler, and I'm a staff attorney in the Domestic Violence and Family Law Unit at Legal Aid DC. Our unit works with survivors of domestic violence, helping them in their civil protection order cases and with family court matters. This work requires significant coordination with MPD, and so we can provide helpful insight today on MPD's interactions with survivors of domestic violence. Our written testimony addresses multiple issues that our clients have been experiencing, but I want to take some time today to highlight 2 main areas of concern regarding MPD's interactions with our clients. First, we have been unable to timely receive body-worn camera footage from MPD and have to go through a lengthy and arduous process to receive it. MPD often has evidence that is crucial for us to use in cases and can include body-worn camera footage and photos from scenes of a crime. Last year, MPD changed their policy and procedures regarding how people can request and receive body-worn camera footage. Instead of just serving a subpoena like with other evidence, MPD is now requiring a party to first file a motion and receive a protective order from the court. Normally, a person or agency who is requesting a protective order must file that motion themselves. However, MPD is refusing to follow subpoenas and turn over body-worn camera footage until the parties file and first receive that order. The protective order needs to be filed in an open case. MPD has required that the parties themselves ask the court to prohibit the parties from using the footage in any case other than the case in which the motion was filed, among other provisions such as destroying the evidence after the case is over, which means that parties can't use the footage in any other cases, even if they involve the same parties and the same subject matter. This process would be extremely difficult for pro se litigants to do themselves, especially those escaping a domestic violence situation. This requires extensive knowledge and court filing processes and will be very difficult to do without attorney assistance. Asking a pro se litigant to go through all these steps to obtain evidence is essentially issuing a blanket denial to all requests. And as cases like civil protection orders are quick turnaround proceedings requiring an initial proceeding only 14 days after the filing, this process is almost impossible to do in that short amount of time. We believe that if MPD has concerns about reproduction or privacy regarding the body-worn camera footage, that they should file for the protective order themselves rather than ask the parties to file a motion that restricts their ability to use that crucial evidence. Another issue that we see arise frequently is MPD's reluctance to investigate and take reports on parental kidnapping. Just this month, I've had a few clients myself who have gone through this experience, including situations where the kidnapper claimed to not even be the children's father and demanded ransom for the children's return. Parental kidnapping is a crime in the District of Columbia. The law is clear that no parent or any person acting pursuant to directions from a parent may intentionally conceal a child from the child's other parent. There are defenses to this law, but generally speaking, one parent might not take and hide a child from their other parent. Anyone who violates the statute and takes or conceals a child within DC is guilty of a misdemeanor. Despite this law, we have had many instances where a child has been concealed from their lawful parent, and MPD has refused to take a report and or to investigate as a kidnapping. We have examples in our written testimony, but generally we understand MPD's policy to be that even if someone is not on the birth certificate or otherwise recognized under law as a parent, that person can take and keep the child from the legal parent for however long they want, unless or until such a time when there is a civil protection order or custody order. The law does not mandate that a custody order be in place before a case is considered parental kidnapping. We are hopeful that with conversations between attorneys and MPD officials, we can bridge this gap and help clients get the assistance they need when their children are taken from them. MPD's response to domestic violence survivors remains a critical point in survivors' journeys. Continuing a strong relationship with MPD is essential as we continue our mission to assist survivors. We appreciate the opportunity to testify today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Katrina Goodjoint, Reentry Justice Project Attorney, also from Legal Aid DC.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Katrina Goodjoint, and I am the Reentry Justice Project Attorney at Legal Aid DC. Our project has been working since 2015 to assist clients facing barriers in accessing housing, employment, and other opportunities as a result of having a criminal record. These individuals have interacted with the police and the criminal legal system, and we're finding that they're disproportionately people of color and people who live in areas of concentrated poverty. So this work that we do requires significant interaction with MPD. We help clients obtain documents such as police reports and arrest histories from MPD, which are essential in the record clearing process. We have submitted written testimony that provides more detailed information, but in the time that I have, I want to highlight 4 main areas of concern that are creating barriers to individuals seeking record clearing relief in the district. First, MPD's delay in providing individuals with their MPD arrest history. This is a document, as I said earlier, that's necessary for seeking sealing or expungement relief. There have been significant delays beyond the time of completion that were provided to us, and MPD isn't responsive to email or phone inquiries, as well as when we go in person, they're unable to provide us updates on when we can get these arrest histories. Second, even when we do get these arrest histories from MPD, we see that the records are often inaccurate or incomplete. So sometimes there are arrests on there that do not belong to our clients. Sometimes the arrest number is wrong. And sometimes there are arrests that are missing that our clients want to have sealed and they're not included on that history. This causes even more delays in the process and affects the sealing eligibility of our clients. Third, MPD requires that individuals provide sensitive information such as full social security number and place of birth in order to even request some of these arrest histories. We don't know how this information is being used. We don't know why it's needed when they have the date of birth as well as the individual's PD ID number, and we don't know how this information is protected. Unfortunately, this deters some of our clients, particularly undocumented individuals, from pursuing the record clearing relief that they're entitled to under DC law. And fourth, we've seen that MPD's personnel and staff are treating our client community with disrespect and a lack of professionalism. And this is very difficult given many clients still experience anxiety about entering a police station. So to conclude, I see my time is coming to a close. We urge the committee to use today's hearing to explore these issues with MPD representatives and to identify next steps that should be taken to improve how MPD works with formerly system-involved members of our community as they seek record clearing relief to overcome barriers to housing and employment. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Goodjoint. Next, we will hear from Ohefa Ananuku, public witness. And am I pronouncing your name properly?
Hi, it's Ahoifa Ananuka, and I'm actually representing the ACLU DC.
Oh, okay, great. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
From the ACLU DC. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, Chair Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Ahoifa Ananuka, and I present the following testimony on behalf of ACLU DC. Our written testimony details concerns regarding MPD's consent searches, the real-time crime center and surveillance, MPD's gang database, and general accountability at the department. Today, I will focus on stop and frisk in the gang database. Various district leaders have misleadingly blamed recent legislative changes for the inability to prosecute many gun possession cases, but a large part of the issue is how officers are conducting stops and searches, and this point often gets lost in talks about public safety. Stop and frisk allows officers to stop and search people for weapons without probable cause. It exploits people's inherent fear of police and the power imbalance between officers and civilians. This racially biased practice primarily targets Black and Brown people and has not been shown to be effective in making communities safer. A very aggressive version of stop and frisk that has been used by MPD officers is jump outs. Previous MPD chiefs have denied use of the tactic, but we have yet to see the department take any steps to investigate whether officers are still using these methods. Since MPD began publishing stops data in late 2019, the data have consistently shown that Black people are disproportionately targeted. Preliminary ACLU analysis of data on stops conducted between 2022 and the first half of 2023 indicate that across the district, Black people are more likely to be stopped and searched. In 2022 and the first half of 2023, Black people made up over 71% of people stopped, despite composing just over 51% of the district's population. Black people also made up almost 85% of stops that did not lead to a warning, ticket, or arrest, and nearly 91% of searches that did not lead to a warning, ticket, or arrest. This indicates that Black people are frequently stopped for innocent conduct or for doing nothing at all. Unlawful stops and frisks contribute to community distrust of police. ACLU DC calls on the council to ban consent searches and jump outs. We also recommend that the council require a full audit of MPD practices by a third party to determine how officers are conducting stops and the effectiveness of their practices. MPD's gang database is a clear example of how the department is allowed to act with little to no oversight, accountability, or transparency. The database keeps track of people MPD thinks are associated with street gangs based on racially biased, overly broad, and vague criteria. Such criteria include what people wear, who they are related to, and where they live. In 2021, the Intercept reported that MPD even included children younger than 10 years old in the database. Last month, the Washington Lawyers Committee and other civil rights organizations published a report detailing MPD's ongoing practice of racially discriminatory surveillance via its gang database. The report revealed that MPD continues to push a false narrative that Black and Latina people are inherently dangerous, using weak and undefined criteria for adding people to the database, while not including white supremacist groups who meet the same criteria. MPD also determines gang association by watching young people in and around schools. This can lead officers to label and therefore criminalize typical adolescent behaviors such as how they dress or who they interact with as gang activity when exhibited by Black and Brown youth. Research shows that young people who encounter police at increased rates experience heightened emotional distress and symptoms of post-traumatic stress. MPD's gang database also raises serious concerns about violations of constitutionally protected due process and Fourth Amendment rights. Individuals who are added to the database are not notified, and there is no way to appeal inclusion in the database. The wide discretion afforded to MPD with a gang database, along with the lack of transparency and adequate oversight, lends itself to abuse, both of police powers and the rights of district residents. Both the DC Council and MPD have expressed the need and desire to stop harmful practices that perpetuate the long history of racism and policing. Therefore, it is incumbent on the Council to perform its oversight duties and rigorously examine MPD's gang database. The Council must inquire into what purposes it is used for, the risks to community members, and the cost of the district. We also urge the Council to require MPD to narrow the department's definition of gang association to be in alignment with the DC Code and to develop a due process mechanism that gives people an opportunity to contest their placement on the database. In conclusion, DC continues to be at a critical juncture where decisions must be made about how to respond to public safety concerns. ACLU-DC understands that district leaders are under tremendous pressure to act. However, putting forth haphazard solutions that make certain residents feel safe but doesn't meaningfully address the root causes of crime actually puts residents, their civil rights and liberties, and public safety at risk. District leaders must make smart decisions that propose district leaders must make smart decisions and propose effective strategies that will result in long-term positive outcomes for public safety. Continuing or resorting to outdated practices that have been proven to be harmful or ineffective only sets back progress towards a vision of a safer, stronger DC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Shane Sullivan, public witness.
Good afternoon. My name is Shane Sullivan, and I'm a Ward 4 resident. I've testified before this council in my capacity as the harm reduction coordinator at HIPS and a core organizer with Decrim Poverty DC. Today, I'll be speaking in my personal capacity in regards to an incident that occurred last November, wherein I was forcibly detained by 3 MPD officers and currently have a case pending with OPC that was actually referred to the OAG's office. Since I only had 3 minutes, I'm going to try to sum it up. Essentially, I was woken up after a social media post was shared about my mental health concern, and there was miscommunication about the degree to which I was expressing suicidal ideation, which I was not. And a family member contacted my building out of concern. My building then called the police because that is what we do in DC. We don't have an actual crisis response team. I have spoken to other people who have called crisis response and then had police answer what is a crisis, mental health crisis. And I was, like I said, forcibly detained. I was dragged out of my apartment building within 10 minutes of me being woken up. I was cuffed, half dressed, without contact lenses in, really just had my phone and my headphones when I was taken to Washington Hospital Center. Prior to working at HIPS, I also worked in crisis intervention for over 5 years. And so, I mean, between doing actual community work, which MPD is not tasked to do, they're glorified white supremacists with guns. I don't remember where I was going with that, except to say that they spoke condescendingly to me about my experience doing actual crisis intervention work. The family member who had initially contacted them was on speakerphone demanding that they uncuff me, while they very loudly shouted about a suicide note, which was never language that was used by anyone else in my building, as they had me cuffed and drag me through the hallway and out like in front of all my neighbors. And so really like the point of my testimony, firstly, is that I'm so tired of hearing that training is what's needed, because the training that was administered to one of the officers was their crisis response certification, which justified the violence that was inflicted against me in the first place. So we don't need more training. We don't need more police. We need them to be defunded. We need them to be abolished. We need actual community solutions to mental health crises. My trauma, should probably go without saying, would have been significantly worse if I were a Black resident. I know I'm over my time, so I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. And I'm sorry to hear what happened to you. Thank you for sharing your experience with us. Next and last on this panel is Kylie Hogan, Crisis Intervention Team Director from DC Safe, and then we'll come back with some questions for this panel.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Kylie Hogan, and I'm the Crisis Intervention Team Director for DC Safe. DC Safe is an integral part of the city's public safety infrastructure, providing 24/7 crisis intervention for domestic violence survivors in the district. This role is perhaps nowhere more apparent than in our partnership with MPD. Beginning in 2006, in recognition for the need of after-hours critical crisis safety planning resources, we grew from humble beginnings with a handful of volunteers answering pages overnight to receiving over 13,000 referrals from MPD 24/7 in 2023. We have worked hard to build a relationship with officers and leadership within MPD over the past 18 years, as the research into domestic violence has shown that intervention at the time of police involvement is critical to reducing fatalities. While connecting to our crisis response line is certainly the most obvious and tangible connection we have with officers, our work with MPD is so much more. In 2023, we worked closely with MPD to provide comprehensive training to over 2,200 officers. Despite a lack of distinct fiscal support, we embraced the opportunity, which required 3 days of in-person training every week from February to December, because we knew the objective was so critical. In this training, we received vital feedback from officers around service and enforcement of orders of protection, particularly in light of changes brought by COVID and concerns for high call volume households. In 2024, we'll be continuing to work with MPD and the court to create clear access to information on current status of orders and ensure officers are comfortable with the process of serving and enforcing those orders. We are also working with the MPD leadership and the unit responsible for regular service to identify and prioritize service of life-saving orders for survivors at high risk in the community. I want to highlight here that we're doing direct work with engaging MPD at all levels, but additional collaboration and broader community support are key. I recently provided training for new recruits at the police academy, and an officer shared that while MPD teaches and talks about many community resources, he always lets trainees know that DC Safe is legit. I was proud to receive that feedback, but also saddened because it reflects what I often see, that the broader scope of resources needed by officers and district residents is lacking. We know that successful partnerships are possible, but more needs to be done to establish and exalt the innovative approach that the district champions. As new programs are proposed and boots hit the ground to shape new services for district residents, it's essential that there is time, support, and funding for both community organizations and MPD to do the critical behind-the-scenes work of building partnerships. The district fully recognizes that there's a shortage of officers, but often I find the focus to be on new recruits and patrol capacity. However, my experience is that frequently MPD leadership is asked to innovate, collaborate, analyze, and act on an ever-expanding portfolio of concerns. The bandwidth to create successful and sustained innovations and partnerships that would take the pressure off the patrol response becomes near impossible as changes in leadership, shifting priorities, and ever-increasing expectations erode sustained focus for leaders within MPD. The same can be said for the many creative and forward-thinking community organizations that have emerged in the past several years as the district rethinks its approach to combating crime and alternatives to policing. The political will for innovation is apparent, but often practical support to create administrative depth and longevity needed to create success seems to be lacking. DC Safe is often described as scrappy in our advocacy work, and the same can be said of many of the engaged and forward-thinking officers I've worked with, but the district can do better. The city as a whole must recognize that sustained funding for the administrative behind-the-scenes work of collaboration is key to success. In this work, maintaining individual partnerships and building coalitions across service providers is essential. Survivors do not exist in a vacuum, and we must recognize that the needs of the whole person, we must recognize the needs of the whole person, not just for their safety, but also for the well-being and efficiency of the agencies themselves. DC Safe leads the district's high-risk domestic violence initiative, and part of our goal in 2024 is strengthening participation in the domestic violence system review, a key part of this initiative. MPD is an integral participant in the review process and has critical information about when and where violence may be escalating. And we look forward to working with them to gather more information on high volume call data, and more importantly, collaborating for assistance in these cases. Ultimately, we know that no individual agency can solve domestic violence despite the focus on policing of the issue. In working with survivors and officers themselves, we know that a collaborative approach is necessary, and we hope to continue our work with MPD to both strengthen their response and build the depth of access to collaborative efforts. As the council considers broad-ranging testimony from many city agencies and programs, we hope you consider the interconnected nature of various initiatives. With forward planning, sufficient funding, robust training and cross-training, and institutional and bureaucratic support, MPD, DC Safe, and many others can make a huge impact on safety for the city. Thank you so much for your time, and I look forward to any questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Hogan. Thank you to all of the witnesses on this panel. I want to start with you, Ms. Miller and Ms. Checky, both of whom talked about recent incidents of crime that you've either seen or neighbors of yours have been victimized by. And as this is a hearing on MPD's performance over the last year, is there anything that you can elaborate on what the reaction from MPD was, if called, their response time, their follow-up with the victims, if you're aware?
I'll talk first on this. They did an excellent job with the home invasion that happened. They did an excellent job. And I know that my neighbor was very grateful to them. The response time, I think, was within an acceptable normal range. And they were very professional. They were also, like she remarked, that they really treated the guy who did the home invasion. She thought that that they treated him with a lot of respect, probably more than what he deserved in her opinion, which is understandable since the guy home invaded her home. But they were really incredible from what I heard.
Thank you very much.
And I do know the police worked with the FBI, and they were able to catch someone who was the armed robber at the small market who turned out to have robbed a bunch of other places. And they were quick to the scene and fortunately found and arrested that person. And I did have someone caught doing something very inappropriate in my backyard. And I called 911, and the police were here very quickly. And it turned out to be a mental health issue. And the ambulance was here very quickly after that as well. And I found them to be very patient, very kind. And after about an hour, the person was taken away in an ambulance. So I had a very good experience personally.
Great. Thank you. Thank you both very much. Ms. Sandler, I'm very interested in your testimony around the domestic violence process and some of the hurdles or challenges that we're creating for victims in an extremely traumatizing situation that should be handled with care. And so do you have any ideas for an alternative process that would allow for the type of empathy and compassion and patience that these situations need?
I think that it's extremely important to listen to domestic violence survivors with any sort of police response that we are involving. And when survivors are calling on officers to assist them with things like service of process, to assist them with retrieving their children back, we we hope that the officers can really listen to the survivor and actually assist them. Something that we did put in our written testimony is service of civil protection orders, making sure that the service paperwork is correctly filled out. I mean, doing all of these things in the correct way is how we can also assist domestic violence survivors. If a civil protection order needs to be served and the officer can correctly fill out the return of service after attempting service on a respondent multiple times, and then the survivor can go to court and get their civil protection order granted. So I think all of these things, it really just goes back to listening to the survivor, hearing what they actually need, and officers working for the community by assisting them in that.
Thank you very much. Ms. Goodjoint, you talked about some of your clients being treated with disrespect. Are there any details of those cases that you can share with the committee?
Absolutely. So we've had a couple incidents where clients have come to request their arrest history, and I mentioned the delays in getting those back. And in at least one instance, one of the front desk staff said that the reason it's taking so long is because this individual has a long rap sheet. Turned out he did not. He had one arrest from 1994. And so, you know, just blaming it on the client and trying to make him feel bad without knowing the history or the background of the record that he is requesting. I've also had incidents where a person made a comment to me, one of the staff who was giving me the arrest history, and said my client should have stayed in jail. In terms of lack of professionalism, there have been times where even though the office hours say that they close at 4:45, we were there about 4:10, 4:20, and MPD turned off the lights on us and other folks who were in the waiting room. And this is at the headquarters, who were in the waiting room trying to get help. And then the folks who were at the front left. And so there was only, you know, one individual who was still there at the front desk at one of those windows. So, you know, I put some more examples in my written testimony, but those are just three I'll highlight.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for raising those, and we certainly will be following up with MPD about those incidents, but also their training and protocols to ensure that officers are treating everybody with respect in all of those environments. So thank you very much. I'm sorry that I don't have a chance to ask everybody questions due to our time constraints, but really appreciate you all being here today, and we're lucky to have all of your perspectives on this committee, on this performance oversight. So thank you very much. We are going to move on to our next panel of virtual public witnesses. Taisha Andrews, Catrice Fuller, Kimberly Emerson, Kiana Lamons, Simone Scott, Taylor Terry, Gordon Chafin, and Mika Haskell-Hole. Please be sure to accept your invitation to join as a panelist. And we will begin with Taisha Andrews, Citywide Board Parent Leader from Parents Amplifying Voices in Education.
Thank you. Hello, Councilmember Pinto and DC Council staff. My name is Taisha Andrews. I'm a Ward 8 resident, and I serve as the PACE Citywide and Ward 8 PLE board member, as well as an LSAT member at Plummer Elementary and the first vice president at McKinley Tech. I'm also a parent, of course, and my children currently attend Plummer Elementary School and McKinley Tech High School. Thank you for being here today and holding this hearing. As a parent and native resident of the District of Columbia, I have a lot of experience with the Metropolitan Police Department. Though I do also recognize that people in our city have different experiences. Some live in low crime areas and have access to great schools. Some live in higher crime areas and places where the schools don't offer what our children want and need to be successful. Today, I'm here to urge you to put yourselves in my shoes and in the shoes of many other parents in DC like me, who live in places where our local schools aren't what is best for our children. Imagine if you didn't have the opportunity to live in a low crime area where your children would be more at risk to violence and the challenges that violence brings, like many of us. Put yourselves in our shoes. Parents like me are the majority of parents in DC. We need your support to protect our children. First, I have some data that I feel is important for those on this council and MPD to know about the experience of parents getting their children to and from school. In recent surveys, it was found that children living in wards 5, 7, and 8 are often traveling over 2 miles to get to school, and some are traveling over 3. Though 50% of all students live though 50% of all students in DC live in wards 5, my apologies. Let me start over. The statistic is, though 50% of all students in DC live in wards 7 and 8, they're the ones traveling further than any other ward besides Ward 5 to get to and from school each day. During their travels, our youth are being targeted and enduring or witnessing violence. This often increases with distance to school, as many students travel across wards and even across the city to get to and from school. We must do a better job at protecting all of our children because they are our future. I also want to share how my family and I have personally been affected by violence while traveling to and from school. Last year, my son was on his way home from Jefferson, where he attended school at the time, and he had an incident happen to him. Keep in mind, this is not the only time he has had an issue getting to and from school. But this time, my son was jumped by other kids at the waterfront, outside of the waterfront metro station. There was no trained adult around to help him, and only people present to intervene were his own peers. I filed a report to his school, nothing was done, and the children who jumped my child were not held accountable. I also tried to file a police report and it did not go through. Sorry. Our kids need to be safe traveling to and from school, and they need to get to and from school in an efficient way. Teenagers now are having a much different experience getting to school than what I received growing up. I didn't witness all of the violence that my children are. Times have changed, and we as leaders of the city must create systems and put structures in place to help our kids, especially when doing something as simple as going to school or coming home. I am not alone in these concerns. I've heard horror stories from other parents about how little girls are being stalked and sexually assaulted by adult men. I've even witnessed a man arguing with a group of teenagers because he said that one of the underage girls in the group had a big posterior out loud and made the little girl uncomfortable. Parent leaders have worked with schools, community organizations, and even agency staff to come up with specific solutions to address this issue. I'm asking MPD to be present at train stations, station platforms, and along popular routes that students take to get to and from school. However, I do not just want MPD to be present. I also want them to be well trained on dealing with the youth, which brings me to my second solution. I believe that MPD should expand training on youth-focused interventions for all MPD officers who will be engaging with students. Those youth-focused interventions can include de-escalation training, restorative practice training, and responding to youth in crisis. If well-trained MPD had been present at the time that my son was traveling home from school, or even acted when I went to them to move forward, then maybe this incident with my son getting jumped by his peers could have been completely avoided. MPD is not alone in this work, so I'm asking city leaders to work together to create student-only metro cars for students traveling to and from school, with safe passage workers, MPD and or WMATA PD present to intervene if and when necessary. Overall, we need more eyes on the ground during pickup and drop-off hours. This will make our students safer and help ensure that they can get to and from school safe and efficiently. Again, I repeat that we must collaborate and develop solutions to make this city great. That should be a state, of course. We have to work together to make it better for all of our children. And when I say that, I mean all of our children, because the children here, they are our future. It's not just my child, it's not just your child, it's our children that we are paving a path for to
Ms.
be our
Andrews,
future. So thank
your,
you.
thank you very much. Catrice Fuller, Citywide Board Parent Leader from PAVE.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto and DC Council staff and other public safety policymakers. My name is Catrice Fuller, and I'm a citywide board member with PAVE and also a Ward 5 representative. I'm also the Chief of Family and Community Engagement with Monument Academy Public Charter School. But most importantly, I'm a mom to 4 young Black boys in the District of Columbia. For the past 2 years at my LEA Monument Academy, we have lost a plethora of students and their guardians, most recently to violence. The more digging that we as an entity chose to do, we learned so much of it was in transportation and getting to and from school, crossing into different neighborhoods, and school to school, peer to peer, neighborhood to neighborhood conflict. Ironically enough, I'm sitting in my car as I testified today. I just stepped out of a home visit where my team and I are trying to coerce a child to come back to school this evening who was scared to transport themselves. We used to have school resource officers, which we lost due to the pandemic, and they were very, very heavily involved in our school community, as well as the school communities nearby to us. With losing them, we lost a lot of intel and support. I've learned that there are so many different sectors of safe passage, yet I personally do not see and feel its effects, especially being on the east of the river. Needless to say, us as a LEA, once we started to do our own digging and communicated with the other schools in our area, we are surrounded by 4 other schools within a 2-minute walk. We started to speak to the churches. We started to speak to the neighboring police officers and crossing guards that we see in the neighborhood just to get intel, kids on the playground, all of that. When we started building those relationships ourselves, we were able to plan and collaborate and to make certain plans, such as staggering all of our dismissal times. We all had the same half day, which is a Friday, so that we can support each other, all of our personnel working each of each other's dismissal alongside MPD officers, faith community members, neighbors, our ANC as well. Communication for us has been key, and making sure that everyone convenes on the citywide and local level can bring a lot of positive change. This is more true now, especially with all of the boundary talks within the Rosedale community that directly affects us. We've created a lot of meaningful partnerships in our neighborhood, and I've seen firsthand what school communities need to help kids feel safe traveling to and from school. So as leaders of public safety and district law enforcement, we need you to assist us with the collaborating amongst entities to ensure that the safety of our children when they travel to and from school is a great experience for them. Because of all of that, of what I've shared above, myself and other PAVE parents are asking that you all hold and add more youth-only WMATA buses and pilot youth-only train cars, all stationed with trained safe passage workers, MPD, and WMATA PD, who are more connected to school communities. Additionally, I want to push MPD to be more involved in their communities and to become well-versed in interacting with youth, including interacting with students with disabilities and school leaders. I thank you for your time, and I know that with the help of you all at MPD and mutual coordination, we can make safe passage beautiful for all of our children.
Thank you so much for testimony. Kimberly Emerson, Citywide Board Parent Leader, PAVE. As a reminder for folks, if you're here, please accept the invitation to join as a panelist. We'll move on to, never mind, Kimberly Emerson, Citywide Board Parent, PAVE. Please go ahead.
Hello, Councilmember Pinto and DC Council staff. My name is Kim Emerson. I'm a native Washingtonian and a PAVE PLE Ward 5 member. My daughter goes to school in Ward 5 at Friendship Public Charter School, and my other daughter is a graduate of Banneker High School and is currently a senior at North Carolina Central University. Today, I'm here to talk about the role MPD should play in the community, the things our communities need, and are asking for, and the safety of our children at all times, but especially when traveling to and from school. I believe it is imperative for Metropolitan Police Department to commit to coming into the community they serve to break bread and build community with its leaders and members. As it currently stands, the relationship between the community and MPD has become a war zone. The Rodney King, Sandra Bland's, George Floyd's, Breonna Taylor, and countless other Black and brown citizens who have had devastating run-ins with the law enforcement that has been captured on video lives forever in our minds and our memories, and is having a destroying effect on the relationships between the community and MPD. Community is so important, and if MPD is going to be a part of the village that is supposed to help keep our children safe as they travel to and from school, they need to first get to know the village. Again, I cannot stress how important community is, and I believe that community building between us as members and MPD is one way to hold MPD accountable for their actions and to make sure they are responding to the community in ways that are helpful, effective, and make everyone feel safe. I personally have always felt safe traveling in my youth in my neighborhoods, from school to friends' houses to local businesses, because of my community. To this day, I have people ask about my parents and I theirs. While growing up here in DC, I remember hearing about incidents that happened in the neighborhood, like murder that happened in the basement of my neighbors next door. Also a gunman that came in my streets and started shooting, or even a beloved neighbor that was hit and killed right by 4D police station in our neighborhood because of drinking issues. I still felt relatively safe, even with all that happening, because for me, MPD at 4D was always a safe presence in my neighborhood when I was growing up. We had programs that allowed us to experience Metropolitan Police Department in ways that made them friendly, like the Officer Friendly program, like the side-by-side band. But my kids that I have now are growing up with a totally different experience because of their ability to go to schools all over the DC area and not just in our neighborhood. This is a great thing, but it also has caused some issues that need to be addressed. Kids are now able to start school at 3. They can travel all the way across different wards, catching buses early in the morning to get to their destination and having to catch that same transportation back home, in which they encounter the public, the general public. When my oldest daughter started attending middle school, we
Ms.
allowed her.
Emerson, I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
Oh,
You're
that's
a bit
okay.
over time. If I could ask you to summarize and wrap up.
No problem. But basically, I just want MPD and the council members to be responsible for the communities that they serve. And one way that they can do that is to come to the table, build relationships, and listen to the community so that we can all be a part of the solution to keep our communities and children safe.
Thank you
And I'll
very much.
end right there.
Kiana Lamons, Citywide Board Parent Leader, PAVE.
Hello. Hi, Councilman Pinto and DC Council staff. My name is Quiana Lamont. I am a PAVE parent leader and resident of Ward 7. Thank you all for being here today, for listening to the voices and experience of DC residents like myself. I am here today to speak about the safety of our children as they travel to and from school each day. This should be on the minds of all the leaders in our city, including the officers of Metropolitan Police Department. I feel I am uniquely qualified to speak about this topic, given my background and long withstanding experience of living and traveling within the district. I was an Aussie bus driver for students with disabilities for 16 years, from 2007 to 2003. I was rewarded with the relationships I built with the students, seeing them grow up from babies to having babies of their own. I eventually had to stop driving for Aussie, not because of the children, but because of the management and the many issues they created. But that is another story. Today, I I want to focus on MPD and how they can play an important role in getting our students to and from school safely. From being an RC bus driver and a paid parent leader in the district for many years, I feel that I have the unique insight on the safe passage for traveling students that need to be heard and how MPD can help make the students safer. Before I get any further, I think it is important to ground ourselves in some relevant data. Nearly 50% of all our DC students attend school outside of their ward of residence, including my own children. Additionally, students living in Ward 5, 7, and 8 travel further to get to school and often travel over 2 miles. With that being said, many students are traveling long distance to get an education. I witnessed this firsthand as an RC bus driver. Students need to have more adults and MPD around that have their safety and best interests at heart, and the parent that so that the parents will not worry about the safety of their children while they're traveling. I believe it should be Metro and WMATA only cars with supervision from safe passage workers and MPD on the cars around the train stations, platforms, and bus stops. There should be also WMAT student only routes that take children to and from during dismissal and arrival time, with MPD spread out on those routes to make sure students are actually making it to their school safely. A well-informed and highly trained MPD presence is crucial. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. You muted yourself, but you are also over time. If I could ask you to summarize and wrap up. Ms. Lamons, you're muted again.
Thank you. I think I'm sorry. To conclude, I believe that it's important that MPD, drivers, and parents come together at the table to ensure the safety travel of our students each day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lamons. Simone Scott, Citywide Ward 7 Parent Board Member, PAVE.
Yes, hello, Councilmember Pinto and DC Council staff. My name is Simone Scott. I'm a Ward 7 resident and I serve as a PAVE Citywide and Ward 7 PLE board member. I'm also a parent of 2 young kids. My son attends Digital Pioneers Academy and my daughter attends iDream. Please forgive the noise as they are dismissing. I want to start by thanking each of you for being here today. I will keep my testimony brief and straightforward. Nevertheless, I'm here to talk about the Metropolitan Police Department and how I believe they can play an integral part of our communities in a way that is positive and non-punitive. One of PAVE's parent priorities this year is safe passage, and I feel that MPD can help with the safe passage of students to and from school in many ways, one which is by engaging more with the community and building relationships with our students. One, I remember having positive interactions with the program of Officer Friendly, which definitely allowed me to have more communication and understanding of our officers without in just a crisis moment. So I believe MPD should get back into communities and receive training on youth-focused interventions, in which having relationships with students and knowing how to de-escalate students when problems arise could be a huge preventative measure in making sure students are safe when traveling between home and school. Though it is, of course, important and necessary for MPD to be trained in responding to youth in crisis, it is also reasonable for them to have training on restorative practices and general youth development. The good thing is that MPD is already doing some work similar to this now, but it isn't the same across all communities. As previously stated, my son attends Digital Pioneers Academy, where we understand there has been some instances between our students and the community. And we have MPD who is regularly found in their cars supporting our students and our school, which is very helpful. But sitting in your cars is not necessarily the same as engaging with them and also the community. So on the other hand, my daughter attends iDream. And recently, MPD did come to her school and went around the classrooms doing just that, which is talking with the kids and being intentionally present in the school halls. My daughter told me about it, and it seemed like a great interaction between our scholars and law enforcement. I think our city would be better off with more of that, and these types of interactions would go a long way, not just keeping our kids safe, but also building the bridge of relationships. When MPD interacts with our scholars and community in these ways, they also show that they're not just here to, to deal with crisis and deal with crisis, but also I feel that doing so in this way is to get more connection and building the relationships. And so for me, MPD needs to focus more on showing students that they don't need to be feared, but more so that they are there to help. For all of us as a community to feel safe, again, not just during a crisis. So I urge MPD and the leaders of our city to reimagine what MPD presence looks like around our schools and on routes to school our scholars frequently travel. A meaningful relationship between law enforcement, students, and the community can go a long way in keeping our kids and thus far our city safe, especially again during travel to and from school. With expanded training for MPD on youth-focused interventions, again, we can rebuild the gap between the community and law enforcement and develop strong connections that benefit us all. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Scott. Taylor Terry, public witness. We've been unable to promote you. If you're here, please accept the promotion. Otherwise, we will move on to Gordon Chafin, Friends of the Metropolitan Branch Trail.
Thanks, Councilmember. My name is Gordon Chaffin. I am the founder of a group called Friends of the Metropolitan Branch Trail. We're a community group that supports the existing 4.5-mile trail that goes north-south from Union Station up to Fort Totten, and will soon go from Fort Totten all the way up to downtown Silver Spring. As it regards MPD, we're here today to thank MPD for significantly improved trail presence over the last year. We've seen a lot more patrolling of officers on foot, on bike, on motorcycle, as well as a few folks in SUVs. I've experienced personally, I've had many folks say that they feel safer on the trail. It's been a tough year in terms of crime. We had shooting on the pedestrian bridge at Rhode Island Avenue, and we've had some robberies, which did lead to arrests so far as we can tell from the public. But we just wanted to say that we're very thankful to have MPD very active on the Eckington portion of the trail. Additionally, in Ward 5 here in the trail, we've started Ward 5 family biking events that a separate group organizes, and MPD has been participants in all of those, and officers have been happy and been very it's been very welcome to have them there. We appreciate the coverage, especially through the day and night on the trail. In terms of future things that we would like to see from MPD, the new segment of trail that goes next to the Fort Totten transfer station, it has some cameras that MPD installed as part of that trail construction. And we would love to see more of those cameras be deployed on the section of trail that's very popular in Eckington. We understand that camera deployments are at the discretion of the commander, and that obviously those are prioritized to areas with a little bit more higher crime rates. But nonetheless, it's very much appreciated. Human enforcement is in being out there and being seen has been effective. But in terms of solving crimes and more permanent infrastructure, we'd love to see more cameras In addition, and I'm to be honest, I'm not sure if this is an OUC request or an MPD request, but on the trail we don't have any emergency call buttons. These are sort of short towers that have basically a big red button a trail user can press to receive emergency assistance. Trails around the DMV have these, especially notably near National Harbor. The trail that crosses the Wilson Bridge has several of these. And we would love to see whether that's an MPD or OUC issue or a cross-agency issue. We'd love to see more of those be deployed on the trail. They're common in college campuses, and it is very helpful to be able to tell a trail user, you just press the big blue or red button, as it were. Again, this is definitely an OUC issue, but deployment of EMS on the trail has been somewhat difficult because there's no street address to give, and trail users who are new to the trail, they're not familiar with the thing where you got to call and you got to give your mile marker or your tenth of a mile marker. But other than that, like I said, we're very, very happy to have MPD on the trail, and we're hopeful that can continue. As I mentioned, in a couple of years, this is going to be an 8-mile trail, and that's a lot of ground to cover, and hopefully will be highly used enough where we can see MPD deploy all up and down the trail. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next and last on this panel, Mika Haskell-Hull, public witness.
Good afternoon. My name is Micah Haskell-Hale. Thank you for your time today. That stuff doesn't work. Those words have run through my mind so many times this last year as the tragedy and trauma of community violence has unfolded in the district. The person who said those words to me was an MPD officer. He was securing the scene of what you could call a double execution. It occurred in broad daylight, not 300 feet from our Ward 5 home on a sunny October Saturday in 2020. The streets were full of residents enjoying the unseasonable warmth when 2 volleys of gunfire fractured the peace. That stuff doesn't work. It was said unironically in response to my having told the officer that I'd tried and failed to get violence prevention resources focused on the household where the murders had just taken place. The household the police had visited over and over, maybe 10 times in the prior 2 years. What didn't work, what had utterly failed to prevent the worst, most gut-wrenching outcome was not violence prevention. It was policing. This city's commitment to carceral systems stands strong. Year-over-year budgets confirm that this body has decidedly not defunded the police. USAO prosecution rates are rebounding from their dramatic decline under the Trump administration. Cities across the country that have taken much more drastic measures to divest from and reform policing did not experience DC's increase in community violence last year, and yet here we are. The debate about public safety dominated by the fear associated with the spike in crime and the tepid MPD oversight and accountability measures put into place in the wake of the protests sparked by the murders of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor at the hands of police. I don't know how else to tell this committee that what we're doing is not effective. That far too often police magnify rather than reduce harm in our communities. That yes, residents ask for more policing, but also have never been offered viable, well-funded alternatives. Alternatives that aren't subjected to where's the data takedowns by policymakers, talking heads, and social media boosters that never whisper those kinds of criticisms in the direction of traditional policing. Alternatives that aren't dismissed by the next convenient argument when the data is there, as is the case with community violence interruption last year in the district. Who do you want to be terrorized by, the crews or the cops, is the false choice we seem to be offering our most affected citizens. But there is a choice to try something new, to listen, really listen to the people, to pursue policies that strengthen rather than tear at the fabric of our communities. But it's also a choice to maintain something akin to an occupying force in our neighborhoods, It's a choice to keep throwing good money after bad. And it's a choice to carry water for bullies in Congress, on the campaign trail, on Fox News, and online. I've lived in Washington, D.C. for 20 years now. For the future I want for my fellow residents and parents in Washington, D.C. That stuff just doesn't work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Micah. I now see Taylor Terry, public witness. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you, and sorry for not being present before. I'm unfortunately reporting live from the Garrison Elementary playground because it's pickup time. Thank you for the time to testify today. My name is Taylor Terry. I've lived here in Ward 1, well, not here, but up the road in Ward 1 for 16 years. I'm also a data scientist by trade, so brace yourself for some numbers. We all know that MPD staffing is down, but the reality is it's only down by about 12% since 2019. What I want to draw some attention to is the fact that the productivity officers we still do have has fallen off a cliff since then. In 2019, we averaged 3.1 stops per sworn officer per month and 0.6 arrests per sworn officer per month. In 2021 through 23, that average was 1.6 stops and just 0.37 arrests per officer per month. So we're down 47% on stops and 39% on arrests. That's per sworn officer. I do want to commend the new chief for moving things in the right direction, with arrests per officer going from 0.37 in the first half of 23 to 0.41 in the second half, but we're still at only 2/3 as many arrests per officer as we averaged in 2019. So in particular, some of the crimes where arrests have fallen most precipitously are the ones that are most concerning for public safety. In 2023, there were 925 traffic violation arrests. 4 years ago, in 2019, that number was over 4,000. We're at a 78% decline there. Last year, MPD only made 643 arrests for driving while intoxicated, compared to 1,300 in 2019. So how many lives could we have saved, and how much closer would we be to our Vision Zero goals if we would have kept that 2019 pace in 21, 22, and 23? That would have taken nearly 2,000 more drunk drivers off the road. Now, unfortunately, as a civilian, I have the luxury of just calling out this manifestation of the problem and hoping that you all can find causes and solutions. But we do have to solve it. We always hear more about how we need more police officers, and I do think that a lot of the people who are going to get to make this decision believe we need to get up to around that 4,000 mark. I'm not qualified to say whether that's the right answer or the wrong answer. But if we're going to continue with the level of output per officer that we have, we're going to have to add many times that more officers, end up with 5,000 to 6,000 police on and we just simply can't afford that. Those candidates aren't out there to be hired, and we just don't need it if we could only get back to where we were a few short years ago. Again, I'm not qualified to speak to the causes or specifically what the remedies are, but we've lost just so much capacity, and we've taken so many fewer dangerous people off of the streets at a time when we've really only lost, again, 12% of our total sworn staffing. Again, thank you for the time. Sorry for joining out of order, and appreciate this hearing. Thanks so much.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Terry. Appreciate your testimony. So that concludes this panel. I do have a couple of questions, and I want to note for you, Mr. Chaffin, thank you so much for highlighting the importance of needing to call for service quickly, especially on some of these areas that have fewer frequency or traffic. And part of Secure DC has the establishment of a blue light system. And so we'll be sure to refer this location both to the deputy mayor and also to the Ward 7 office, because those locations in each ward are going to be determined by a number of factors, but in consultation with each ward council member office, under the theory that we have a sense within each ward of where the lower frequented areas are that are most in need for this type of quick response and incident report camera. So thank you for flagging that. I want to ask some of our PAVE leaders. Most of you, maybe all of you, talked about safe passage. And there's been added focus, rightfully so, on making sure that our safe passage workers have what they need to be successful and have the follow-up and wraparound support with other DC agencies so that if somebody is identified as needing transit help or assistance or oversight while they're commuting to and from school, they have it. If a young person is exhibiting concerning behavior or may have an issue at home, making sure that we know how to follow up with them. And there has been an expansion of kind of each of these programs over the last several years, oftentimes not met with that level of coordination. And so I wanted to get a sense from some of you what you would think about collapsing these important functions together to have a clearer streamline of hierarchy, whether that's our safe passage workers, cure the streets, our violence interruption workers with one's office, the coordination that goes on between the Deputy Mayor for Education and the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice, in thinking from a parent's perspective about making sure these safety interventions are effective and have the needed follow-up that our kids need. Ms. Fuller, I can't tell if it looks like you're trying to speak.
Yes, I wasn't sure if anyone can just unmute.
Yeah.
Well, one of the things that we are looking for, asking for, we learned during DC Parent Voice and Choice Week, speaking with members of the council and also speaking with the Deputy Mayor of Public Safety and Justice, that there is this top of the school year convening of all of those entities, right? But what we are noticing and what we would love to see more often is a higher frequency and level of consistency with those sorts of convenings. There's like, I participate as a school leader in like a weekly LEA leader call. However, it's just us. So there's still all of these silos. It may be that public safety entities are just speaking amongst each other on a consistent basis. MPD, WMATA PD are just speaking amongst each other on a consistent basis. But what we need to see is perhaps, and I hope it's not a stretch, but monthly, right? Monthly, that every single entity, that's Safe Passage, that's MPD, that's school leaders, and perhaps school safety teams, if schools do have those, are on these calls convening and having these conversations, if not on a citywide level, but at least in a local, perhaps neighborhood level. So let's say all of Ward 5 or all of Ward 7 or whichever ward, or for instance, us at Monument Academy, we took it upon ourselves to speak with all of the schools and churches and ANCs in the Rosedale and Kingsman Park area. So something of those sorts, just a more consistent level of convening, agenda notes, talking points, and priorities, so that information is being shared amongst communities, so that school leaders and Safe Passage and MPD and WMATA can have a more proactive approach to some of the violence that we're seeing, instead of this reactionary approach that we are currently dealing with. Excuse my little coworkers.
That's okay. Thank you so much. I think that's a great idea. I really like that idea of that monthly follow-up, and it could be ward or it could be done at the ANC level. One of the challenges that we have with schools is sometimes we need to have information sharing between two schools that are across the street from each other, but that might technically be in different ANCs or different wards. And so not having these kind of purposeless geographic limitations, but maybe having some openness so you can shift back and forth to be more accurate with the location. So we'll keep working on that. Thank you so much. Anyone else from PAVE or on this panel for quick last thoughts on this? Go ahead, Ms. Scott.
Yes, I just wanted to make a quick connection of making sure that our safety teams are actually, it's with the justice system right now, but however, having that transition to more of a community-based, where our principals and our school community actually has the responsibility of our SROs and our safety teams, would be much more of, we've seen.
Ms. Scott, you just went on mute.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
We've
We can hear
seen
you now.
have the ability to, with adjacent schools, be able to, with that connection and with that communication, have been able to have a decrease in their crisis that they've been able to see. And so I feel that with that transition of having our school community, sorry, we're also dismissing, but having our school community be more responsible for that connection and communication, I feel that we'll also see the decrease as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That's helpful. Thank you to all of the witnesses on this panel for being here today. We really appreciate your perspective. We are going to call our next and final panel of public witnesses today. We will hear from Gregory Pemberton, Elizabeth Tang, Paula Edwards, and Patrick Burke. And please be sure to accept your invitation to join as a panelist. And we can get started with Gregory Pemberton, the chairman of the DC Police Union.
Thank you, Council Member. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. As the chairman of the DC Police Union, I speak on behalf of approximately 3,000 sworn police officers, detectives, and sergeants who serve this community as members of the MPD. I've been a DC police officer for 19 years, and I take great pride in serving the city. I'd like to focus my time today on the ongoing existential crisis facing the MPD, attrition and staffing. When I took office as head of the police union in April of 2020, our dues report showed that we had 3,626 members of the rank and file, that is all officers, detectives, and sergeants. Our most recent membership report from February 9th, 2024 states that we are down to 3,020. This is a net loss of 606 union members. The full sworn strength of the Metropolitan Police Department appears to be less than 3,350 officers, the lowest total number we've seen in several decades. As this attrition rate undoubtedly continues, we could see this number drop below 3,000 in less than 2 years. This would be catastrophic for the city. The police union made a public statement on June 8th, 2020 regarding the introduction of the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Act of 2020, which stated, quote, "The outcome of the current language in the bill will undoubtedly result in an exponential increase in crime and a mass exodus of personnel." While many council members scoffed at this assertion, it seems that nearly 4 years later, both of these predictions have tragically come to pass, even well beyond our expectations. To quantify how the attrition rate is becoming dangerous for the city, I'd like to discuss some data. Since the beginning of 2020, the MPD has lost 1,407 officers, nearly half of the 3,300 member department. 528, nearly 40% of those separations were resignations, employees who just walked away from a career with the MPD. The ability for MPD to hire new officers appears to be almost non-existent. Between October 1st and December 31st, 2023, just a 3-month window, the MPD lost 65 sworn members while only hiring 67, a net gain of just 2 officers. If these hiring struggles continue, the MPD will not be able to increase its staffing levels. These hiring trends show no signs of stopping, meaning that the concept of increasing the number of police officers is completely unattainable without immediate and comprehensive changes to the way employees are treated. While there's much rhetoric around the concept of the number of police and the amount of crime, the following facts are indisputable. Over the past 4 years of dwindling numbers of police, homicides have increased 38%, armed carjackings have increased 166%, armed robberies have increased 130%, and most tragic and alarming is that in recent years, the juvenile homicide rate has doubled. The statistics I've mentioned are citywide. If one parses out the data at the neighborhood level, some of these communities have grown to look like war zones. Members of the MPD rank and file were disappointed to see recent actions by the council when many of the original provisions in the Secure DC Act were removed or amended. The common sense provisions that were in the original bills, which could have helped address the MPD staffing crisis, seems to have fallen victim to the anti-police rhetoric of 2020. Until we stop listening to activists and start listening to citizens and victims and the police officers who respond to them, we will continue to be unable to bring the crime under control. We hope that some of these original provisions find their way back into the bill by the second reading. Many citizens complain to our members they live in fear of criminal activity and want more police presence, and more accountability for criminals. It is paramount that the committee and the council take appropriate action to ensure our department is well staffed with the best possible personnel in order for us to remain one of the best police departments in the country. The way to improve policing is to have the appropriate number of officers needed to meet the demands of the city. Anything less will result in lower standards, reduced quality of customer service, and an increase in the cost of overtime and attrition expenses. The number of officers should be decided by rigorously established empirical data and research, not by baseless rhetoric which calls for fewer police. The union asks for the council to give deep consideration when making decisions to affect the ability to hire and retain our best employees, specifically legislation affecting employee rights, as these issues are at the heart of MPD's performance and its ability to provide exceptional service to residents and visitors. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions the committee may have. Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Mr. Pemberton. Elizabeth Tang, public witness.
Hi, I'm actually testifying on behalf of the Democratic Socialists of America. So as an organizational witness, I'd like to have 2 extra minutes, please.
Sure, no problem.
Great,
Elizabeth Tang from the Democratic Socialists of America.
I'll start at the 5-minute mark now. Chair Pinto and committee, my name is Elizabeth Tang and I'm testifying on behalf of Metro DC DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America, with more than 2,000 members in our DC chapter. I want to be clear, MPD cannot fix violence in our community because it systemically causes violence. Cop apologists will say, well, it's only a few bad apples, but the rock goes to the very top. Just 2 years ago, we learned that for 10 years, former police chief Robert Conti protected dozens of MPD officers from being fired after they were found responsible for domestic abuse, stalking, and many other crimes. And as we heard earlier this morning, the Office of Police Complaints is not actually interested in holding MPD accountable. The OPC director repeatedly stated that police violence is inevitable and that we, the public, must simply accept it. The OPC director also expressed his support for Secure DC, a hyper-racist, hyper-carceral crime bill that never should have been introduced in the first place. Thanks to massive public opposition earlier this month, the new version of Secure DC is less egregious, but there are still very dangerous provisions that I urge council to remove. Number 1, remove drug-free zones. These zones were unanimously repealed by council in 2014, including by Chair Mendelson, Councilmember Bonds, and Mayor Bowser, as unconstitutional, racist, and utterly ineffective at reducing drug use. The only thing drug-free zones do is make it easier for MPD officers to harass Black people. Remove the mask ban. This ban was unanimously repealed by council in 2021 by all of you, because it was overbroad and allowed MPD officers to target mostly Black residents for absurd reasons, like wearing a hoodie. You knew it was wrong then, do not bring it back now. Number 3, remove deadly car chases. MPD officers should not be allowed to do high-speed chases if the suspect poses no immediate threat to anyone, or if a chase is likely to kill or seriously injure anyone. This is basic public safety. Number 4, do not let MPD officers view body camera footage before they write their initial reports. This only makes it easier for cops to lie. Number 5, don't lengthen prison sentences. We know that it does not deter crime. And Secure DC would make nonsensical changes to the criminal code, like requiring a longer prison sentence for taking someone's car keys than for second-degree murder. Nonsensical. MPD cannot keep us safe, but there is a solution. Your own Police Reform Commission wrote in 2021, violence is most pervasive in areas of the district where predominantly Black and brown residents have the least access to wealth. In other words, the safest places have the most resources. I am testifying on behalf of DSA, but I want to share some personal anecdotes as well over the past year that illustrate what true safety means. Greg Pemberton may accuse people like me of being an activist as if I don't live here, but I do live here. I've lived here for 6 years. We live here and we care about safety here. A man on the street suddenly lunged at me and started screaming in my face, "I will kill you, over and over again." I was absolutely terrified. The police did not help me. Instead, 3 women immediately surrounded me and made sure I was safe. Cops could not have helped that man either. He was homeless and severely mentally ill, and half of all people killed by police are disabled. Another incident from the last year, a man lunged suddenly at me while I was sitting on the bus and stole the food in my lap. I was jolted with fear for a moment and I screamed. But when I saw that he just wanted my food, I understood I was not the victim of violence, he was. He was so hungry that he was forced to steal. Cops did not help me, nor would I want them to. What I want is for that man to not be hungry. I repeat, the safest places have the most resources, so let's give people resources. For example, give monthly stipends of $750 to low-income Black families in Wards 7 and 8. Create a training academy for violence interrupters to create new jobs and reduce gun violence. Both of these recommendations are from the district's own gun violence reduction strategic plan. Expand access to fresh food. Wards 7 and 8 have only 3 full-service grocery stores compared to 72 in the other 6 wards. That is food apartheid, and hunger is violence. Provide permanent supportive housing for our nearly 5,000 unhoused neighbors. Homelessness is violence. Pass the Green New Deal for Housing Amendment Act to expand mixed income housing and make it permanently affordable for low-income households. Eviction is violence. Do not roll back TOPA, the Tenant Opportunity Purchase Act, which has developed or preserved more than 16,000 affordable units over the past 40 years. Finally, the OPC director earlier said that complaints of violence by police have gone up because police interactions have gone up. I hear him. Let's reduce police violence by reducing MPD interactions with the community. Pass the policies in Safe and Free DC, a Black-led policy agenda that includes ending racial profiling, qualified immunity, pretrial detention, and solitary confinement. Pass the Drug Policy Reform Act to decriminalize personal drug use and invest in 24/7 harm reduction centers. That is critical for Black Washingtonians who are both more likely to die of an overdose and more likely to be arrested for drug possession. Pass the Traffic Safety Enforcement Act to ban cops from stopping vehicles for minor infractions, and instead let DDOT help drivers fix their broken taillights instead. Pass the School Safety Enhancement Amendment Act, which came up earlier. This would fund school safety teams and non-carceral interventions like de-escalation and restorative justice. In summary, MPD will never keep us safe. I urge you to cut the most racist and carceral provisions from Secure DC that embolden police violence and adopt the evidence-based non-carceral solutions that your own committees and task forces have recommended over and over to no avail. DC cannot be safe until our community members are no longer hungry, homeless, housing insecure, sick, and living under an increasingly violent police state. Addressing those problems is what will actually make us safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tang. Is Paula, oh, I see you. Commissioner Paula Edwards from ANC 4A01.
Thank you, Chair Pinto and members of the committee for allowing me to testify today. I'm Paula Edwards, ANC Commissioner for 4A01, which encompasses Colonial Village, North Portal Estates, and parts of Shepherd Park. I'm a native Washingtonian and a graduate of DC Public Schools. My police district is 4D and the PSA is 401. I'm here to express my gratitude to Commander Nikki Lavenhouse and the officers of 4D for their work in protecting our community. I've always found Commander Lavenhouse to be responsive and helpful to my requests and inquiries. For example, for additional protection for our houses of worship in the wake of reports of anti-Semitic and anti-Islamic activity. Officer Robert Hamrick works to ensure community outreach to our neighborhoods and has assisted me with facilitating the Shepherd Park Citizens Association's Christmas party for 4D. Mrs. Nina Murphy Martin has worked with the 4D Citizens Advisory Association to hold several well-attended meetings with MPD leaders and the mayor. Finally, I'd like to commend the Citizens Engagement Academy, led by Ms. Wanda Gaddison, which offers an excellent opportunity for the public to interact with different divisions of MPD, such as the K-9 unit, the helicopter unit, Water Patrol, and others, as well as the Office of Unified Communications. Participants also have the opportunity for a ride along in a police and patrol car. I recommend this program to all DC residents so they can have a different perspective than that presented by media. My SMD is located in MPD Sector 4A01, PSA 401. In 2023, we experienced an increase in violent and property crime of 22% between 2022 and 2023. There were fortunately no homicides in either year. Theft from auto and burglary declined by 26% and 17% respectively, while auto theft increased by 108%. Property theft increased by 69%. Robbery increased by 94%. Violent sex assault increased by 200% from 1 incident to 3. Assault with a dangerous weapon remained the same at 8 incidents. So far this year, crime has decreased slightly overall. We are encouraging neighbors to get surveillance cameras and to use air tags to prevent and solve crimes and hope for an improved 2024. On November 30, 2023, a young Deal student was struck and injured by a car as she crossed 16th Street at Lee Gate Road near the Maryland-DC border. I reached out to Commander Lavenhouse and to Captain J. David Reed of Montgomery County Police 3rd District. Captain Reed endeavored to set up a joint traffic detail to address dangerous driving. On February 6, 2024, there was a 4-car collision a block away from where the student was struck. The next day, MPD and MCPD conducted a joint traffic detail from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. This detail resulted in 80 traffic stops and 92 citations, 27 for speeding alone. Other violations were for running red lights, failure to stop at stop signs, distracted driving, and failure to yield to pedestrians. The number of violations has alerted leadership on both sides of the line to the peril of this stretch of road. These joint operations maximize the use of manpower for both jurisdictions and provide an important deterrent to reckless drivers who are not daunted by speed cameras. I thank Commander Lavenhouse and Chief Smith for authorizing this event. Finally, I'd like to echo others' previous testimony about the reconstruction of the precinct houses. 4D is in deplorable condition and is not ADA compliant. We've been told by the former chair of this committee that the money for renovation has been allocated, but we have seen no evidence of badly needed work. As an aside, in the wake of the recent settlement in Smith v. the City of Chicago, I would like to recommend that the council and MPD reevaluate drug-free zones and whether they are worth the compliance energy necessary to conform to constitutional requirements. Thank you for receiving my testimony, and I am available to answer questions.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Edwards. I will have some questions for you in a moment. Next, we will hear from Patrick Burke, Executive Director of the DC Police Foundation.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chairwoman Pinto and members of the committee. I'm Patrick Burke, and I'm the Executive Director of the DC Police Foundation, and our mission is to bring together our business, professional, civic, and nonprofit organizations, as well as individual citizens throughout DC, to promote public safety by providing financial and in-kind resources to the Chief of Police and the Metropolitan Police Department. Our goal is to make Washington, D.C. a safer place to live, work, and visit for everyone. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you with respect to the performance of the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department. As a retired Assistant Chief of MPD and the former U.S. Marshal for D.C., I've served the citizens of Washington, D.C. In a law enforcement capacity for over half my life. I'm honored to work with Chief Smith and our community in striving to achieve a safer city in which I live, and I've raised my 4 children. Our membership has been particularly concerned with the proliferation in crime this past year, and we urge you to push forth the recent legislative agenda that you, Chairwoman, have proffered and supported by the Chief and the Mayor. We continue to be concerned with the staffing numbers, as Greg and many people have mentioned today, and the impact that this has had on our department. Fewer officers impact response times, our time spent with victims, time spent on intervention, and the caseload numbers for detectives, which a lot of witnesses have touched on today. As the foundation also works with MPD on myriad youth initiatives to include the Police Athletic League, this also affects the amount of time that officers can have positive interactions with our young people, both on and off duty. Beyond the attrition of officers through retirement and resignations that Greg talked about, once again, I'm extremely concerned with keeping up with those numbers. We spend a significant amount of money to recruit and train police officers. We need to do a better job of keeping our best and our brightest right here at MPD. And Councilwoman, I was going to talk today about our youth initiatives and the number of things that we've been doing, but I'm going to cut to it really because I know you've had a long day as well. But the council unanimously approved Chief Smith. Listen to Chief Smith. This is what I'm recommending. Listen to Chief Smith and support her and her recommendations in supporting MPD as far as legislation and her efforts to prevent crime and hold those violent criminals and criminals accountable in DC. I've been throughout all 8 wards and spent time at all precincts on a regular basis. And just a couple of things that I'm hearing from the citizens all around the city, and I know you've done community walks as well. People don't feel safe. All I hear about is crime from everyone, from all 8 wards. People don't feel safe in the city right now. Sadly, I saw a story on TOP again of today about another H Street business closing down because of crime. That's hurtful to me as a DC resident and a former cop. That's embarrassing to us that we've got this. The officers don't feel supported by the council, by the city. We need to do a better job if we're going to retain these people or hire people to let them know that we appreciate their service. That's why I appreciate folks like Elizabeth and Kristen coming on to talk about the condition of station houses. We need to treat our people better to show them that we respect and we care about our officers as well. And when we talk about proliferation and some numbers in police complaints, one thing I'd ask you to look out too, how many of those are sustained? I think Mike does a good job of advocating for OPC and letting people know that there are other avenues beyond MPD, but how many are sustained? And once again, I think MPD does a good job at addressing that a lot better than many agencies throughout the country. So, council member, I'll end it here, and I've got to run off to teach a class tonight. But thank you for pushing this. And once again, my recommendation to you is we've got a great chief of police here in DC. We unanimously supported her through the council. Let's work with her to push her agenda, her initiatives, and work with the mayor to make the city safer. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Burke. Appreciate all of your work and you being here today, and good luck with your class. Commissioner Edwards, I want to start with you in your experience and conversations with your constituents about their relationship with MPD and some of the response times and things that your constituents are calling for as we consider the performance of MPD over the course of the last year, if there's anything that you can elaborate on in that regard.
We are fortunate in my SMD because it's relatively quiet. Our major concern has been theft from auto in the past, and then recently it converted to carjacking and to auto theft. The response time from MPD has been, from what I can infer, has been fairly consistent. It's been well received. There are questions about why, there's not more crime scene forensics, I guess, and taking fingerprints and things like that. I think in some cases that's not worth it from what I've been told, but they seem fairly, I'd say, supportive of the police response in our area. We had one episode where a gentleman threatened a woman recently, and one of our officers who's been on the beat for ages actually stopped the man. He did wound him with a gun, with a firearm. But, and everyone was very supportive of the officer. They were very grateful that he had protected the community. So I'd say it's been positive.
Great. Thank you so much. Mr. Pemberton, thank you for your testimony and your work in representing so many members of the Metropolitan Police Department. As we think about working with MPD to not only improve hiring in the door, but improve retention and reduce attrition, how do you think MPD has been performing on those metrics over the course of the last year, and what should we be thinking about differently as we move forward when it comes to recruitment and retention?
Well, I think MPD has shifted a lot of their resources into the hiring aspect all through the application process. I know that they've expanded the personnel over there. There's obviously more funding from their budget going to that area. I know the executive has obviously incentivized becoming a police officer here through hiring bonuses. And all of those things are great, and we support all of those aspects of it. I think the problem is that the candidate pool is not getting larger. And again, I know this is sort of my mantra here, but many of the policies that have been put in place from back in 2020 have created such an onerous environment that this is not an attractive place for both current employees and future employees. And so we're hemorrhaging officers who are retiring very early or resigning, as I testified to, and the number of candidates that are applying on the front end is a significantly smaller pool of people than it has been in the past. Obviously, the concern there is that the department is trying to get these numbers up, and if they only have a certain number of candidates, my concern, I don't have any evidence of this, but obviously our members are concerned that there could be some reduction in the standards or some lowering of the criteria for bringing people in the door, and possibly people who may have washed out of the process 5 years ago are now making it through into the academy. So I think trying to get to a place where we're increasing the number of police officers is going to involve some legitimate conversations about what we've done about the environment, the working conditions for police officers. I know I've made that clear to you in your office and other council members as well, but until we have an environment where we're supporting police officers and not sort of attacking them and creating an environment where we assume all of them are up to no good, I think it's going to be very hard to get these numbers up. I hope that answers your question, Councilmember.
Okay, yeah, I'm thinking more about kind of specific practices that MPD is engaged in now when it comes to recruitment and retention. I will say Secure DC has dozens and dozens of provisions in it that I think are going to be supportive and are supportive of our officers, of law enforcement, whether that's from clarifying the vehicular pursuit language to body-worn cameras to ways to increase case closures and dozens and dozens of them. And so I'm very hopeful that we can get this passed on March 5th and set us in a safer direction. I want to thank all of our panelists who are here on this panel and all of our witnesses who testified today on the Office of Police Complaints and the Metropolitan Police Department. We really appreciate your engagement and you joining us today. We are now going to call our public witness, our government witness, the Chief of Police, Pamela A. Smith of the Metropolitan Police Department, who will begin in one moment. Hello, welcome to our Chief of Police, Pamela A. Smith. Please sit wherever you're comfortable. Chief, as you know, it is the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. So if I may ask you to raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd now like to invite you to make any opening statement you may have.
All right. That was fast. Is my mic on? Awesome. Excellent. Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, members of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety, everyone gathered here today in person and those joining us online. My name is Pamela A. Smith, and I am the Chief of Police for the Metropolitan Police Department. I am honored to testify on behalf of Mayor Mira Bowser in today's performance hearing to discuss the activities and the accomplishments of the Metropolitan Police Department in fiscal year 2023. On July 17, 2023, Mayor Mira Bowser afforded me the opportunity to lead MPD in service to this great city. In November 2023, with a unanimous vote, this council supported my vision for MPD, and I continue to be thankful to serve in this role. When I was asked to serve in this distinguished position last summer, I knew that the department and the city were facing some challenges, but I also know that Washington, D.C., MPD, and I were well prepared to tackle the challenges ahead. Though we know there is much more work to do, I know that the committed individuals that serve in MPD are here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, committed to the residents of Washington, D.C. I want to close my introduction by formally thanking members of the Metropolitan Police Department for their service through the storm. and for their unwavering support of me as their chief. Thank you, Councilmember Pinto and your staff, for all of the collective work that you've done to quickly bring Secure DC to the full council for a vote. I am confident that once the legislation is enacted, MPD and our partners will have new tools to advance public safety. Though I will not focus on this legislation in depth today, Secure DC will play a core role in the strategic work of the Metropolitan Police Department. As we will shift to discuss data, strategies, projects, and plans, it is critical that we keep one thing in mind. Each crime is not just a number, it is a person, and the impacts of crime reverberate through our city. In 2023, DC reached the tragic milestone of 274 homicides, the highest number since 1997. A higher lethality for shootings was a significant contributor to the increase in homicides. While the number of shootings was 9% higher than the average for the prior 3 years, the shooting fatality rate was 22% higher than the 3-year average. It was the highest since MPD began tracking the figure in 2017, when it was 15.5%. If we had a 15.5% shooting fatality rate in 2023, there would have been 82 fewer homicides. One factor driving the higher lethality of shootings is the increase of the use of conversion switches, which modify handguns from semi-automatic to fully automatic. The number that MPD recovered tripled in just 2 years, from 66 in 2021 to 195 in 2023. Overall, more than 3,000 firearms were recovered in 2023, about the same number as in 2022 and 36% more in 2021. Looking back, it is easy to see the beginnings of crime increases in early 2023. Homicides were spiking by February, and carjacking and robberies began increasing in March. The increase in carjackings and robbery peaked in June, with more than twice as many robberies and 3 times as many carjackings reported than in June of 2022. In July, this started to turn around. Comparing the first 6 months since my appointment to the 6 months before it, motor vehicle theft, which have helped to fuel violent crime, is down 15%, carjackings are down 7%, and assaults with a dangerous weapon are down 10%. Robberies have increased slightly by 46 crimes, but it is going in the right direction. In January, we have had fewer robberies since February 2023, before the initial spike. Unfortunately, youth have been heavily involved in vehicle thefts, carjackings, and robberies. Overall, only 11% of MPD arrests are of juveniles. But in 2023, 32% of vehicle theft arrests, 62% of carjacking arrests, and a shocking 73% of robbery arrests were juveniles. In fact, juvenile involvement in robberies has grown significantly in the past few years. In 2019 and 2020, juveniles represented 55% of the robbery arrests. In 21, it was 58%, 65% in 2022, and in 2023, 73%. And more youth are committing serious crimes at a younger age. The number of 12-year-olds arrested and increased more than tenfold last year. As a city, we must find ways to prevent at-risk behavior by our youth. Families, communities, and other partners must all come together to set the boundaries that we know all youth will push against. That is the nature of growing up. We all did it. But too many of our kids are moving from normal youthful rebellion to threatening and dangerous behavior. Not only is it unacceptable to endanger our community members, but kids who are involved in serious crimes are at more risk themselves. We must do better to interrupt this behavior sooner and make sure our kids stay on a safer and thriving path to adulthood. In 2023, the department responded 15 seconds faster to Priority 1 calls for service. This 4% decrease happened despite a 9% increase in calls for service and 4% decrease in sworn staffing. As of February 10th, we have 3,332 sworn members. This is 467 fewer members than at the end of fiscal year 2020. To put that in perspective, at that time, there was an average of 342 sworn members in each police district. In a little more than 3 years, we have lost staffing for 1 1/3 patrol districts. This is the lowest number of officers since at least the 1970s. But there is reason for optimism. Attrition was lower in FY23 than originally projected, with decreases in both resignations and retirements, resulting in the fewest separations since FY 2018. A new in-person recruiting unit is working to attract more prospects by building relationships with colleges and universities, professors, and students groups to connect with students interested in law enforcement careers and develop a lasting pipeline for applicants. The department also reached 136 cadets at the end of January, the high watermark for this program. 30 cadets have graduated to become recruits in the last 16 months. The dedicated sworn and civilian members of MPD are working with our partners in communities and government to support public safety through a variety of strategies. We are focusing on our neighborhoods to make our streets safer. In September, I issued a strategic update that is available on our website at mpdc.dc.gov. Efforts such as our robbery suppression initiative and the multi-agency nightlife task force continue our work to make our neighborhoods safer. I invite residents to take a look at this for even more information about what MPD is doing in our community. For instance, this summer, our patrol commanders and their teams began hosting community walks. Strong community police partnerships are critical to successful policing and public safety. When police and community members walk through a neighborhood together, they have an opportunity to identify the challenges and possibly solutions together, strengthening these partnerships. In FY24, MPD is hosting weekly community walks in each district. We are expanding this commitment to interacting with our community members on the streets in our neighborhoods by focusing on footbeats. Many of you have asked that officers get out of their cars more, and I agree that foot patrols expand our opportunities for positive and productive encounters with community members. I have asked each district commander to expand their foot patrols, specifically in the busier commercial neighborhoods where they can check in on business owners and interact with individuals on the street. In some cases, you may see MPD officers partnering with Metro Transit or Housing Authority Police to bolster visibility in areas where jurisdiction overlap. I encourage all community members to join a community walk or talk to our officers who will be walking a beat. Yesterday, Mayor Bowser opened the first of 3 new safe commercial corridor hubs in Chinatown. The Chinatown hub will be staffed by multiple operational or outreach teams, including MPD. The agencies will work together to connect residents to services and increase visibility in these corridors. MPD officers from the Chinatown Crime Patrol Unit and Chinatown Bike Unit will use the space to write reports and conduct other administrative tasks without returning to the First District's main station. Other agencies in the space will include the Mayor's Office of Community Relations and Services and the Departments of Behavioral Health and Human Services. The department has also increased traffic enforcement and education in support of Mayor Bowser's Vision Zero initiative. Traffic fatalities in the district and around the nation increased in 2023. In FY24, MPD is conducting at least 2 high visibility traffic safety compliance checkpoints every month. During 33 checkpoints across all 7 districts, MPD has issued more than 2,100 tickets, made 69 arrests, and recovered 11 guns. Officers have also installed 34 child safety seats because we know safety is about more than just enforcement. In December, I launched Operation Atlas, or Action Teams Leaving Areas Safer, with non-patrol teams deployed around the city in the evenings based on recent crime trends. The focus is on reducing fear, disrupting crime, arresting violators, increasing traffic safety, and enhancing quality of life. The team brings a highly visible presence in these neighborhoods with saturation patrols in recent violent crime areas, traffic safety enforcement, and attention to quality of life issues and community engagement. So far, the department has made 216 arrests. We've taken 48 illegal guns off of the street, and we've recovered 44 stolen cars. Although it is difficult to isolate the impact of a single initiative when we are implementing multiple new strategies and programs simultaneously, there were significant reductions in crime during the first wave of Operation Atlas in December. When comparing crime in December, the hours of operation from 6 p.m. to 4 a.m. to the prior 31-day period, violent crime decreased by 22%, assaults with dangerous weapons dropped by 31%, and robbery dropped by 26%. The department is currently leading the targeted homicide reduction through intervention and violence elimination, or Operation Thrive. to reduce homicides in 2024 by coordinating resources in areas most impacted by homicide to protect life and stabilize neighborhoods historically plagued by violence. This is a whole of government approach and strategic development of MPD personnel and resources in neighborhoods affected most severely by non-domestic homicides and contact shootings. Building on MPD's homicide reduction partnership, this targeted crime fighting initiative is focusing on 3 areas across the district: Rosedale, Anacostia, and Washington Highlands. Just last week, I launched an expansion in the 3rd and 4th districts of a hotspots policing effort. This methodology is evidence-based policing by Professors Dr. Loom and Coper from George Mason University's Department of Criminology, Law, and Society Center for Evidence-Based Crime Police. Dr. Looms and Coper worked with the 6th District in 2022, which saw an 11% decrease in violent crime, a 7% decrease in calls for service, and a 12% decrease in sounds of gunshot in those focused areas. The model focused attention on small areas, approximately 4 square blocks, with a high density of non-domestic violence and sounds of gunshot. The focus and active police presence in the neighborhoods helped to drive down crime and reduce community fear of crime. In December, Mayor Bowser and I announced the development of MPD's Real-Time Crime Center, or the RTCC. The RTCC will serve as a new dedicated space that will be staffed 24/7 with local, regional, and federal law enforcement agencies to monitor and respond to criminal activities in real time. The RTCC would serve as the nerve center for law enforcement in DC and throughout the region to collect and analyze data, enhance situational awareness, and facilitate quick decision-making. The RTCC will also improve the overall efficiency of crime prevention and response efforts among law enforcement partners by leveraging their expertise and allowing more information to be shared across jurisdictional boundaries in real time. What we do know is that crime in our region is not limited to jurisdictional boundaries, and those committing crimes sometimes use that as to their advantage. The RTCC will also allow us to leverage our multi-agency partnerships to interrupt crime sprees and identify and arrest suspects, thereby preventing the next crime. We expect the RTCC to open in the coming weeks. I want to thank Mayor Bowser for a strong commitment to expanding DC's CCTV network. In 2023, we deployed 50 CCTV cameras to new locations, and we are waiting delivery of an additional 50. This will bring the network to up to more than 400 cameras. We know that this network, together with the new RTCC expanding our ability to leveraging the CCTV network, will help solve crimes. I believe that we are taking steps to help solve more violent crimes, and we are moving in the right direction. To help strengthen all cases, in 2023, we partnered with the U.S. Attorney's Office to develop a comprehensive training on the 4th Amendment that all members will take in 2024. MPD is also participating in Operation Trident. It's a joint operation including the U.S. Marshal Service and the Court Services and Offender Supervision Agency. The agencies are working together to identify wanted DC fugitives who are the most likely to reoffend or to be involved in violent crime. The operation then prioritizes locating and arresting these individuals. So far, the 3 phases of Operation Trident have resulted in 99 fugitives arrests. While these efforts will help to make our community safer for all, MPD is also working to support some of our most vulnerable populations. For instance, research and experience indicate that concentrations of vacant and blighted buildings can attract crime and may be harmful to public health. To help counter those negative factors, last fall, I launched Operation Peaceful Neighborhoods. In partnership with the Department of Aging and Community Living, the Department of Public Works, DC Health, and the Humane Rescue Alliance and others, we are focusing on identifying, investigating, and resolving criminal activity taking place in buildings that are sometimes unoccupied or occupied by senior or vulnerable adults. The type of criminal activity most associated with these nuisance properties is drug dealing and the storage of illegal guns, and it hurts the residents and the businesses. This is especially true for certain vulnerable populations, such as our senior community members and individuals living independently with special needs, who sometimes are at risk of having their homes taken over in the furtherance of criminal enterprise. I am committed to working with community and government partners to help safeguard our more vulnerable populations. The department has also been expanding our work to support individuals with chronic or crisis behavioral health needs and in the communities we live in. This includes completing our 2-year training program to ensure all full-duty members have completed either crisis intervention training or mental health first aid training provided by the Department of Behavioral Health. We are building on this in 2024 with an evidence-based approach to use of force training. The goal of integrating communications, assessment, and tactics, or ICAT training, is to enhance officer skills in successfully diffusing critical incidents with individuals in crisis. The department is committed to our co-response team that we launched in the summer of 2023 with DBH. The team includes 5 officers paired with 5 behavior clinicians, responding to calls for service involving subjects with behavior needs in the 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 6th patrol districts. The core team can also respond to critical incidents anywhere in the city. MPD was recently awarded a grant to support DBH in hiring an additional clinician later in 2024, allowing us to expand this program into our 7th district. In responding to almost 1,400 calls, the co-response team has connected with more than 600 individuals with behavioral health needs, resulting in only 21 arrests and no uses of force by the team. The teams have also coordinated more than 200 involuntary commitments and more than 100 voluntary commitments. Just as MPD works to support healthy and well communities in the district, I am committed to fostering an organizational culture that supports personal wellness and employee satisfaction. In turn, healthy employees are more effective and passionate. In recognition of this important goal, last week I created the Organizational Culture and Wellness Bureau. The new Bureau brings together our officers that foster well-being, diversity, equity, and inclusion, all of which are critical not only for sound human resource practices, but for a successful police department and a safe city. Lastly, instead of a new program, I am pleased to highlight the return of a vintage program. As I visited with residents across the city, they repeatedly talked about growing up with MPD's Officer Friendly. It is heartening how many district residents finally remember Officer Friendly as one of their first encounters with MPD. Given that, we have reinvigorated the Officer Friendly program to strengthen connections with youth and families. The program is centered around elementary age youth and involves a variety of educational programs, including anti-bullying initiatives, interactive learning, conflict resolution, and safety education. Officer Friendly has already visited more than 35 DC public and public charter elementary schools. I am hopeful that this will lay the groundwork for stronger police-community relations for years to come, especially with our young people. In closing, thank you for the opportunity to highlight just some of the good work we are doing at MPD. I am pleased to report that while we have challenges ahead of us, our members are committed to facing and overcoming them. They are excited to be compassionate and creative, community-focused, and collaborative in service to our great city. But we cannot do this work alone. Under the leadership of Mayor Bowser, we have a whole of government approach to the core focus of public safety. We know that working together with this council, we can keep our residents safe. We need this council to pass Secure DC without amendments. We need this council to continue to invest in the Metropolitan Police Department, our programs, our initiatives, and our recruits. We need this council to know and understand that every single day, our members respond to the needs of our residents in the service of the District of Columbia. What I call this is policing with purpose and serving with care. It is our commitment to the people of Washington, D.C. And this should be our shared purpose, our shared commitment. You all know that I am also an ordained minister, and here's what I know. Faith without works is dead. Now let's get to work. I look forward to answering any of your questions. Y'all got me started. Don't get me started. It's too early.
Thank you very much, Chief Smith, for your testimony. And I want to thank you and your team who's here with you today and all of the officers of the Metropolitan Police Department, sworn and civilian, and all of our different functions who work so hard every day on behalf of district residents and put their lives on the line on behalf of all of us. Thanks you very much. So I appreciated your testimony highlighting a number of the initiatives that you are focused on. I want to start by doing a deeper dive into MPD's efforts to reduce violent crime in the district in particular. we've unfortunately been an outlier in DC in this area in recent years, as other major cities have seen a significant post-pandemic drop in violent crime. It's hard to determine cause and effect, but some have suggested that other cities have seen better outcomes, at least in part due to a result of certain evidence-based strategies that they have implemented. And so can you talk a little bit about MPD's work to implement evidence-based crime reduction strategies in a coordinated fashion?
Things that we have we've been working on is with George Mason University with Dr. Loomer and Dr. Cohn. And they have been very, very instrumental in helping us really look at the hotspot policing concept. I think this concept was introduced to the Metropolitan Police Department in 2022 in our 6th district, and we were really effective in that space. And I thought it would be appropriate to expand that same concept of evidence-based policing in our 3rd and 4th districts, where we've seen an increase in crime. One of the other concepts that we've used is our homicide reduction partnership plan, where we've taken a look with our crime analysts at all of the homicides that have been occurring over the last 3 years. And we've taken a density map and kind of do an overlay to determine what areas across the District of Columbia where we've seen an increase in homicides, but we've also seen an increase in shootings. Non-contact shootings or contact shootings rather. And we've stood up the Homicide Reduction Partnership Plan, or Operation Thrive, where we've brought in all of our DC government entities to really support us in this work. And I can tell you today, it's been very effective. We stood it up, I think, at the beginning of January, and we've seen reduction in crime in all 3 of the areas that I just recently mentioned: Washington Highlands, Rosedale, and Anacostia. And we will continue that effort and measure that approach every 60 days to see if we need to make any adjustments.
And can you talk a little bit about focused deterrence and what it looks like in your current operations, or what you envision it should look like within MPD?
Well, I think every strategy, council member, is really about focused deterrent. One of the things I will tell you is that when I first arrived, sat in this seat, we had we were only conducting our crime briefings once a week. And I kind of thought it would be nice to see the folks at least twice a week to talk about the crime. But as we saw the crime numbers continue to drive up, I thought it was important that we look at crime every single day. And I know the commanders and the assistant chiefs were doing it, but we needed to do it in a collective fashion to ensure that, number one, as crime is changing on a day-to-day basis, we are readjusting our footprint and we are reassigning resources to those areas. So I think that being focused on crime every single day, every single hour, is what has caused us, even up to this point, to drive our crime numbers down here in 2024. And we will continue that same methodology, where we bring in our team every single morning to talk about crime that has occurred over the last 24 hours.
Okay. And what type of analysis is MPD doing to look at these initiatives and take a backward look at what's most effective, what should be expanded, and what should be revisited?
And so we're using kind of a 60-day model. I mean, initially we were using kind of I'll say from our day-to-day crime, we were using kind of a 30-day model. Now, in order to measure it effectively, we're using a 60-day model where we go back, meet with our crime analysts. They are every single day tracking the crime in their particular area. They meet with their commanders, and we look at how we're going to either readjust, and if it's still working well, we continue down that same path.
Okay, thank you. And I will just note here, the committee anticipates the pre-hearing response questions by the end of next week.
Yes, ma'am.
And for other colleagues who are here to know that that is coming, and we will make sure to get you all a copy of that when we receive it next week.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
One of the things that we're interested in is the proportion of investigators that MPD is investing in. There are some other jurisdictions that seem to be emphasizing the need for investigators more than our own department is. For instance, the Denver Police Department created a special unit to investigate non-fatal shootings with the same level of effort as homicides. And in the first 7 months of 2020, that unit solved 65% of the city's non-fatal shootings, which was a dramatic increase over the department's previous 39% non-fatal shooting rate. And so what is your thinking about a focus on investigators, and where do you currently stand with hiring investigators?
Well, what I will say is that in December, I promoted 33 detectives. A lot of folks may not know that, but I did because, again, to your point, I think it's really important that we have detectives and investigators in order to, in those spaces and places to investigate those cases. 33, and then what we've done with our real-time crime center, we have all detectives and investigators in that space to also focus on exactly what you're talking about, being able to have a group of individuals to really focus on crime on a daily basis. I also stood up a gun trafficking unit, and that unit is responsible for making sure that all the guns that are coming into the District of Columbia, that we can look at them, that we can ensure that they are processed, that we are tracking, when you talk about going backwards to forward, tracking where these guns are coming from into the District of Columbia. And so to your point, I sat in this space for a couple of months and I realized that we really needed to bolster those numbers within our investigative, our homicide or our criminal investigation division.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So as we think about some of the recommendations from the gun violence reduction strategic plan, one of the items that came from that was the People of Promise list that is used by a number of different agencies. Is MPD using the information from the People of Promise list as part of informing your strategies to identify and intervene before crime happens?
So yes, I have, and yes, and no, sort of, kind of. So yes, in that we have a relationship with David Muhammad. We've been meeting with him. I think he just finalized the report for 2023-24. I think it's with CJCC right now. Once it comes back, we will be meeting with the team in order to execute some of the recommendations in the plan. So we have been in conversation with him, and I think it's a viable program that we will be using in the very near future.
Okay, but to your knowledge, has MPD already been engaged with the People of Promise list that's been in existence for several years?
I don't know. I don't know if we have been.
Okay.
I'll have to ask someone from my team.
Okay, thank you so much. So on a related note, when we think about the challenges with repeat offenders that's going on in our city, one of the findings of the updated gun violence problem analysis was that, just like previous reports, they found most homicide victims and suspects have a number of previous arrests, 9 on average. That suggests that we should be able to identify high-risk individuals at some point earlier in the process and prevent them from recommitting additional crimes, which is kind of the whole point of People of Promise. And so I wanted to ask you what your thinking is there on getting to people earlier who are high risk. And it came up again yesterday with the arrest made with the 9th robbery at Walgreens, of when we have kind of these repeat incidents, how is MPD working in a coordinated fashion to ensure that we can prevent subsequent harm?
So one of the things that we've been doing is we work with CSOSA very, very closely, and CSOSA obviously has the reoffender list, and those folks that have been released based on the conditions of their court order. We have been conducting accountability checks of those individuals, where members in our districts are taking that list, going to check on some of those individuals who are under supervision with CSOSA. Obviously, folks who could potentially be reoffenders. One of the things that you talk about with the People of Promise list, that's one of the recommendations that David Muhammad made, and we will certainly look at that list to enhance those relationships in our communities. But what I also want to say is that, when we talk about prevention, I mean, and I'm a big proponent of preventing crimes and things like that. I have to be mindful of the fact that, there are other entities out there that can also support us in that space and working with some of these individuals and making sure that they don't reoffend. We're on the enforcement piece, but I'm a strong proponent of prevention, but I also know that we have to work in hand in tandem with our court services supervision agencies and some of our other partners in order to make sure that this happens effectively.
Thank you. And I think, as is the case when we have so many repeat violent offenses, that enforcement actually serves as prevention of a future crime in many circumstances. And so sometimes that's missing from the conversation. I want to learn a little bit more about the Real-Time Crime Center. Can you talk about the most useful lessons learned from New York City and how they are navigating access to information in more real time with a similar level of collaboration
Mhm.
between local and federal agencies?
So I think, and thank you for asking that question. I did have the opportunity to travel to New York City. I met with the commissioner and his team, and other members of my team also had the opportunity to see how valuable the Real-Time Crime Center and utilizing different platforms or vendors in order to ensure that they could integrate cameras from across the city of New York. I mean, clearly they have a heck of a lot more cameras than we do here in DC, but we're working on it. But I think the lessons that I learned in that space was that it gives us an opportunity to see crime happening in real time. And what that means to me is that as crime is occurring, what we're finding right now is that we have a lot of cameras out there that are really grainy, but sometimes we don't have good video surveillance when crimes are being committed. And we have to really use some of our skill set, our subject matter expertise with our investigators to really bring some of these cases to closure. If we have the opportunity to have cameras that are live, that are actually functional, we have a team of detectives and or law enforcement personnel from PG County, U.S. Park Police, U.S. Capitol Police, Montgomery County, all of these agencies sitting in one space. We have the opportunity to communicate and collaborate better, because what we do know is that when these individuals come into the District of Columbia, their egress is in 1 or 2 or 3 different places outside of the district, and having Fairfax County, Arlington County, having DC Housing Authority in this same space, looking at and monitoring these cameras on a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week basis, we have a much more clear opportunity to really apprehend some of these suspects in real time. As you know, you supported us in passing the emergency legislations to allow us to be able to pursue some of these vehicles. And we've been really impactful in that space. But what we also know is that when we get out of range of some of those cameras, these folks bail out, and it's been very hard and difficult to track them. And so what I learned in New York City is that they have cameras everywhere, and they've been really, really impactful and effective in apprehending suspects. Clearly, I tend to think the message is going to be that people will know that we're watching them, that are committing these crimes. They're external facing cameras, not internal, but it's certainly a viable tool for us in order to reduce crime here in the District of Columbia.
Sometimes just the knowledge of
Knowing
eyes and
that it's
ears
there.
can
Yes.
help. And just to confirm, the accuracy of the footage will be much enhanced
Yes,
from
ma'am.
our current technology that is
Yes,
a bit
ma'am.
old.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Which is what we need.
Fantastic. Thank you, Chief. I'm going to turn to my Ward 5 colleague, Councilmember Zachary Parker, for a 10-minute round.
It's good to see you again, Chief.
You as well, sir.
And I don't know if you caught my remarks earlier, but I touted the great work that 5D Commander Altieri and his team has been doing. And I just want to say across the board, I think the 5th District is a model. I don't get a chance to see other police districts across the city, but I do get to work with 3 in Ward 5. And while I appreciate all of our teams, I do think what they're doing in terms of building relationships, being responsive, is a model in many respects. So
Yes, sir.
you should be proud of the work that they're doing. Violent crime is down in the district, and you highlighted that. I think we are all glad to see numbers trending in the right direction. What do you think most accounts for the drop in violent crime in the district?
I think it's the initiatives and the resources that we are providing. I think I shared earlier in that we are looking at our crime a lot differently. Crime has been going down since last year. I know people didn't feel it, right, and you couldn't see it because crime was so high and it had been trending so high for several years. But we started to really make a dent in crime roughly around August, and it started to decrease. It just didn't decrease fast enough because
Did
we
that
didn't have-
align when you were appointed to the role?
Yes, sir. Something
Okay,
like
I
that.
just
Yes, sir.
wanted
I'll listen. I give credit to my team, and I'll say this, Councilmember Parker, they feel it when there's a victim of a crime. I mean, they're in crime briefings with me. I meet with them every single day to talk about crime on a 24-hour
What do you
basis.
think, just pushing here, and I see the clock ticking, but
That's okay.
what do you think accounts for the drop even since last August?
Looking at our crime and our data every single day,
Got
and
it.
really making sure that we have the resources in the right place at the right time.
I also note as of today, and I was glad to see that the crime stats page is back up.
Yes, sir.
Sexual assault, robbery, and theft is up 13%, 12%, 10% respectively. What is MPD doing to address these areas where we haven't seen the progress we've seen in homicides and some other areas?
So when you talk about our sexual assault specifically, we know that a lot of those cases are individuals who are known to one another. And so we are working with our victim services here at the Metropolitan Police Department to really make sure that we are reaching out to our communities, folks who go on dates with each other. We know that that's been happening in that space. They're known, they're not stranger cases. With regards to our robberies, even though we're at what is it, 12% today, that number was a lot higher. And so I counted progress as we continue to drive down those numbers. But what I will tell you, the trigger factor behind it are our juveniles. Most of our robberies are being committed by juveniles. And also you have to keep in mind that our carjackings are also numbers that are in that same space added to our robberies. But specifically around our robberies, what we're doing in that space, we still have our robbery suppression initiative that's up and running. I've also stood up another overnight operation, volunteers, officers who volunteer to come in every single night to focus on quality of life crimes. That includes our armed carjackings, our robberies, and they have been pretty successful in that space. And as you talk about was it thefts?
Yes.
And you know, thefts is a conglomerate of just, you know, if someone goes into a store and steal a Snicker bar, that's counted as a theft. And so though we are working very hard with our retail establishment, we have retail business beat officers who are now assigned in multiple districts to really go in and work with some of our retails to ensure that we are driving down crime in those spaces.
So on juvenile crime, and this is a broad question, but what is MPD doing to address juvenile crime?
Everything we can.
I know that we launched curfews in certain parts of the city. Are those still running?
They are still running. We haven't really seen a lot of the curfew violators. Typically, we see a lot of that during the summertime, the summer months, and we see a lot of kids hanging out really. And when I say a significant number, what you see right now are juveniles, and it's not a lot of them gathering in various places across the district. You have the one-offs, the two-offs, the three-offs, where juveniles are getting together, stealing a car, or getting together, robbing somebody. And that's what we're seeing with our juveniles. And I'm going to tell you right now, there has to be a different level of accountability. We have our Youth and Family Engagement Bureau, where we work with at-risk youth in our communities across the District of Columbia. We have 34 school resource officers who are assigned to various schools across the district. We are continuing to work with young people in our districts. The problem is they just need to be held accountable because we are arresting the same individuals over and over and over
So
again.
let's unpack that. So when you say held accountable, where is the breakdown in our system?
From where I see it, I mean, and I'm certainly not trying to poke the bear at anybody. I'm just looking at it from a professional perspective, is that once the juveniles are arrested, some of them go to a diversion program. And I'm not sure what happens after that. You know, are the young people who have been assigned to a diversion program, are they attending? Are they not attending? Are their family members attending as well? But it makes no sense to me when we have a young person who is committing these types of crimes with guns and knives, and they're back out on the street the next day. That's a problem, and we need to do something about that.
Okay, I hear you. I want to turn to OUC. How is MPD working directly with our Office of Unified Communication to improve dispatch issues?
Well, I think we work very well with OUC. I mean, clearly, anytime we have, one of the other things that we've been doing is that, and I think I've talked to Heather about this, is when we have a new recruit class or officers graduating, giving them the opportunity to come inside the command center.
I'm going to push here. So when we had our OUC hearing, we noted that dispatch errors are increasing, that they aren't meeting their goals.
Okay.
And while that's certainly not MPD's fault,
right.
A question I have of FEMS and MPD is, how are you all working with OUC to ensure that we're not wasting time getting help to people that are in need?
Well, first of all, that's the first time I've heard that. And so what I will do, I will certainly work with Heather. She's certainly an excellent partner. And if that's what you're hearing, I will certainly be more than willing to
partner. And that's what the data suggests. Yeah, that's what the data suggests in terms of dispatch errors, as well as call time.
Okay.
There's a discrepancy of whether or not the call should be dispatched within 10 10 seconds or 15 seconds, but we're still not hitting the targets where we need. Related, and I know OUC is transitioning to power phone. Do you and/or MPD have a position on this?
No, I think it'll be a useful tool for OUC as well as Fire and EMS and MPD.
Okay, so just to be clear, you have no concerns about the transition
I do not.
in training and support. Okay.
No, I do not.
The crime lab. How has the recertification of parts of our crime lab aided in MPD closing crime cases?
Well, you know, it's a process, right? So it doesn't just happen right out the gate. There's a process, and Dr. Diaz and his team have met with us to discuss the backlog in the cases and how they will be entered into CODIS in order for us to start getting some of the hits. It hasn't started just yet, but we know that it's on the way, and he has a strategic plan in order to ensure that we get those
so with those
evidence.
About roughly 1,200 cases that are backlogged.
Yeah.
What does the collaboration look like? What is different today than maybe a month ago in terms of MPD's process at crime scenes and or
I don't think anything's any difference. They've always responded. Always supported us in that space. DFS they've always come out. So that has not changed. There isn't anything different in that space. I think what will be different if it hasn't already taken place, and I'll just have to check Councilmember Parker, but what will be different is that they will be able to get that backlogged evidence into CODIS so that we can start getting hits on some of the cases or that we need to.
For reference, I recall the U.S. Attorney noted there were two main issues that precluded his office from prosecuting cases. One was the crime lab, and the other was MPD camera footage. I'm seeing my time tick. So can you just speak to what does collaboration today look like with the U.S. Attorney's office?
I speak with and meet with my team, and I meet with the U.S. Attorney's office on almost a weekly basis. That relationship has strengthened. It has enhanced. As a matter of fact, when we talk about case closures and bringing good cases to the U.S. Attorney's office, we've asked them to provide Fourth Amendment training to our officers to ensure that we are bringing good cases so that they can prosecute those cases.
Are you satisfied with the prosecution rate from the U.S. Attorney's office?
What I will say is that we have a good working relationship. And I think that based on the meetings, our shooting reviews and so forth on a weekly basis, I believe that number will increase.
One last quick follow-up there. I hear you saying you have a good relationship. Is there any information and/or any resources that you wish you could receive from the U.S. Attorney's office that you have not?
The U.S. Attorney's Office, as a matter of fact, has really assisted us in one of the intelligence units that we just recently stood up. And it was U.S. Attorney Matt Graves and the U.S. Attorney's Office who made a decision to really assist us with some of the evidence.
But is there anything you're asking for that they have to date said no?
Not at all.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Sorry.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Now turn to our at-large colleague, Councilmember Christina Henderson, and member of the committee for a 10-minute round.
Thank you, Chair Pinto, and good afternoon, Chief. It's good to see you.
Ma'am. You as well.
I want to start sort of with my health hat on and talking about overdoses and we've been seeing happen in the city. The recent OCME report shows that we're seeing an increased number. We've seen the data from FEMS that they're receiving an increased number of calls. I'm wondering, do all of the officers receive training on the deployment of Narcan?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how often do they receive that training? Is it when you come on or a refresher every now and again?
I mean, it's a part of our professional development training. Our officers do get trained in that.
Okay. We were hearing from some of our FEMS colleagues that sometimes they show up on a scene and an officer may have deployed 5 or 6 Narcan for a person, which is can be excessive in terms of the reaction once that person wakes back up. Now they are even more agitated on that. And so I would just ask if we could just do a refresher or a tighten up on that particular training around, the recommendation is that there's no more than one at any given time. I want to ask sort of in a similar vein. So in my hearing with the Department of Behavioral Health, we talked a lot about the community response team and how they coordinate in their work with MPD. Dr. Bazaran also talked about, the coordination that you all have been doing in terms of providing additional staff support. In terms of crisis response training, what happens for officers? How do they, when you see a person in crisis, are officers trained in terms of how to respond and de-escalate?
Yes, ma'am. They actually receive 40 hours of training, specifically the crisis intervention training. They also, and those of them who do not receive that also receive the mental health training to support. And it's about a 20-hour course to also teach them about de-escalation.
Okay. Do you feel like your officers feel fairly confident in that work?
I do. I mean, unless there's something that I don't know, but I think they feel, I'm pretty confident that they're pretty good in that work.
Okay. I want us to just sort of, if we could continue talking about that, because my community response team, they're over taxed, if you will. And so I want to make sure that even if in a situation, a scenario happens, if 911 or if OUC is like, oh, we have to deploy MPD because we don't have another available unit, then we have someone who's having a mental health episode, they're being met not with aggression, but in a way that helps to try to de-escalate it for all involved. So we're not seeing, tragic situations happen where they don't have a weapon, but they're on something else, right?
Right. And what I will add to that is that I know, just based on some of the reports that I've received, our officers sometimes spend hours on the scene attempting to de-escalate a situation with someone who may be having some type of mental health crisis, and they do a really good job with it. I mean, and having the co-response team has also been very productive for us as well.
Great. There was a recent article in the New York Times that was talking about a company called Gunbusters, which police departments around the country send their decommissioned service arms to this company. The company claimed that they destroyed the service weapons and other weapons free of charge. But in fact, when an investigation was done, the company destroyed parts of the service weapons, but then were reselling other parts across the market. Do we use this company?
Not to my knowledge. I don't think we ever, I've never heard of it.
Okay. So what happens when we are disabling old service weapons?
They are pretty much, they are dismantled as you know, and then they are sent for destruction.
Okay. But not this company. If
Not
we
that
just
company.
confirm that we're
Just
not using.
Sent for destruction, not with this company.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You were talking a little bit with colleagues about surveillance and cameras, CCTV.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm originally from New York, so it is often sometimes surprising to me that the nation's capital has as few cameras as we do, given the number of high targets that exist here. And so I'm supportive of the efforts that you all have been doing to deploy more CCTV around. But I wanted to ask, my question is more focused around our other types of camera programs that we have with neighborhoods.
The rebate camera.
Yep. So the
Camera
AP recently reported that Ring is no longer going to allow police departments to request doorbell camera footage from users. Instead, police departments will need to file the warrants to obtain that footage. Do you feel like this is going to impact the work of MPD?
I think it will, and specifically because we really rely very heavily on our residents. They do provide good information, especially with the Ring doorbell camera. It's really clear. It's probably clearer than some of the other cameras that I have in my house. I said my house. But they are very, very good. We get very good video footage from Ring doorbell, and it would certainly be a disservice if that is the case.
Okay. Do other companies have similar restrictions where you have to get the warrant? Like, are there any situations where you guys wouldn't go to the resident and ask for the footage, but you would go around to the company?
Not that I know of.
Okay. All right. Last year, we talked a lot about traffic enforcement, and I want to say I Thank you for keeping your promise.
I told you I would.
You
Yes, ma'am.
said that we were going to start doing these stops. And while some people get frustrated because obviously it might take time in terms of them getting to where they need to go, I think the fact that you all have recovered weapons and provided car seats and have seen, things happen, I think speaks to the importance of it, but also, and as I've explained to some of my colleagues who may disagree, right? I feel like the traffic enforcement question goes into this larger narrative of people thinking that there are no consequences for breaking any laws in the district, right? I could speed and nothing's going to happen to me. I could drive recklessly and nothing's going to happen unless I'm so reckless that I might harm someone, and sort of doing all of those different things. Have you all been consistently doing the checkpoints? And at this point, have you done them in every ward?
Yes, and we do it every other week.
Okay.
Every other week, our team is out there. We also have what I consider a fabulous reserve corps team who come in at night and also support us in that space. So we will continue to do that. I think it's really important to support Mayor Bowser's Vision Zero initiative.
Okay. So the Department of Public Works said in another hearing that they notified MPD of this, they call the infamous boot man. It is a individual who I don't know who it is, but for whom people have their number. And so when they boot a vehicle or they mobilize a vehicle, this person can come around and take them off.
Do they know who it is?
They said they told you who the person is.
Well, they didn't tell me.
Well, not you, but
Okay, I'm just saying.
They said that they have shared this information with MPD. And so I would love to know how you guys are following up on that front.
So that is the first time I'm hearing of it, but as I've given you my word before in the
Unfortunately, I can
past,
give you more than the boot man. That's how we refer to him in the Wilson building.
I will give a DPW to find out who that is.
Great. Great. In terms of traffic enforcement in general, do you feel like MPD should be doing more than just the checkpoints? And I say that recognizing I know your officers may not have that full capacity.
So I've just increased the number of officers to our traffic safety unit because I do agree that we should be doing more than traffic safety checkpoints. But also keep in mind, we are short-staffed. And what I attempt to do is when we can find moments where there are other opportunities for us to enhance traffic safety, we will look at those areas. But I know the team needed additional personnel in order to be effective in that space and create strategies outside of the every other week. One of the other things is that our officers have traffic overtimes assigned to every district. And it's a small number. It's not as robust as a traffic safety compliance checkpoints. To your point, I felt that there was something else that we needed to do. So these districts do have an additional viable component, specifically in their districts to focus on traffic safety.
Okay. Great. I only have 35 seconds. I reasonably cannot get off another question, so I'm going to yield back my 30 seconds of time.
Well, thoughtful. Thank you so much, Councilmember Henderson. I'll now turn to our Ward 3 colleague, Councilmember Matthew Fruman.
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much, Chair Pinto. Really appreciate it. Great to see you and hear from you, Chief Smith.
Hello, sir.
I can't let Councilmember Parker get away with such high praise for the 5th District without weighing in about how great the 2nd District has been. Commander Savoy has just done a fabulous job and following through on a number of the initiatives that you've launched in terms of community outreach and coordination between different parts of the department to solve crimes. Unfortunately, we have had serious crimes in the 2nd District, but we also have had a remarkable number of those serious crimes pretty quickly resolved. So congratulations to you and very grateful to the officers of the 2nd District and Commander Savoy. One of the things that we talk about all of the time is the staffing situation. And I'd like to understand the staffing situation with you a little bit better, because this is a thing that people, everybody wants more presence, and then part of the answer that we have to give is that there are limited resources, and trying to understand the dynamics of those limited resources. There's a number out there that people talk about, 4,000 officers, and I wonder if you could speak to, that's a number, but is there an idea, a rationale behind that number that we should be thinking about why 4,000 officers would be the right number? Or is it just a target number that we should be thinking about because it's more than what we have today?
I mean, I think it's a little bit of both, right? We've been talking about the 4,000 target number, but it will also really support us in our efforts with, and I'll use this terminology, with overtime reduction by having a viable number of officers in every district. But you know, so I struggle in this space because, I mean, if you know, just like I know that, there was a period of time where the Metropolitan Police Department was unable to hire officers for almost a year and a half. And that has certainly been one of the challenging points for us when you talk about staffing. We have been working very, very diligently with our new recruitment team, new recruitment unit, where we are hiring officers on a monthly basis. I think our last class, we had a total of 18 in January. In December, we had a class of 24. In November, we had a class of, I think, 10. The numbers dropped there. In October, we had 22. And in September, we had 20 officers. And so what I say to you, Councilmember Fruman, is that we are working very diligently to ensure that we increase those numbers. And even though we would like to get to the target number of 4,000, I know that may be a way off. To me, I believe that if we could get to 4,000 officers, it would certainly reduce the amount of officers that are continuously having to come back in to cover on overtime. Specifically to cover some of the areas that we need to have covered. And a lot of these officers are doing this voluntarily. We're not forcing them to come back to work. I've said this before and I'll say it again. I've had the opportunity to visit some of the roll calls for various special events. And when I arrived, there are almost 20 to 30 officers standing in a hallway waiting for an assignment just in case someone didn't come to work. And when you talk about the force multiplier in that, I say that to you to say that if we had a full complement of 4,000 officers, we wouldn't have to have officers coming in because they are dedicated and committed to doing this job, and knowing that sometimes officers do call off because of the time period that they have to work. It's extensive, right? But we now have a lot of officers who do volunteer to come in, and I respect the fact that the 4,000 number is a number that we have that you're asking about. But I think if we can get to 4,000, it would be great. If we can get beyond 4,000, it would be great.
So one of the things that's interesting is that somebody had cited the number of overtime hours and the number of officer equivalents that amounted to. And if you add those officer equivalents to the number of sworn officers, you get pretty close to 3,900. So in a certain sense, we have the number, it seems like, and correct me if you think this is wrong, we have the number of bodies filling the slots, but they have to be exhausted, and
Sometimes
paying for them through overtime must be the most expensive way to do it. Am I understanding that correctly?
Sure, it's expensive, but we have to fight crime. I mean, that's my task. That's my job. And it's very expensive. But at the end of the day, these officers are dedicated and committed to doing this work.
Oh, please understand, I'm not trying to be, I mean, I think it shows that we need to be, the fact that it's expensive and the fact that it's exhausting to our officers is another reason why we need to add to the force. And turning to that, and you do think that we're turning the corner and the numbers are starting to go up, that the retirements and separations are declining and the recruitment is going up? What's your optimistic scenario if we're at 3,350 today of when we could get to 3,500?
Well, hmm. I mean, I'm hoping, I don't want to give a number because you'll commit me to that or a time period. But like I shared with my team, if we can have 24 officers, recruit officers in every class, by the end of this year, I think we will see some progress in that. And so I've restructured the team a little bit, just recently, as of yesterday. I promoted an inspector to oversee that recruitment division. I've renamed the recruitment division as a whole. I've also added additional officers, and I'm not taking officers off the street to do this job. I'm just kind of repopulating some of the folks in the space to make sure we're being impactful with our recruitment efforts.
And what about civilianization of positions? Is that a tool that you can use? Are there things that are being done by sworn officers that could be done by civilians and then free up those sworn officers to be out on the street and in the circulation at roll call in a different kind of way? What are you doing and thinking about around civilianization of positions?
Well, what I will say is that, I think we have an amazing mayor who supports these types of ideas that we have brought to her attention, specifically related to civilianization. And it is my hope that in the very near future, we will be making a concerted effort in that space.
I mean, there's lots of ways to increase the available officers, and if there are roles that can be played by civilians, I'm glad to hear that you'll be exploring that.
Yes, sir.
In your testimony, you talked about Operation Trident, and I've been at community meetings where people have asked about bench warrants that are out there, where I think that there is a very high number of bench warrants that are out there. Do you have a sense of how many bench warrants are out there? And is Operation Trident, is that aimed at finding those people for whom there are bench warrants out there? And if it's 99 folks that you've arrested in using that technique, what percentage of the pool of folks out there do you think that is?
So I do not know the number of bench warrants that are out there. We used Operation Trident to really partner with the U.S. Marshals and CSOSA specifically to look at fugitives, individuals who have fugitive warrants. And we take that list and we go out and we look to affect or apprehend those individuals and bring them back to the court.
So, and that's fugitive warrants is different than a bench warrant?
That is correct. And so I don't know, like you asked me, do I know anything about the bench warrants? I don't really know a whole lot about how many that are out there at this particular time. And for me, I'd really like to focus on some of the high risk offenders. If we can apprehend or take some of those folks off the streets, I think it'll be a much better, our focus is much better on really looking at some of the high risk offenders as opposed to focus on the bench warrants. I'm not saying that that's not something we may do in the near future, but with violent crime being as high as it was, that was the approach that we thought would be more effective.
All right, well, I'm about to run out of time. I want to thank you very much. And thinking about it, I think it was at the community forum that you participated in Ward 3, and I'm really grateful for you, to you for having participated in that forum, which I think gave a lot of comfort to people in the community and showed just how dedicated everybody is to tackling these issues and ensuring that we have a safer city going forward. So thank you for everything that you do.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Fruman. And I'm so glad that you raised the importance of bench warrants and figuring out what the status is of a lot of these cases. And part of Secure DC requires that CJCC publish the report from the various agencies that have access to this information so we can all be on the same page in the follow-up that's needed for these bench warrants. So Chief, one of the components of the prioritizing public safety emergency that the council passed this summer was a requirement for MPD to engage in shooting reviews that are holistic and take into account the circumstances around the shooting and really be proactive in preventing retaliatory shootings. Can you provide some insight into how those meetings are going and the type of analysis that's going on?
So those meetings are going on. We've had weekly shooting reviews now probably over the last couple of months, if I'm not mistaken. Our team gets together. We meet with some of the other partners that are engaged in the efforts around weekly shootings. I think it has been going very well. We are still utilizing some of the information that's collected to be able to go out and again obtain warrants, whether they're arrest warrants or search warrants for some of these individuals who have been committing these types of crime. And I don't know specifically the analysis because I think it's something we've just started back doing, but I can certainly get that information for you at a later time.
Okay, thank you very much. So I know you started having conversation with Councilmember Parker about the USAO component. But one of the things that I'm curious about is when there is an issue with the underlying case from USAO's perspective, if they're unable to bring a case and there's an evidentiary challenge or something, USAO has shared that they will let that officer know about where the gap was.
Yes.
What is MPD's role in expanding that awareness to other officers on the line to point out there was an issue here, let's expand training, let's all make sure to learn from this so that the next case can be as tight as possible?
And we're doing exactly that, expanding our training. I mean, we're conducting roll calls. As a matter of fact, we've made it mandatory for all of our officers to go back through the Fourth Amendment training. It is actually going on right now because it's very, very, very important to me as well to make sure that we're bringing good cases so that these cases can be prosecuted. Again, we've asked members of Matt Graves' team to come in and provide in-person training for us as well as we're providing some of our roll call trainings and roll call bulletins to our team.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
Yes, ma'am.
I think that's really important. And
Yes,
so I'm
ma'am.
glad
Yeah.
to hear that ongoing work. So back to hiring. Can you talk a little bit more about what you're thinking about with civilianization? The PERF's cultural assessment commented that as of summer of 2022, only 13.2% of MPD's employees were part of the professional staff, well below the national average of 22.2% for full-time law enforcement employees, and how you're thinking about where you currently are and if there are opportunities to engage in increased civilianization.
There's certainly opportunities for us to engage in that space. And what we've been doing is I've kind of looked at kind of a rough number, roughly about 100 or so positions that I think we can reposition back out in the field in our patrol districts and bring in some of the civilian population to really serve in those capacities, like people to answer the telephones or people to sit at our service desk and things like that. So we have built out a curriculum in order to do that. I'm hoping in short order, we'll be able to move very strategically in that space. It may not happen, maybe a latter part of this year. We're looking at trying to get some civilianization positions in place to get some of our officers back out on the street.
Okay, great. I think that's very promising. And one of the areas that I'm most interested in with this regard is with the domestic violence space. We heard from one of our witnesses today, but I've heard from folks over the years about the level of interaction that those cases and reporting requires for MPD, taking an officer out of circulation, but also the need to be responsive and expeditious for the survivor and the kind of added sensitivity that's important in those cases. And so I think that's a particular area worth focusing on a possibility for civilianization.
Yes, ma'am.
So as we think about trying to get more folks in the door and make sure that more officers stay once they get there, one of the suggestions that I've heard is that we fund childcare for officers to make it easier for officers with children, and particularly female officers, to deal with the demands of their duties. Is that something that MPD has looked into?
Yes, we have looked into it. We were looking into it when I was the chief equity officer. When I transitioned out, our chief people and equity officer, Ms. Angela Simpson, has taken on that responsibility. We've also worked with COG on looking to see if we could come up with a much broader a service provider for our men and women who find it very challenging with daycare. I think there's some other things that we're doing in that space as well. I think Ms. Simpson has been working very diligently with, I think, an agency, a police agency out on the West Coast to look at to see how they have expanded that program for the members of the workforce. So we are certainly looking into that.
Okay, well, be sure to include it in your budget conversations
Yes,
coming up.
yes, ma'am.
So one of the other issues I've heard about is the scheduling system that, for a diplomatic term, seems to be a bit outdated, making it difficult for officers to plan ahead and change their schedules, in part because it's my understanding that this is done kind of on paper as opposed to through other technologically advanced systems.
Yes, ma'am.
So what are we doing in this regard to make things easier for scheduling and for officers and commanders to manage their units?
So I have to admit that there are some things that we can do better, specifically related to technology. And we are looking at some different tools in order to make this a more efficient and more effortless process. I mean, I was a little surprised myself that we were still using paper for these particular for the matrix. But again, that's real. When you talk about scheduling, when it comes in all true honesty, that's certainly something that we work very closely with the DC Police Union on how the schedules are prioritized, seniority versus non-seniority. But we will continue to look at technology. 2024 and 25 is my year for new technology for the MPD.
All right, glad to hear it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, ma'am.
So I was speaking at a economic development conference recently and about how we're all the district's best salespeople for folks to come here. And that is very true with public safety, especially when it comes to our police department for having a safer city. And I raise this analogy because I continue to hear from residents and sometimes from officers to me who I stop on the street who tell me that their hands are tied. They are unable to make arrests, unable to solve crimes, unable to make vehicular pursuit chases. And I am the first one to admit we all have a role to play. The legislature has a big role to play, which is why we stay focused on what we can do to fill our gaps from our perspective. We will continue doing that. But where is this narrative coming from, and what are you thinking about in making sure that officers at every level know what the updated laws are, know what the laws are changed, especially that we've seen changes over the last several months? Because when we have over and over officers telling residents there's nothing we can do about it, that in many cases is not true for things that are crimes. But it also leads to a disordered feeling in communities where people are saying, well, if the officers say that they can't make an arrest, who should I call?
And it is my hope that that is a very small number of officers that may be having those conversations, because when I look at the number of arrests that we've made even last year, they were pretty significant. And even the numbers of arrests that we're even making now, it's pretty significant. So for an officer to say that they cannot affect an arrest, and again, it may be for a particular type of incident that conversation may have been, because I wasn't privileged to it. But what we have been doing is making sure when there is new legislation that's passed or an emergency crime bill, I have imparted upon all of our commanders. Some of them take it upon themselves on their own to ensure that that there's a clear message on what their roles and responsibilities are. We also have roll calls where we go over policies and general orders and executive orders and specific to our roles and responsibility as police officers. And what I can say to you, Councilmember Pinto, is that, Chairwoman Pinto, is that we will continue to enhance those conversations. I will even go by our roll calls, because I think sometimes they like to see me, I don't know, but stop by just to make sure that we're emphasizing some of those things that we've just discussed.
Okay, well, thank you. I'm sure that they always like to see you.
They do. I'm just playing. They do.
But I think it's really important, and especially as the council hopefully passes Secure DC at our second reading on March 5th, that we are all on the same page throughout our city, and particularly among our officers, of what the changes are, what they mean, and how important it is for all of us to be laser focused on keeping our city secure.
Absolutely. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Councilmember Parker?
Chief, there was an officer-involved shooting of an individual facing mental health challenges on North Capitol. About 2 weeks ago, MPD released the body camera footage of that incident. Is the investigation still ongoing for this case?
Yes, sir.
And, you know, this might be premature, but what so far has been concluded that, if done differently, might have not resulted in the gentleman being killed?
I would really have to wait until the investigation is complete in order to really respond to that respectfully.
Okay. There was a recent shooting of a man at the Walgreens in Chinatown.
Yes, sir.
A guard who I don't believe is an MPD officer.
A special police officer.
A special police officer.
Yes, sir.
And you were quoted as the guard shot someone there who was looting. And you responded that the gentleman did exactly what needed to happen. What did you mean by that?
Well, to stop the person from, number one, he disarmed the other special police officer that was in that space.
Because the gentleman that was looting stole another guard's gun, as I understand
Disarmed,
it,
yes, sir.
and was threatening folk in the
Yes, sir.
Walgreens.
Yes, sir.
Got it. Relatedly, how many people were involved in MPD officer shootings last year?
Off the top of my head, I don't know. I would have to get you that data.
So as a follow-up, if the committee can ensure that we get that information, the number of officer-involved shootings in fiscal year 23, and related, how many people died as a result of an MPD officer interaction? And again, you may not have that.
I don't have that readily available.
But if you could share that.
Yes, sir.
And so that is more broadly than a shooting. That could be for a range of reasons. I wanted to come to a public safety strategy and plan. When will MPD and/or the mayor produce a comprehensive public safety plan and strategy?
So it is my intent. I wanted to give myself at least 6 to 8 months and kind of bring someone in to really help us to develop that strategy. That's usually what happens with police agencies. We have a lot of initiatives that are going on right now. And what I'd like to be able to do is to create a 5-year strategic plan for the MPD that is all encompassing of not just the crime efforts, but every aspect of the agency with regards to our diversity, equity, and inclusion, regarding our non-sworn positions or non-law enforcement entities within the organization.
And so will we receive that this year?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And the reason why I'm lifting that up, and I'll be transparent here, I don't know if I agree that it should be on your shoulders to create that plan. I certainly think you should be at the table, but we tout a whole of government approach.
Yes, sir.
And there should be a whole of government plan and strategy. And that's what I'm getting at. If I routinely talk with neighbors, no one quite knows what the plan or strategy is. And so in the absence of having a plan and strategy, and of course, you're not going to lay all your cards out on the table, people go from crisis to crisis. And I think it contributes to some of the hysteria that we've seen and sensed in the city. So okay. I appreciate that we will get that plan.
Yes,
I don't agree that it should just be on your shoulders.
Yes, sir.
I want to come to OPC. OPC mentioned earlier that they provided recommendations regarding body-worn camera footage. So one about random reviews of body-worn camera footage, employing body-worn camera analytics, and using body-worn camera footage in training. Where is MPD in addressing these recommendations or taking action on them?
So we do from time to time review body-worn camera footage as part of an audit, right? We do have to audit some of our camera footage. And so we do utilize opportunities to do that, specifically related to the training this year with the USAO. And Matt Graves' team, we are using body-worn camera footage as some of the training concepts so that the officers are able to see the body-worn camera footage of an incident that occurred. And, you know, our policies don't dictate that we conduct just random body worn camera footage, BWC camera footage just for misconduct. If we see it in the midst of when we have to review it based on why we have to review a body worn camera footage, we will take the appropriate action at that time.
I'm of the mind that it may not necessarily have, it doesn't have to be negative. It
Correct.
could be for training and
Absolutely.
lifting up
Yep.
positive moves that an officer may make in a
And we're
moment
doing
of
that as well.
crisis. So you are doing that
Yes, sir.
outside of the U.S. Attorney, or is that what's happening with the U.S.
Well,
Attorney?
that's what's happening with the U.S. Attorney. I think, and from where I sit, I have not seen us provide body worn camera footage specifically related to something good. I know NYPD has done that before in the past. I mean, just in my relations with them, and that is something that we can certainly look at doing. I'm not sure if our policy allows us to do that, but we can certainly look at that.
Okay. I want to come to staffing.
Mhm.
So it has long been documented and talked about that MPD rotates its more senior officers to areas of the city that may not have the greatest number of crime incidents.
Mhm.
How are you thinking about deploying officers or making a more equitable distribution of our more senior officers in the city?
Well, I think, yeah, and we've had this conversation before, I think, around how we distribute our officers. I mean, clearly, our officers have what's called the program, the mobility program that allows them to kind of rotate from one district to another. Sometimes we have really senior officers that are in spaces and places of DC. They've been there for a pretty long time. When they are senior officer, they have the opportunity to go to another district when we bring in our recruits. And so a lot of times it's kind of hard to say that we assign officers and distribute them evenly across every district. I think what we do is we look at the calls of service, we look at the activity that's happening in that particular area, and we try to make sure that we have the appropriate resources in those areas where we've seen an increase of activity in those spaces. It would be nice.
I get that. But knowing that data suggests that we're seeing more crime happen in communities in Ward 7 and 8,
Mhm.
I would want the force's very best in those communities.
Absolutely.
And that's not what we're seeing. And I'm sure it's not that simple. And you have many factors. But what I'm getting at is that something you're looking to address, or you think your current approach is the right one?
No, I think there are things that we can always do differently. I believe that if we continue to do things the same way all the time, we continue to get the same results. So certainly looking, but I will say this, Council Member Parker, is that I do think we have some of the best officers in Ward 7 and 8. Those officers see a lot of activity on an ongoing basis in comparison to some of the other wards.
Okay.
And so I will certainly take an opportunity to look at how we distribute personnel in those spaces, and I'm not closed-minded to that.
On a personal note, one of my fraternity brothers and friends who lives in Ward 7 laments at how officers engage and or talk to him and other neighbors. How are you, with this lens of equity and racial equity in particular, especially when an officer may not look like the communities in which they're serving, how are you training, working with officers around that?
We are training our officers when it comes to cultural diversity. We train that is a core of what they get in there while in the academy. And as they come out, we also have our equity office, chief people and equity officer, who makes it very, very clear that we need to continue to roll out racial equity, diversity, and inclusion training to all of our members of the department.
I think that's one of the areas where Commander Altieri shines. I've seen him stand in rooms where he may not reflect the people in that room, and you get a sense that, and he's demonstrated a listening ear that he's able to win people over. So anyway, I see time ticking. So maybe we can use officers where they are a model and scaling that across the force.
Copy.
Neighbors in Michigan Park, North Michigan Park, Riggs Park, and Ward 5, that's 4D, have long complained about officer response time. I think that's in part because 4D is more so anchored in Ward 4.
Mhm.
Previously, I asked Chief Conti about establishing a satellite 4D office in that part of Ward 5. His response was no, for a variety of reasons. What is your response, and is that something you would be open to?
So as you know, Mayor Bowser opened up the first hub in Chinatown and Gallery Place, and there are a couple of areas that we are looking at to stand up. I like the idea of having satellite offices, but I also think Mayor Bowser is onto something when she spoke about making it more than just that. Because when we go into some of these communities, we realize that there are other things that are happening, behavioral health challenges, DHS services that are needed. So certainly we may expand our horizon beyond the 3 that we currently are looking at right now. And Ward 4 will certainly be an area that we will look at.
And for clarification, I think the hub is a great idea.
Yeah.
I'm glad Chinatown got it. I think North Capitol might be a prime opportunity for that, but I just mean simply quicker dispatch
I
time.
get you. Yep.
Neighbors are saying, if I call, I don't want it to take 15 minutes. And it's not so much a criticism, but it's an acknowledgement that the officers are likely coming from Ward 4 versus being anchored in the Ward 5 community.
We'll
So
certainly take a look
that's
at it.
something I will follow up on. And if we can establish that, I would love to work with you on it.
Yes, sir. And what fraternity was that again?
Alpha Phi Alpha
Okay,
Fraternity
I'm
Incorporated.
sorry.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So glad we got that on the record. Councilmember Henderson?
Councilmember Pinto, is it possible for Councilmember Freeman to go ahead of me?
Councilmember Fruman has stepped away, but I will go and I can come back to you. No problem.
Great, thank you.
Okay. So, Chief, a lot to get through, so I'm going to try to move quickly. This past September, we had a homicide suspect who was in the custody of MPD who escaped from George Washington University Hospital. Since that time, what have been the post-escape investigations that have taken place to determine the cause of the suspect's escape? And have there been any changes to your policies moving forward to ensure that that doesn't happen again? As you know, it caused a lot of concern and hysteria.
It caused a lot of concern from me as well. But we've not done, there wasn't a really need for us to change our policies. We need to make sure that our officers are adhering to what the policies are and how they are currently right now in our general orders and executive orders. And so really it was about getting out there, making sure our supervisors are going over how we handle prisoners in hospitals as well as in our police stations as well. And so it's just a reinforcement of that during our roll calls.
Okay, so what went wrong in that instance?
I think what went wrong in that instance was that our officers did not follow policy.
Okay, and that is about the restraints?
The restraints, by you mean taking the handcuffs off
Right.
of the, yes, there should have been 2 people there when they did that as opposed to just 1 person doing that.
Okay,
Yes,
so I'm
ma'am.
just trying to get to the bottom of the policy is that there are 2 people
Yes, ma'am.
there in hospital transports and with restraints.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So in the North Capitol shooting recently, where an individual was escaped from the ambulance on the way to the hospital, are there other policies that weren't followed when it came to that person being restrained?
No.
Okay, and so what is the thinking of MPD on when somebody is restrained in transport who has exhibited erratic behavior?
Well, I think there was, what people may not realize is there was a lot of time on the scene having conversation with him. He was in for de-escalation purposes, and he self-volunteered. And oftentimes when an individual self-volunteers, there isn't a need to have an officer in the ambulance with that particular person. The paramedic at the time felt comfortable. And what we would typically do based on our policies, we would follow behind the ambulance, and which is what we did.
Okay. And so is part of the training and protocol somewhat subjective? What if the person is resisting or, as you said, kind of self-volunteered? That's all different metrics that go into the analysis of when a restraint is used?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And I ask about it because I don't mean to suggest that everybody should be restrained who is having a health challenge. But when I think about the alternative, that if this person was restrained, it could have prevented him from losing his life, it feels like a pretty worthwhile trade-off.
Yes, ma'am.
So is that something that you're taking a different look at, or do you think the policies are where they need to be?
Well, anytime there is an incident occurs, we always reevaluate and reassess our policies. That case is still under investigation, so I will wait for the results to come back and make a determination at that point.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
You're welcome.
It was recently reported that an MPD officer allegedly sexually assaulted a woman after meeting with the woman in a Maryland suburb. The sexual assault was alleged to have occurred in the back of an MPD police cruiser, and it is further believed that the officer may have been on shift at the time of the assault. What is MPD currently doing to address this incident, and what is your policy regarding these horrifying
Well, again,
allegations?
well, thank you for the question. It is alleged and it is under investigation. And so when we have those kinds of things, we don't speak very broadly. Those kinds of incidents, we don't speak very broadly until the results of the investigation comes back. What I have challenged my assistant chief of our internal affairs bureau is to make sure that we are visiting roll calls, whether she goes in person or have someone on her team to go and roll call to really go over what our policies are like when it comes to jurisdictional boundaries, where we're supposed to be, making sure that officers are, and I'll use this terminology, reporting where they are while they're on duty, and making sure there are checks and balances for my supervisors to know where their officers are when they're on duty.
Okay, and what are the rules around use of a cruiser?
What is that? Use of a cruiser?
Like,
An officer is assigned a cruiser at the beginning of his or her tour of duty.
mhm.
And they, during that time period, they have the authority, if you will, to patrol the area or the beat that they've been assigned.
Okay, and is the cruiser supposed to stay within that service area?
Unless there is an imminent threat or an immediacy for him or her to go outside of those jurisdictional boundaries, that is correct.
Okay,
And or with the permission of his or her supervisor.
okay, that's what I was just gonna ask. So who reviews exceptions that are either requested or that happen and then need to have a after action report?
It would be the on-duty supervisor would be the one that would make that decision based on what the request is.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I want to ask about community trust and transparency. We heard from OPC Director Tobin earlier today about greater transparency for things like officer misconduct that ultimately leads to greater public trust in the police department. Can you comment on your view of that philosophy? I know that there are a number of transparency measures that you all have in place.
Absolutely.
And as it relates to misconduct cases, where do you think the balance is or the need is to ensure that there's accountability and community trust?
Well, I think that what we have to do is wait for the investigation to conclude. I think oftentimes what folks would like to hear or see is a response or a result to something that is happening that has occurred in a very short period of time. I think we owe our general public and the officers the opportunity to have the investigations concluded before we make a decision on what actually occurred.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
So I want to ask a little bit about the department's role in implementing the juvenile curfew enforcement pilot that the mayor announced this fall. Looking at the data that's available on the deputy mayor's website, it looks like this program is still in effect. I know this is a joint effort, not only MPD, but are we still in the pilot version of this program? Has it been expanded? And from your perspective, has it worked?
I think it has. I mean, again, the intent was really for us to, as opposed to taking our juveniles through a criminal justice system of some sort, but giving them the opportunity to receive resources through DYRS with their family, CFSA with their families at a particular location, I think is very helpful. And we should continue that. I mean, I think what I will have to do, and which I have not done, and I'll admit that openly, is to take a look at where we are with regards to this program. And either we will continue it as just a standalone program, or if there's an opportunity for us to extend it as a pilot through our next summer season. I think I just need to look at the metrics around where we are with that and see how impactful we were this summer in comparison to how we will be next summer, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yes. So what is MPD doing more broadly to address juvenile crime in the district?
Besides arresting them over and over and over again, because that is a preventive method. You know, we have our the senior police officer, I mean, a senior SROs that are assigned to senior resource officers that are assigned to our school resource officers. I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank here because it's been a long day. And I still have another press conference to go to. Our school resource officers are in our schools working with our juveniles. I also told you that I reinvigorated the officer friendly program. So we're in our elementary schools because we know that we've been seeing young people as young as 9 years old and 12 years old committing crimes. We have our Youth and Family Engagement Bureau, where I said we work with at-risk youth throughout the District of Columbia on an ongoing basis, not just with the youth, but also with some of their parents. When we receive a call of a young person that may be in crises, we send our the members of that age, of that school services division out to the community to really work with the parent and work with the child. I mean, and I'm going to be honest with you, like, I know that everybody thinks that the members of the Metropolitan Police Department are social services workers, and we wear so many hats, right? And we are going to do exactly what we need to do in that space to work with our young people. But there are other components that we have partnered with within DC government that we feel, and I feel, can also be a viable resource for what's going on with some of our young people.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Henderson, are you ready for a round?
I am almost there.
Okay, no worries. Just take yourself off mute when you're ready, so I'll know.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So specific question, kind of. Why do we have districts instead of aligning our police districts to our ward system? And is that something that could be changed? I mean, you heard Councilmember Parker talk about the difference between the residents he's hearing from who are having issues with 4D versus 5D. Ward 2, where I represent, has 1D, 2D, and 3D. What's the thinking behind that, and could that be changed?
I mean, anything can be changed, right? We're in that redistricting process right now with all of our wards and our districts. And so this is a year-long process, and I don't think we'll be ready to reveal where we are with that until January 2025. But I have not given that a lot of thought, Chairwoman Pinto, because I've been trying to fight crime. But what I will do is say, I will meet with my team to look at how we can be more impactful. And I've heard that same conversation from some of our community members, specifically related to how our wards and our districts are broken down and how they don't compare one to the other. And so certainly it's something that we can look at maybe in the future. But I will say it's not something that's extremely high on my priority list, but I will certainly make sure that we keep that in the back of our mind as we continue to look at how we serve our communities.
Okay, well, fair enough. Thank you.
Yes.
I think just as we think about follow-up, just with ANC involvement and council involvement, that aligning those areas could just prove to be a helpful relationship component, information sharing component of our current DC system, since the police districts are the outlier in the other components. So let's talk a little bit about Secure DC. How does MPD intend to implement the anti-mask law? Assuming it is passed by the council, can you provide some real world specific examples? And I do want to take this moment to say for the record, because there has been very troubling misinformation that has been out there around what this provision, alleging what this provision does, which is about, the misinformation says that it is prohibiting religious face covering.
No.
And that's absolutely not true. And I want to make sure that that's very clear for the record, not just in defense of Secure DC, but because it's dangerous for people in the public to think that is what we are doing. And so that's not what's happening, but I want to give you a moment to talk about practically how this is an important tool for MPD and how you will be enforcing it.
So it's certainly an important tool for us. What I will say is that the majority of the incidents that occur specifically around robberies and carjackings are incidents that occur with individuals who wear full ski masks. And that's what we're looking at. Individuals who are in full ski masks committing these types of crime. It has nothing to do with anyone of any particular faith. It has nothing to do with anyone who is wearing a medical surgical mask for the purpose in which it is intended, but it is really for us to be able to have a tool to be able to engage individuals who are wearing full ski masks. I mean, we use the analogy in July of the summer months when it's extremely hot outside, but it really gives us an opportunity to approach those individuals. And let me be clear for the record. I had the misconception that people often talk to me about is the fact that this is about another way to harm Black and brown individuals or Black young boys or young girls. So the last I heard and the last I read and what I read every single night is the victims who describe these suspects that are committing these crimes. And I have a responsibility to make sure that we find a way to address it. This is not about targeting any demographic. This is not about targeting any race or ethnic group. This is specifically about targeting the crime. And we have to be able to have different tools and resources in order for us to address what's happening with some of our juveniles here in the District of Columbia, specifically related to these carjackings and these robberies.
Thank you very much, Chief.
I think Councilmember at large.
Oh, thank you very
just
much.
popped
I
up on the
appreciate that.
screen.
I'm just
Henderson-
gonna ask one
Henderson.
more question,
Yes.
and then I'll turn to Councilmember Henderson. Can you talk about how MPD will enforce the drug-free zones?
Sure.
Practically?
Yes. Again, this is another misconception. The criteria is broken down in the legislation, specifically related to what we will do. Right now, the way it reads is that we will certainly make sure that you are aware. We will also look at data in the past 60 days to make sure we know what criminal activity has been taking place in that space. When we find that there is drug activity in those spaces and places, this legislation will give me the authority to declare that particular area a drug-free zone. We will post signs up in that space. We will have an officer assigned there to ensure that no one encroaches upon that space. Again, this is not an attempt to keep folks from, and I'll use this as an example because this did come to me, to keep folks from receiving services at any medical facility or even the methadone clinic over in Anacostia. This is not what this is about. This is really about communities being able to have spaces that they want back in their communities. They've said it to me over and over and over again. And we get it. We have a no loitering law. We do not have a no loitering law here in the District of Columbia. But folks will say to me, well, officers can arrest people when they're seeing them engaged in any activity related to drugs and things like that. But I don't have enough officers to do that on an ongoing basis. We do know that we can look at data to determine what areas across the District of Columbia we will be able to declare a drug-free zone. And if this legislation passed, we will do just that.
Great. Thank you very much, Chief.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Henderson for a 10-minute and final round. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Pinto. I appreciate the grace. I had to go pick up my daughter by 6 o'clock. I got here. She's here. I'm parked. The car is not running. So I wanted to ask Chief to go back to sort of talking about the juveniles for a minute, or not the juveniles. I hate that we sort of use that terminology. But I wanted to give you an opportunity to respond to some of the public witness testimony, specifically from the parents who are asking or speaking about safe passage.
Speaking about safe passage, in what way? I'm not clear. Uh-oh. Ma'am, did I lose you?
Yeah, no, I'm here. In speaking about safe passage in terms of their desire to see more coordination between the schools and MPD, especially about what happens before school and after school.
Well, I'm under the impression that we have officers assigned at the beginning of the school day in some of the at-risk areas, as well as at the end in collaboration with safe passage. I mean, if that's not happening, then clearly I need to understand. I'll speak with one of our chiefs who oversees that to ensure that there is a visibility and presence in that space. That was one of the things that we internally discussed because of the fact that we did not have the school resource officers. We would take some of the members from our our community engagement officers would go and assist in the morning and in the afternoon. And if that's not happening, I will take a look to ensure that it is.
Okay, that would be great. I mean, I think that what folks are asking for is not just more coordination with MPD, but also with the violence interrupters, with the safe passage worker program, and a bigger connection in terms of, you know, principals and school leaders, not just from DCPS, but I think especially hearing that the charter schools are feeling a bit disconnected and not getting the same amount of quote unquote love or attention. I think that would be very helpful. One thing I heard last night, so I was at a safe passage meeting last night. I hope you can still hear me. Even my intern is being very disruptive. Is that SROs are only allowed in buildings where students are 11 years age or older. Is that accurate?
I'm not sure. I can check. I mean, I'm 6 months in. I don't know, but I will check just to be sure. I don't
Okay,
think
because that
that's
seemed a
accurate.
little weird to me in that, like, if there was an incident at a elementary school, an SRO wouldn't be deployed, but it would be someone who is in patrol for whatever that particular age cutoff is. Moving on.
You know, Councilmember Henderson, I might add, I don't think we have SROs, I think in our middle school and elementary schools. I think that was something that we've been talking about expanding to, and I'm not sure if we've gotten there yet, but let me follow up with you and I'll get back to you.
Okay. That would be helpful. I mean, I think you spoke to the fact that we are certainly seeing younger and younger kids who are getting involved in activity, and that we have to sort of think through what does that process look like to sort of reach them earlier. And it's good to hear in terms of the officer friendly program. I remember, you know, years and years ago, it was actually MPD who was running some of the Boys and Girls Clubs. And so that was a opportunity for connection on that front. But one of the things that we talk about when we talk about accountability is folks feeling as though there are some type of consequence for a particular action. And there was an incident that occurred outside of McFarland Middle School at the beginning of the school year. And sadly, it was parents who were sort of instigating the situation. And, you know, a young person got hurt as they were attacked by an adult. I'm not sure if you realize this, but, or, I mean, if you remember this particular case. And the reason I'm asking is because I think that incident took place in maybe, okay, hold on, baby. I think that incident took place in about October, but the parent wasn't arrested until January, which kind of leaves the school community feeling like there were all these witnesses to this incident, and then nothing happened. And I'm curious if that was an MPD or if this was something with the USAO.
And I don't know the answer to that today, but let me follow up with you on that. I will.
Okay, but you know which incident I'm referring to with the
Yes,
hammer.
ma'am.
Okay.
Yep.
On that front, in terms of, you know, the statistics that you laid out were incredibly disheartening. 73% of your robbery arrests being young people. How are you all tackling this internally from a targeted strategy standpoint? Obviously, not every young person is engaged in this, but I suspect that for some of your officers, this is a bit uneasy for them because they look like well, they are children, but they're children with weapons.
Yeah. I mean, it's very challenging. I mean, it's very challenging for me. I mean, for every time you have a young person who is out there with a weapon, whether it's a gun or a knife, carjacking, stealing, robbing someone, it gets into the soul of the fabric of who I am by virtue of the fact that when you talk about the accountability piece, there is no accountability. When you talk about what are we doing in those spaces, I mean, our officers can do as much as they can do. Again, these young people are being arrested over and over and over again for the same crime. That has the accountability in our space. We affect the arrest. And then we have, like I said, we have our Youth and Family Engagement Bureau, and they're engaged in working with at-risk youth, but we can't do it all. There has to be
Right. I don't
other
think it
components to that. When they go through the court systems, for there has to be some accountability on that side. And I have to say it from that perspective and kind of sort of leave that at that, because of the fact that I've said it before, these young people are supposedly our future. And I don't want my future to look like that. And that, which is why we work so very hard from the prevention side. But again, we're stretching ourselves because we really need to focus on what we're going to do with fighting crime. And we're fighting our young people in this space. When they're stealing cars and they're bailing out, we're apprehending them. It's the same group of people.
Okay. If you had to estimate in terms of the number of young people who are the perpetrators, what are we talking about here? Because I read the most recent gun analysis report, and they talk about, you know, both for homicide victims and shooter victims and perpetrators, many of them had been arrested on average 11 to 12 times before the homicide took place. Clearly, we have data. If you guys are arresting the same ones over and over again, how many kids are we talking about here?
Quite a few. I mean, I won't be able to give you a number off the top of my head because I haven't looked at the exact number, but I do have a list that I do plan to have some other information added to it from my team so that I can look at it as well and determine what we can do. I just recently asked my team to pull up all of the juveniles that we've arrested last year, outline how many times they've been arrested, find out where they live, which ward, I don't need the addresses, which ward, which school do they attend, if they attend a school at all, so that we can sit down and find a way with how we can help and address some of this. Again, I'll keep saying this, like, you know, I love young people and I'm very passionate about it. I want young people to be successful, but there's this group that we've got to wrap our hands around or wrap our arms around and provide whatever services we need to provide for them. And if those services mean long-term incarceration, then that's what it needs to be. But this concept or this thought process for them to just think that it's okay for them to keep committing these same crimes, we've got to do something about that. And we have the folks, we have the list of names. It's unacceptable. It is completely unacceptable for us to see a 9-year-old out at 1 o'clock in the morning. Like, where's the parent? And we talk about holding these kids accountable. Somebody needs to be thinking about what we're going to do with the parents. I'm just saying.
No, I hear you. And, you know, I would say this, Chief, what you are saying is not very much different than what I hear from neighbors or friends of mine who are similarly feeling as though we are very quickly losing control of the situation here. And we need to do something to reverse course and what that is. I'm glad to hear that you guys are sort of doing this targeted strategy focus on that. And with that, I'll go ahead and turn back over my time. Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. I know you have someplace else to be, Chief, so thank you so much for your time.
No, thank you for your time and thank you so much for your support. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. All right, so Chief, it's all right with you. We're going to turn to Councilmember Fruman for his last round. And then I should have a couple wrap-up questions and we'll conclude.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair Pinto. Thank you, Chief Smith. You know, that conversation puts me in the mind of, I recently went and toured the DYRS facility, the YSC facility, and spoke with some of the folks, some of the kids there who, you know, they're kids. And when I asked them how old they were, and, you know, 14, 15, 16, and what are you here for? Armed carjacking, armed robbery, armed carjacking. What school do you go to? You know, one listed a neighborhood school, another a charter school, another said, I don't go to school. I mean, we got to be doing so much more that's not your job. But we as a city need to be doing so much more to keep these kids from getting on that track. Because once they're on that track, it's so bad for them and it's so bad for us. Meanwhile, when I talked to the person who's the principal of the school, runs the education program, he said that when they do assessments of the kids when they come in, typically, you know, 14, 15, 16 at a 3rd or 4th grade reading level, at a 4th or 5th grade math level. I mean, we need to hold them accountable, but we need to hold ourselves accountable and be doing more to keep them off of the track that they're on. In that regard, the officer-friendly program that you talk about seems like something that is positive, forging relationships with kids and families as early as possible. MPD, Councilmember Henderson spoke to this a little over the years. MPD has done lots of different things like that. You know, run the Boys and Girls Club, had basketball leagues that the officers were a part of. There was a camp where kids went and were able to bond with officers in a different setting. Are you thinking about other kinds of things like that? What kinds of things are you thinking about as ways to reach these kids and forge as positive of a relationship between the officers and the kids in the communities as possible?
In all honesty, I really haven't thought of anything else because we I think we are in the trenches with our members of our Metropolitan Police Department. And I think what a lot of people don't know is that it just doesn't stop with or start with us arresting these individuals. I mean, we have officers who go into their own personal funds and provide funding and food and clothing without ask for some of these young people in some of these communities. And I think that to your point, you know, we can do all that we can do as the Metropolitan Police Department, but we can't be everything to everybody. And I just want to be, and this is not directed at you. I just want us to be clear about that. You know, we have a responsibility to really fight crime, and fight crime. There's a preventive method to it as well. And I think we have come up against the wall, if you will, with trying to make sure that we're in spaces and places where our young people are to help them thrive and to help them flourish. I can't imagine that we would take over, and I just say this very lightly, Boys and Girls Club. It's a nice gesture, but I think our young people our officers are already hosting basketball camps for our young people. A lot of folks don't know that. Young women, police officers are conducting basketball camps and basketball tournaments for young people, young men and boys and girls across the District of Columbia. A lot of folks don't know that, but our officers are doing things on their own, just independent of being a member of the Metropolitan Police Department in their own respective community, working with some of these young people. And I commend them and I applaud them for doing that. But at the end of the day, you know, we have a lot to do and with the small number of officers that I see that we have at MPD, and they're doing everything they can to provide a service to our communities.
No, I hear you and I understand that, but I mean, I certainly applaud those officers, and I hope that you, as you evaluate officers to the extent that officers engage in that kind of thing where they're really reaching out to the community, I hope that's a thing that figures positively in the way that you think about them and their performance. There is this challenge that we face, and you know, we hear it in the debate around the bill that we voted on the other day and that we'll vote on again soon, of this sometimes referred to as a broken relationship between the community and the police force. And to some extent, mending that can be an important tool for the force to be that much more effective and to be getting more cooperation from folks in the community, which can help you solve crimes. You're pulled in lots of different directions, but I just would put that on the table. A different direction that you're pulled is the call for increasing foot patrols, which is a thing that you've made a real emphasis on. And I do want to say, you have done that in the 2nd District. I think particularly in Cleveland Park, and I hope that you've heard all of the praise for that has been filtering up from business owners, from ANC commissioners, from me, and that makes a giant difference. So I hope that you will keep doing that and expand on that.
Yes, sir, we will. Thank you.
One of the things with the earlier witnesses talking about the police complaints, the Office of Police Complaints, and one of the data points there was that almost half of the complaints, or maybe more than half, were of officers 35 years and younger. And I wonder if you have focused on that and if you have ideas about what what that might be coming from. Is that training? Is that assignment? Is that, why do you think that there would be a higher percentage in that younger age group?
Well, actually, this is the first time I've heard that. I have not had the opportunity to research it, but with due time, I can certainly go back to my team and we can certainly sit down and look at that age range and what we think might be precipitating that.
That would be, I think it is, I think it was data that sort of jumped out in their report. So I think it could be interesting data for you to take a look at. You talk about the co-response teams, and I think that that's a super important thing that you're doing. When I looked at the list, it looks like there's co-response teams in a number of different districts. There's one that's going to come for the 7th district. There isn't one for the 2nd district or the 4th district. Is there any hope of having one for the 2nd and 4th districts? How are you thinking about that?
It would be my intent to have them across all districts, but we have to start somewhere. And I think we just received a grant where we will expand it to our 7th district, and certainly in the very near future, we will be looking at expanding it to the other 2 districts.
And I hope that you can, because I think, as you know, and as you know from the meeting that we had in Cleveland Park, our officers in the 2nd district do a lot of calls to deal with mental health issues, often in the apartment buildings up and down Connecticut Avenue. And it's a real drain on their resources, and it's a drain on, it's not their area of expertise. So co-response team could really positively affect the effectiveness of the 2nd district officers. So I hope that you will do that. A different program that you highlighted was Operation Peaceful Neighborhoods, that was focused on places where there are seniors and where there may be crime creeping in that's undermining vulnerable populations' quality of life. And I wonder if you've looked at that. There are places, and you hear it when you hear about some of the buildings on Connecticut Avenue where there are claims of serious increases of crime in buildings that have a lot of seniors. Has there been any contemplation to using Operation Peaceful Neighborhoods in that sort of a setting?
There's certainly an opportunity for us to expand in that space, Councilman Member Fruman. We just launched this last fall. And certainly opportunities for us to expand and grow in that particular area. We will look at that.
Well, thank you very much. I'm going to be, I have 100 more questions, but I'm not going to ask them. I'm going to give up my last 30 seconds, but thank you very much for everything that you do. Really appreciate the partnership working together. Really appreciate the partnership working together with the 2nd district, and let's work together to make the city safe.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Fruman. All right, Chief, just a couple other notes from me. I want to just take a minute to highlight some of the really impressive successes that MPD had last year. You mentioned Operation Trident in your testimony. Last October, that operation led to 48 arrests of individuals with outstanding warrants, many of whom had committed violent crimes. And excellent work on this, and thank you so much to you and your team.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any lessons learned from that operation that you think led to its success that can be repurposed for other operations?
We are repurposing it. We have an additional, I think for this year, 3 more operations. In that same vein, specifically related to violent crime or violent criminals. I dare not speak about the when, the where, the how, come, and the why. But we must continue to operate in that space where we will begin to look at violent offenders and doing what we can to apprehend them. And we'll build out the strategy around that as we continue to move forward, working with our partners with Operation Atlas.
Okay, thank you.
That's it.
And I know you spoke to Councilmember Fruman about some of the co-response teams, and I think this is really important as we continue to hear from the community about mental health challenges and VH responses. and really having these teams work together.
Yes.
Not only because of the staffing challenges that we've seen, but some incidents do require a police response, and putting DBH in a position without the proper training or safety that they need in certain regards is not going to lead to improved outcomes. And so I'm thrilled to see a lot of the progress in getting this program off the ground. Are there any takeaways that you want to share with the committee as we look for improved outcomes here?
No, I think that our relationship with Dr. Bazran and her team is really remarkable. As we continue to look at different ways to ensure that we are advancing our response with regards to individuals who have mental health challenges, we will continue to work with Dr. Bazran and her team to ensure that we're providing the appropriate services to our community.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
That concludes my questions for you. I want to give you an opportunity if you have anything else you'd like to add or highlight that we didn't get a chance to talk about today.
No, ma'am. I certainly want to thank you and certainly thank Mayor Bowser for introducing legislation specifically related to Secure DC. The team, and when I say the team, the members of the Metropolitan Police Department are very excited about it. We've talked about it many, many times during our crime briefings and roll calls. And I think it's going to make a difference specifically with morale of our police officers. And I think based on my conversations with the members of the community, it's certainly going to be something that the community is looking for. So I applaud you and I applaud Mayor Bowser in support of the efforts that we need to ensure that we are keeping our citizens and our residents safe here in District of Columbia. So thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Chief. And the committee will look forward to receiving pre-hearing responses by the end of next week.
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to thank you and your team again for all of your help on Secure DC legislation. It has been a huge lift and partnership, and we really, really appreciate all of the responsiveness and partnership there, and all of the efforts you all make throughout the year. As I said, those who are here and those who are in all of our communities across DC, I know it is hard work, it's intense work, the public is counting on you, and we really, really appreciate all that you do every day.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Chief. With that, the time is now 6:25 p.m. on February 13th.